is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Ewc City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get ready, I'm a champion.
Today, the stakes are greater than ever. Every match offers teams a chance to qualify for playoffs, a chance to play in front of the French fans. But failure will be punished. A loss today means no place on the main stage, no club championship points, and no EWC trophy. Every round matters. The pressure is on. This is where legends are forged.
Hello everyone, welcome to day number 5 here at the Esports World Cup 2026 Valorant. Yesterday and the day before we had qualification and elimination matches, but for the next 2 days we have our qualifier matches. 4 more teams will join the 4 qualified on into the playoffs and have the right to rise above here in Paris in front of the live crowd. Welcome everyone, I'm Daniel Deacon Gonzalez. Joining me is my fantastic desk of Kakuka and Big Time, and now we have our final 8 teams qualified for those 4 spots.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to heat up now. This is the real crunch time of that group stage. Win and you're in, lose and you go home. You don't get a chance at playoffs. You don't get a chance on that big stage. Really now, pressure is mounting, backs against the wall. It's all about who's going to show up today and deliver that top level of Valorant.
And we've already had some surprises, some regions not doing as well as others in EMEA. Things are looking looking good. It's not directed at you. We could have the full 5 EMEA teams making it just today. That is the biggest storyline for me coming into this first day. We also have tomorrow with the last 2 matches left, so we have our playoffs ready. So let's get going, huh?
I mean, it was kind of directed at our Pacific representative big time here, as we started the tournament with 16 teams in GSL group stages of 4, and then 2 qualify on in from each group. So we had the top winners already qualify in the day before and yesterday. But now today, we've already said goodbye to 4 of those teams on the bottom of each group. 2 more will go home or tonight, and 2 more will qualify on in. We'll do the same thing tomorrow. We'll have our top 8.
And most exciting is also for the teams that made it with a clean slate. Now they're enjoying Paris a little bit. They have time to practice. They have time also to adapt to everything that all the teams are changing for this event. For example, EDG showing 2 different comps in 1 singular map, taking this event very seriously.
Yeah, but then you have the flip side of it. We also got to see those teams that played 2 matches and went home incredibly early. Unfortunately, a lot of those from Pacific.
It's okay, you technically are from EMEA.
Look, it's hard for me to talk on it too much without getting emotional, but we did have to send home RRQ, Paper Rex going home as well, Nongshim fighting to stay alive, but GE also didn't make it out of there, so it's been a rocky group stage, but that's the nature of this GSL style format. You have to heat up fast or you will be going home.
Yeah, and if you win now, you earn your spot in the playoffs and a large chunk of that $2 million prize pool up from last year, 600,000 going to the winning team, cascading down from there. And as you said, Pacific 1 and 7 do not have a team qualified for the playoffs yet. Nongshim will have to wait until tomorrow for their opportunity to do so. They were the only team to win a series against anybody. It was against G2, who won yesterday.
Yeah,
it's starting to sound personal. I don't mean to add any fuel. I don't mean to add any fuel, but
no, it's okay.
You went the 1-7, the only team that is able to win a series.
No,
but the Gentlemates comes out on top.
Yeah, and you know what? No worries, everyone. Big Time does have a couple of players that he's coached in these matches later on, so he can take credit for those.
Exactly.
What region do they play for?
It doesn't matter. Let's move past that one. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that they're fantastic players.
All right, so that prize pool was there, and again, the teams were playing for that. As we take a look at yesterday's action, it started off with America's winner here from MIBR Los up against the returning title defenders in Team Heretics, and Los Niños got pushed in this one, but they came out on top.
Absolutely. I think that the surprises came mostly in that second match. The first one starting up as an absolute brawl. Could have gone either of the ways. Do not get me wrong, with MIBR and the double duelists that they have in their lineup, it was not an easy job at all for Heretics to manage to close their map pick. As I said, the surprise came in the second one. The last time that we saw Team Heretics playing on that Ascent, that Phoenix did not look well. It did not look well drilled. And probably NRG thought the same thing. Identified a weakness that was not real in the end. Incredibly dominant comebacks from Koshmaras and especially Wood carrying their team onto playoffs.
I mean, Wood was insane in this map too. I was so disappointed by MIBR. I really thought that they would have a little bit more punch from what we saw from them in their opener.
Absolutely.
But Heretics managed to shut them down concretely. So I'm very, very impressed by this Heretics squad. You know, there was talk of their form coming into this tournament. They qualified well, but London was bad. Now they're back at a tournament where they did manage to lift that trophy last time. So maybe it's that little hometown advantage and they're feeling good here at the EWC.
They were also honest, speaking about, hey, maybe for London, we focused on the wrong things. It did not give us what we expected, right? We put the work where we shouldn't have, and now things have changed. For the side of MIBR, though, I do still think that things are going to look good for them. They still have another chance of qualifying.
Yeah, then we take a look at the second game here. G2 with a fantastic win there. Our old colleague, Baby Bay, managing to light up the server a little bit. XLG, though, didn't really feel like they were able to get into this series too much.
No, I mean, we did enjoy what we could from XLG. I do think that at the end of the day, G2 are good at like making it out of groups and whatnot. They also have to bounce back from their performances. More specifically, the one that they had against XLG, because they chose them thinking that they were the easiest opponent coming out of London, but that was not the case. They do manage, however, to get their revenge. And us, well, we had to say goodbye to XLG.
Yeah, again, just one of those things where it's well noted that G2 have had struggles at international events. They've been dominant in Americas in recent history. And XLG, part of that history because of London, as you said, to get that victory over them, who knows how far that might take them, that mental roadblock now being removed.
But I also think that the feeling from those two teams that we had yesterday are different. I still think that G2 need to master and make some decisions, especially on this map that we're seeing right here with Breeze. We were hearing how Baby Bay was speaking about ᴍᴇᴅ, enabling him and facilitating most of those skills. But it still looks like a weakness if the teams know how to read into that. Nongshim was brilliant at it.
Yeah, I think they got the job done, but it was a little bit closer than I would have liked, and I don't think the quality was quite there for G2. If they want to progress to those playoffs, and if we do see them on that big stage, I think people will target this map. So, yeah, I totally agree, Kukuka. I want to see them clean it up.
Because if not, and if, you know, the teams were to have the chance of choosing, which I tell you they can't, maybe they would be the ones being picked out first, being like, oh, I see weakness here and there, and then it would be a very weird timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, just great to see G2 getting the job done here. If you're an Americas fan, for XLG, something to build upon after this international excursion that they've had, including London, as they go back to VCT China. But that does set up the bracket here for Group C, as G2 will play against the team that defeated them earlier in match number 1. Nongshim Red Force, as Nongshim weren't quite able to get over the hump against Gentlemates despite having an insane 12-2 comeback victory in map number 1. You're thinking, okay, there's no way Gentlemates pull themselves back together, but the French outfit get it done. They will be playing in front of the fans here in Paris.
And it was outrageous, by the way, especially if you're an EMEA fan. Seeing Gentlemates reach 12 and not being able to close the map, it's literal PTSD from last year. It happened over and over again. And honestly, coming into this tournament and looking at this Group C, it was going to be incredibly difficult for Gentlemates to be the ones making it out, and they make it out as the first seed. We were speaking about BBL and the surprises, one of the first teams that we're going to have today, but as I'm saying, their capability of bouncing back and actually getting that first slot, I hope that progresses throughout the tournament.
And here's the Group D bracket. We showed you the match earlier with MIBR falling short against Team Heretics, as they are already now solidified as the 1 seed from Group D, and that leaves us MIBR and AGAL, who AGAL looked fantastic against Team Heretics, whereas Global Esports didn't really put up a fight much against MIBR. So we're kind of not exactly sure how things are going to stack up between these two squads.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for me. I think this all-gamers roster is incredibly interesting. After that first game against Heretics, I was high on this team. I was feeling like, wow, they're going to run it. And then even after it, they had a 2-0 win against Global Esports. But now I'm doubting myself even more. I feel like they didn't play that well in that series. Yes, they got the job done. That's the most important thing. But I think we were closer to their ceiling in that Heretics game. So I want to see that opening version of them, even though that was the one where they lost.
Yeah, so that was Group C and Group D, but then that leads us to today's action. It is the elimination matches here for Group A and Group B. As today's schedule up there for you, it is the Turkish outfit BBL up against Edward Gaming, the pride of VCT China. It is a rematch of the very first series here at EWC. And after that series is done, we'll have the reigning world champions NRG against the pride of France. The blue wall awaits Carmine Corp if they can get it done.
They already surprised us getting that win against PaperX. What a way to celebrate. What a way to live the game. Carmine Corp showed up here the other day. Really praying for them, because as I said, the only thing that will make me happier than seeing the performances that we're getting from the French squads, all 3 of them, would actually be to have all 5 EMEA teams making it to playoffs.
And I think if you're going to do the hard part, if you're going to do the David Goliath story and knock out PaperX, don't go out in the next round. That just ruins all the street cred you just earned by knocking out the big dogs. But we do know that they're capable. 2 banger games today, so not something you're going to want to miss.
Again, the teams that Casey have had to face, their qualification match into EWC proper, the final match of the EMEA qualifiers was against Fnatic. Then congratulations, your reward is to play Vitality, the super team, and then PaperX, and 2 out of those 3 wins. That's pretty good, and now they'll have to do 1 more of those big ones here. But now let's turn our focus to that first series, Group A here, as it is BBL versus EDG. And again, this was a rematch of that opening matchup here. 2-1, a very close series that went to overtime. And then we're thinking, okay, that's it, it's over. No, this is when we got into the meta of stealing other people's map picks, because both teams were able to do it against each other.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. I think for BBL, I'm not surprised if we're going to see a Lotus, and then if we're going to see an overtime on it once again. Seems to be their thing at the moment. But yeah, I mean, I love that this is a rematch, and I also love that EDG grew and learned from that original match. You know, they are filling in with an assistant coach here. That's always going to be a difficult thing to manage, but we originally saw Signed playing the Phoenix, playing these more aggressive roles, but since then, when he's played over cross on the B stream there, he slowed down. He's on the Omen. He's playing much more supportive, and Jenny is the one who's taking over those roles, which is a change that I really do like. So I do feel like EDG are going to feel like they have a great chance heading into the rematch.
And then BBL have the absolute final boss of Turkey that appears to be LaRock. After the performances that he's given us in both of the matches that he's played, but especially in the last one, despite the loss, with amazing numbers. Those are the two highlights for today. EDG changing things, adapting mid-tournament, getting things ready for the rest of the year, and practicing them here right from the beginning. If you need to change something, then for the next one will be, it doesn't matter that we're with an assistant coach, we are going to give our absolute 100%.
As you can see, the players were getting ready on the stage, so let's dive into the matchup. It is EDG here. They have had so many different bumps along the road. It had been such a long time since their ascendancy to the top of Chinese Valorant, but after 432 days, they got themselves the split victory leading into Masters London. And now, despite having a roster change here, they still are very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I think this is the thing for me. On this Edward Gaming roster, it's Kang who's the star. It's him that, you know, has the most followers. His name is the one in the lights, but really, I think everyone on this team can pull their weight, including Signed, who's coming in as an assistant coach. We saw maps where this guy popped off, and I kind of felt like, whoa, is Smoggy scared? Is Smoggy scared sat at home thinking he's going to be replaced? Like, this is a roster stacked full of firepower, and they are really getting stronger and stronger from a macro perspective. I do feel like they're learning, growing as a team still, and the more they do that, just the scarier they become.
It's EDG. It's impossible not to cheer for them. They made us dream. They were the first Chinese team that you were like, yeah, I am on this boat. This is who I want to be supporting. Ċunkari is a superstar. I mean, if you have any sort of memory here in Valorant, and if you have any interest in Chinese Valorant, of course, EDG is the team to follow and is the most with the most history. So, of course, if with XLG out, knowing that they had one less slot, I would like to have some Chinese representation, and EDG would be an absolute banger, especially with a sub.
All right, well, we have more videos here on EDG and their road to EWC right now.
We really appreciate about this event because it's very huge event and we can compete with really great opponent in the world. We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure we can be really good. We will do our best.
我觉得不是很坏吧，但还没有达到我们理想的成绩。圣地亚哥的话，其实就是输掉了嘛。然后伦敦的话，其实我们本来有非常大的信心去拿下冠军的，那最后可惜就是自己没有把握住嘛，没有达到最好吧，但也还可以接受。我觉得当时是奥特曼来到之后，在磨合，我们在适应教练的风格吧。教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队里面都比较混乱，感觉最后还是差一点吧。尤其是打勒维坦，就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
The third place finishers from Masters London looking to build upon it now here against BBL, their opponents, the Turkish outfit that were able to defeat them in that first round, who have a ton of firepower in LaRock, Lovers Rock, and Rose. Everyone else has been fantastic here, so you're hoping to see the same type of firepower performance out of them.
Yeah, I don't think that we are going to get a LaRock that is not given 100% today. He's been doing it throughout the rest of the tournament. But to me, the question still stands. It was the same that it was for EMEA Stage 1. valo, are you comfortable, uncomfortable? How much do we have to do for you to be in the peak form that we saw at the beginning of the year? Because the worst thing that we would like to think is that, oh, that was because of the agent that you were playing, that is not so strong right now and things are swapping around. But for this team, resilience has always been key. They battle all the way through Ascension and into EWC and into VCT and their tier 1 dream. Now here at EWC, their second global event in the first year in tier 1 and one match away from making it to playoffs.
I mean, it's such an amazing story for this young team, playing through that Ascension, getting into VCT, and then just doing so well there at the start. It's slowed down since. That's the only thing. We see the meta changes. We see the lack of Yoru begin to hurt this team, but we know that they can't be kept down for long. This is a team stacked full of promise and potential. Can they realize it here, make it out of the groups, and go deep at EWC?
One of the things that characterized BBL at the beginning of the year is doing a lot with very simple compositions.
Yeah.
Cypher, Soba, Omen, a couple of duelists across all of the maps, I would say. But now that the meta has evolved, we have maps coming in and out. We are seeing the variety, and they are paying the price for it.
Yeah, hopefully that the price is that they're learning and able to go ahead and build upon it, and then they start cashing in on it. And as you've said, there's no better place to do that here at EWC, where you're getting to battle some of the best in the world, despite the fact that, as you said, Big Time started off with the kickoff win and then slowly started going down from Santiago, and then after that in stage 1, not so good.
I think the thing for me is this is a team that's categorized by their aggression. When we used to watch them play at their peak, they would take map control everywhere. They're the only team on attack where you see them hit both sides simultaneously.
At the same time,
What am I watching? This is new Valorant that's never been played. They were creative, they were innovative, and they played in a way that was built around them. I want to see them recapture that magic here today.
Let's see the maps. Fracture's gone, Haven's gone. Thank you very much, EDG, for removing Haven from the pool.
Lotus
is going to be the first one, so we will be going overtime, everybody.
A long OT, what we saw last time between those two teams. It's all about who's done the learning and the homework there.
Who can have the small edge against BBL? Will there be another sneaky defuse? And Breeze is going to be the second map. This is exactly what you were saying about them pushing both extremities at the same time. I was thinking of Breeze because to me they were the best team on Breeze with that very simple composition, even keeping credit on the Cypher. Okay, as the final one. Wait, was Sunset?
It was.
Okay,
Surprising.
in case you didn't watch. 13-3, I'm going to say. 3, the same kills that I believe Chicho got in that entire match.
It was brutal.
We were so excited to see. I think it was the first time also that we saw the map here. We were like, oh, we were expecting a little bit more than 16 rounds. Yeah, that is what happened. That is what happened. So hopefully we do get to see that sunset because as we were saying, EDG have adapted, gone back into some of the compositions that made things a little bit more difficult for them. So I wonder if we are going to go to that sunset, how deep has the bot review gone?
Yeah, I mean, has to go pretty deep to flip the script on
literally the same opponent, so...
Exactly. It's going to be tough if it does go that map 3 for EDG. I think I do like that they picked Breeze. We saw them play Breeze against RLQ, and that's what we were talking about with those compositional swaps. Signs playing that Harbor, about as supportive as you can be, just enabling the high-powered fraggers on their team. So EDG mixed up the veto from last time a little bit, but ultimately 2 of the 3 same maps, so I think BBL will be feeling great about this.
Yeah, again, didn't see a lot of Harbor in some of the other compositions from other teams, so we'll be excited to watch how that open map comes. And also, that felt like everyone was just hitting one site. It was just, all right, we're just making the map small, hitting one site.
Don't get me started on Breeze, man. Don't get me started on Breeze.
Structural problem
with Lotus. Lotus was like, all right, we're just going C every time. We'll meet you there. We're going to blaze it up with the guns. That's what it felt like a lot of the meta had turned into, especially later on in rounds where people had been playing for a little while. Maybe you're a little tired and calling. We're like, we know they're going to be there. You know we're going to be there. We just know what it is.
Honestly, for the teams that are struggling on Breeze, watch Vitality on EMEA because they were struggling a lot and then they learned how to flood and they stopped struggling. So if you want to take a couple of notes, especially on the sides that are more complicated, just go and watch because Scott did a good job there.
Yeah, I mean, they learn hard. You can't hold the A side. Stop dying there. I mean, like, how about that conversation?
Sign Dirke, that also works.
Yeah, I mean, that'll help. I think a lot of teams could employ the sign Dirke strat and feel good about it. So
no, but you don't. It doesn't have to be Dirke. It can be Kankang. It can be a Lover's Rock. It can be someone that is that comfortable with the operator that can mark the difference. And it's complicated because the executes are going to be so explosive onto you that you need to be more cerebral than just
Yeah.
able to click.
I mean, I think you said it perfectly. Those two players head-to-head on that AWP, that's the matchup to look out for me.
Well, 13-5 was the record from EMEA last year. Will BBL continue to add to it and potentially get all 5 EMEA squads out of the group stage and into the playoffs? We'll find out. And for a little bit more on BBL, we have a piece of content for you. Let's take a listen.
Hello everybody and welcome. We have got Rose and Loita here for a little game. We are going to let them choose from a bunch of 10 sprays in their hands to respond to a bunch of prompts. If they both choose the same spray, they get a point and their synergy goes up. All right, boys, are you ready?
Yes.
Yep.
Fantastic. Let's get the first one done. How would you react if I told you you've got to be up tomorrow at
3 maps
5
choose
a.m.?
हो चुके हैं.
Okay, wait. Let me think.
One was क्या था Lotus Breeze
And now look at each
और
other's.
last map होगा Sunset.
I was thinking maybe I should choose this one.
These are the two perfect answers.
Yeah.
You get to the venue. You're ready to start.
ब्रुक है चैट पे नहीं बीसी पे. पता है ब्रुक एक बंदा बोला है चैट पे एड्स ना देखने के लिए प्रीमियम लिया था तो स्ट्रीम में ही एड्स आने लगे.
Scrims. But now let's take a look at each other's. There's a first one.
Hi Amitras, welcome to the stream. आज नो वैलो खेलेंगे after the watch party ends. उसके बाद खेलेंगे.
Just think basic.
Hi Shirone. अच्छा Shirone ने बोला.
Oh, it's a very similar vibe. Take a look.
Oh भाई.
It's a similar vibe.
Like, guys, I don't wanna use bug for this game. I don't wanna choose this one.
तो यहाँ पे सिर्फ best of 3 matches ही होता है. देखते हैं.
How did you feel when you
वो तो
first
शुक्र
found
करो
out
पहले इन लोगों ने
that
fracture को
Neon
हटा
is
दिया.
going to be nerfed?
I found it. Yeah, me too.
Show the camera how you felt. Now take a look at each other. Let's go.
क्या हुआ?
स्क्रीन शेयर
स्क्रीन शेयर भी करो भाई, तुमको पता है ना लैग कितना देता है.
छोड़ो मैं स्ट्रीम में देख लूंगा.
Yeah, finally, we got finally. Oh.
How would you react if you asked somebody to drop you in a buy run? You want a Vandal, but they give you a Sheriff.
डिले हटा दो. किस डिले की जरूरत नहीं अभी के.
Oh, take a look.
NT.
Sage comes in and revives you. But
1 minute. अब मैं CD
लाइट नहीं है फोन के डाटा से हूं मैं.
हटाने से अच्छा मैं एक बार करके ही देखती हूँ. बोलना लैग करता है कि नहीं करता है.
नहीं और रिमूव और डिले रिमूव करो ना.
डिले अब रिमूव नहीं कर सकते हैं. अरे तो देखो.
But your inmates just farted.
No.
How do you react?
You should know that, man.
Loita's picking the crying one again.
बैग उड़ाई क्या?
Now show each other. Let's go. You're doubting yourself.
Yes.
You're gonna turn back.
मैं डायरेक्ट स्ट्रीम से देख लूंगा. यार आज ही होना था ना मेरे लाइट को भी. बारिश हो रही है पता है, तूफान.
हैं?
Well,
क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
Come on.
boys.
Great to see the personality of the boys of BBL as they sport the youngest roster out of everyone here at EWC. 3 of the youngest players out of the top 12 here. And it's just such a great experience for them to have here on LAN, in person, play up against a couple of champs that have won before.
It's okay. They're just ball champs, as you're saying. You know, it's not no pressure. As I said, this is their first year in Tier 1 and they're already achieving all of these things. I do not expect any kind of fear. But let's just think about the match that we saw from them against 100 Thieves. Yes, they go out with a loss. But in every single one of these matches that we're seeing, I'm getting a side of BBL that honestly I did not expect were ready for. Having the split that they had against 100 Thieves, knowing that it's a map that they struggled in, and same performance that they had on Sunset, on a map that we had not seen from them. Yes, they were good when they played it beforehand, but you never know how things are going to evolve with the changes that we've had, and obviously with an opponent that is very different than what you're used to.
For sure. I mean, look, that split was insane. The Rock was unbelievable that game, putting up numbers that we just don't see very often. And it just goes to show how talented this roster is. We know they can go toe-to-toe with pretty much everybody in the world right now, despite being so young, despite being so fresh on the scene. They're so unfazed by it all. They truly don't care who's on the other side. They're going to play their way. They're going to take that fight to you.
We're about to jump into Lotus, and as we jump into the agent select, remember all the aggression that was coming from the side of BBL, especially here on the defense, is something that now EDG is going to be waiting for.
Yeah, very much so. EDG know what's going to be ahead of them. This is a match where they played a whole lot of rounds against each other here. So I think it's going to be very, very interesting. I want to see Lovers Rock really heat up because he slowed down in this Lotus when they played last.
दो ग्रुप्स का हो रहा है अभी ये कौन सा ग्रुप चल रहा है सपोज लगा अभी एक और ग्रुप चल रहा है तो उनके पेज में जाएगा दूसरा मैचेस भी चल रहा है दो स्ट्रीम्स चलता है एक साथ दूसरा टीम्स का ओए देखो कितना सुंदर है वो
And here we go. It is the rematch of the very opening kickoff of the Esports World Cup as a whole. EDG and BBL do battle once again for a spot in the playoffs. On the call, it's Mitchman and Tom.
क्या चूज करना है
Well, there's been a lot of scores to be settled over the
मैंने
past couple of days, but
साइफर
this
है
one
इधर उस
peaks
पे
my
रेस है
interest. Starting
रेस
out
नहीं
on Lotus,
ये अपना
it's
वाइस
decided last time 18-16, a tight affair, a long affair. Feeling confident to start it
कौन
out
सा मैप
here.
लोटस ना
I think this is going to tell us everything we need to know. Comps are the same as you
हम
heard.
लोग क्या चूज करते हैं
Lovers Rock, we expect to have that uptick. Looking back
हम
at
लोग
last
क्या
time,
चूज करते
yes, Concom was fantastic, but I loved seeing Chichu.
इनमें से कुछ
When
नहीं
Kreven has moved off the Vice and gone to
indeed.
Cypher, so that's the one change that has been made going into this matchup, and an interesting one because we've seen Vice become incredibly popular.
And for him to be a very strong agent even on this map.
So I think it must just be based on what happened last time around. Maybe guys
Line
are
omen है ना
when you've got two players that can go over your utility, maybe you're going to try and switch things up, have
Flash
some
है
interesting
ना
trips, some reveals that might be able to help you catch on
Sky.
the way, or it could just be the aggression on the defensive side. Like, you know, your opponent's going to be pushing, you want to have a little bit more safety around. I don't mind the change. Of course, they've now lost this twice in a row in overtime, so maybe just thinking a small change, which I do think this will be, might help them out a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those things now, as you think about what
कौन ले रहा है एक बंदा ले रहा है शरीफ ओके दो बंदा ले रहा है इस साइड पे भी एक ले रहा है शरीफ पगलू
and sometimes BBL were a little bit caught off guard by those late round plays by lurkers. Now Cypher camera constantly there and much more intel with the two trips to play around. As you said though, still a possibility for them to go up and over. But we've seen before, as you see here, some trips are going to be up in the air for that exact purpose. It's time to kick things off. BBL and EDG barriers up on map number 1. BBL choosing to come back to a map that has seen losses for them recently, but they always put up a fight. This time will have to be one step further. Come back for revenge.
It's going to be an interesting one. Like, BBL have been picking this map time and time again while not getting the victories. Of course, they've been incredibly close.
that's the new
I think you might look back to their game on this map versus EDG and consider it a choke. But then I look from the EDG side and go, okay, Signed has been getting more and more comfortable in their game versus RRQ. They moved him off some of more of the aggressive duelist style roles and put him back into smokes. So I think both teams, in essence, may come in a little bit stronger after building into the tournament. For now, it's a trade of damage, a trade of health, but everybody's still standing. Gianni taking a lot of space, but it seems like BBL are more than happy to play retake in this scenario.
Certainly looks like it. Still waiting at the gates. Now the forces are all here. Chichu very low. Con in the same boat. A few traded blows for BBL will bring them back into this round, but they still have a lot of players to root from position. Not so much anymore. Con left alone with a sliver of health. A monumental task in front of him, and no chance, says Kreven. 1-0 for BBL.
Yeah, I like that. A little bit more tempered from the defense. Like a lot of the time we have
ये
seen
बोलना पक्का बोल रहा है half दो
gambling plays from individuals. So the fact that early in this game they're sitting back, playing the retake,
First
forcing
round
people out of
BBL
angles, and also
को
just working off some of the already confirmed damage. Of course, it is a pistol round, and I believe last time out, even with the OT defeat, they did still win both pistols. So it showed that at least in a lot of the buy rounds, EDG in this map at least were the better side. So I think still getting those strong starts is going to be important for BBL.
Without a doubt, Kreven on the swap over as well. I think that's going to be the
Next
most
round
interesting
पे ये
part.
लोग Guardian क्यों लेते हैं? Like I want to
Seeing
know.
the Vice wasn't giving them
Even मैंने
that Cypher is. I do imagine it's a lot of that punishability on the deep dives and the constant information.
Guardian indeed
All the intel
अच्छा
he needs, gets out, taps a shot through and does some damage.
क्या लेते हैं Marshall?
Rotating in, a third player now ready and waiting for this play. Seas goes in for Rose. Kreven's trying to find some space around, being quite cautious until the jump up top. It's going to leave at least one rifle on the ground for the time being. And with down EDG, this is starting to get a little spooky, luckily. IGL Rose, the top fragger of the last map, comes through for 3, but again, sporting bruises, nobody's got a chance. And even then, leaving 2 alive, that's a success for EDG. A great second round.
देखते हैं अब कुछ भी हो सकता है वे last
Genuinely,
moment
a hell
कुछ
of a
भी
lot of damage and around the
मैं
was
कुछ नहीं
nothing
बोलूँगा
invested.
क्योंकि वो मैच देखने के बाद
Exactly.
Like I said, 3 because Rose, but the other player was
Me
in
too,
water
bro.
rotating back.
half
So
round के
it was
बाद कुछ अलग ही
essentially
हो
a
जाता है
4-man hold against pistols, and they brought it to a 1v2. That's great.
Yeah,
But
good work from them. Of course, you can still see that for the BBL side, they're happy with whatever round they can get over the line. They're not
Let's go.
really too worried about the damage. I do feel like going back to even the last series when they played against 100 Thieves, they're very good with the pistols. That's normally where they actually build into things. So I still think they have to be a bit careful here. Gianni may have just learned that very early on.
ओ भाई गलत
In
लगा
the
इसको
last series of Lotus, he was fantastic playing this raise. It definitely made it work on the duelist rather than on smokes in the latter couple of maps. And that's a change I'm hoping to see when going forward into the next one, him continuing to be on more aggressive roles. The question is though,
Sir,
can
पर
those
बैठा ही हुआ
weaker
है
weapons on the BBL side still do damage? Well, maybe they won't need to already. Lovers Rock with a second. Kreven lurking in the darkness has managed to add a third. This is a buy that had 2 Guardians and the rest were pistols, and they might just win it flawlessly. Only Khan stands between BBL and a bonus round conversion. A costly last round, but they do have to be careful. They can't continue to give this man of any too many individual fights, and a third already added to the tally. Still, they know exactly where he is, but they have done for the previous 3. The last 2 of Laurent and Kreven. They're going to try and group up together. They're going to try and play this a little bit smarter because they've given him so many opportunities. And somehow, he still finds one more.
is that अरे भाई
Khan almost just pulled up
nice
the
one
play of the tournament, but he was shut down.
बंदे ने 4 मारे
है भाई
थे
ये बंदा
मजा आ गया
अरे कितनी देर है बताओ
ये अपना वो है कौन था जेट था ना जेट किसने लिया था जेट
This for BBL, I like the idea. Punish the C aggression right away. Leave the Cypher utility as the lighter side over on Ace. And hopefully slow them down. And everything worked until Khan stepped into the server, stepped into their sight lines. And yeah, listen, you're on your feet. This is the signature of BBL. They always do this. Even if they're 10-0 down, they'll stand up when they get one. But that round right there, although it's a big win for BBL, it was very nearly. A lightning fast start for EDG. It's certainly given them some morale to play around. The Blade Storm now a big threat considering what we saw just moments ago. Both traps have already been spotted. It really is on Khan with the trap catching him. There is no remaining 4-0 for BBL. A swift end to this round.
Yeah, I think it had to be a right quick usage of the knives for the first kill, and then the weapon wasn't able to be found by Khan. A much cleaner response. And I do look at this from Kreven, and even part of me goes, maybe it is just comfort. Like, if they're just getting past all of my utility, I'm gonna just be fighting
इसमें
with
तो
nothing.
लगता है ना
So
वाला
if I now
वाला
switch up to a completely
इस
different
वाले
agent
जगह
with
को
different utility that can give me opportunities, well, he's currently
अभी भी तो
7-1,
हम लोग
so
बॉट है
he's had a great start to the game on the C side.
कहाँ वॉल
And
बैंग
he
लगता
can
है
just
कहाँ नहीं
maneuver
लगता
these
वो
trips
भी
every
हमको
single
नहीं
time,
पता
and I believe that's the same as last round.
मैंने वो सीखा है बट पर्ल तो अभी है नहीं
Last round towards the
तो
C side indeed.
फायदा नहीं
पीआरएल
The one before it was swapped up to A. It's going to keep BBL guessing a little bit. Now,
है उधर
he
कौन
starts with
देखो
the more aggressive
है
trip
क्या
up
होता है
close. Has to take it back as the nade comes in. And
Cypher
now it is
trips.
the same old setup right back before.
अरे
But
ये क्या
bit of
ट्रिप है
difference in LaRock. One away from a
पे उड़ के अगर
showstopper,
आया तो
and he is pushing his way up
अच्छा
behind.
कि ओमन अगर
Containing
बैठ
them
गया
now
है
towards
फिर
this site. Rotation from Rose coming through.
क्रेजी
Nightfall
ट्रिप
will
है
be there. If EDG
तो
wait a little
सोचता
bit
नहीं
longer,
है
BBL will have a
Jet
lot more to play with. And already, there is going to be a problem as they start, I think, almost trying to bait out a trip.
Yeah.
The updraft dash backwards, but it wasn't caught. Now as they push deeper in, still that utility to deal with, and the Nightfall causing problems. They can't hear. Their HP
Oh,
low and
spec down.
Kreven wrapping around, drops the
Nah,
spike.
dude.
Now the wrap around all the way from B.
No,
The LaRock
no
is
way.
ये
barely
BBL तो
in.
खतरनाक
Kreven is
खेल रहे हैं
off
बे
to a belter at the start of this
भाई
map.
You
मतलब
are seeing the differences.
मतलब
Now,
उनका
the one
साइट
major
एंटर
problems that
करते
you
ही
have
सीधा
with
बुम बम
Vice
बूम
is first you can bait the wall
हाँ
if it's up
Say what?
close,
Last time.
and then also if you have a nade, you can destroy
अभी
some
भी
of
कुछ
those
नहीं बोल
lines
सकती मैं
immediately. So it puts you in
नहीं
a position
बोलेगा
where all of your utilities gone, and okay, you have a pop flash now.
पर
That's
नहीं
not
अच्छा खेल
ideal.
रहे भाई
In these
अनएक्सपेक्टेड
circumstances, they're being delayed. He's even pulling back and putting back down utility, which you can't do otherwise, and basically making it very, very awkward for them on entry
ऑप
and
चलाएगा
surviving. 10-1. They've pushed his site in back-to-back
देखते हैं
rounds,
नियॉन
and
कितना
Kreven has
चलाता है
not died. Kankan now going to be in with a hero rifle. Gianni with a showstopper. It's not been the hot start he would have wanted, and well, that hero
मर
rifle
अरे
is already on the ground.
हो रहेगा
ये एंटर हो रहा है
Pass
डी
signs.
गया नियॉन
He
लग रहा
thought he had them contained there, a chance to punish, but it's not going to land.
बच
Showstopper
गया
won't either. For damage, sure.
ओमेन
Boyd
बच
is down to
गया
17
ओमन बच गया
HP, but still drawing breath.
अबे
Now the
मुझे
flank
लगा नहीं था वो
will
बचेगा
become aware
मैं तो
of
उसका एचपी भी
the
बहुत कम
wall
था
going up, but for EDG, they feel surrounded. The Seekers should give them direction to push towards spawn. They hope there's only one player there,
प्लांट
but
वाइप
Rose
भी
is helping out
ये खिच खिच
alongside
खिच
LaRock.
खिच
Nade on the back of the C's. It'll get around the corner. That's a big problem for nobody.
ओमेन गया
जेट इतना अच्छा खेलता है ये स्टार्टिंग में
Now
कैसे
it's
मर
only
जाता है
two
इनका
left. Now it's only one in the form of Jenny. At least finds the first and has the nade. That could delay. Buy him a
Diffuse
little
कर
bit more time, but there's too many
ओ
bodies. And Kreven keeps on
डिफ्यूज भी
hitting.
हो गया
6-0 now for
crazy.
BBL. And well, the changes
One
have
side
clearly
domination.
worked.
अच्छे खेल रहे हैं लोग
Yeah, even if it is just on an individual level for Kreven, I don't know what it is
ये
about locking in
यंग
the
टीम
cipher,
बोला
but
गया था ना इन
he
लोगों ने
just is playing an
ये
unbelievable
टीम
game.
को
यही तो
But
नियॉन ही
it
लग रहा
must
है
be
ये देखो ये
infuriating in
वही
this
तो
one
वही
because
मैं
there's a
बोल
lot
रहा हूँ
of
मेरे को लगा ये
maybe
नियॉन मेन है
unconfirmed damage, at least initially, but two players that were
यही खेल
desperately
रहा है क्या
low
नियॉन
मेरे को
that they
लग
weren't
रहा
quite
है
able
ये
to
Don't
खेल
tell
रहा है
survive.
me.
डोंट
I think
नो
two players making sure that Signed couldn't get any further was a problem, and
नियॉन
clearly a
ले रहा है
problem that
छोटा
लवर्स
सा वो
रॉक
दिखा
EDG
ना
था
looked to try and deal with. A pause at 6-0 down.
भाई कोई
Now, I
बताएगा
will say,
लवर्स रॉक वाला बंदा कौन सा
normally
है
at 6-0 down, I talk about death sentences. You're basically
इनका
trying to
साइफर
recover
का
life.
12 kills है वाओ
G2 yesterday made me start to question
साइफर
if
साइड
it
से मूव
matters as
गलत
much
नहीं
as I
देखा
think it
भाई
does,
कुछ
because
अलग
they
ही मूव
managed to
कर
bring
रहा है वो
a
वो ये
6-0
एक्सो का वो नहीं
deficit
है
to a 7-5
सिंबल
defeat on the half. Obviously, you can't get 7 in.
एक्सो का
Normal.
एक्चुअली
Got
एक्सो का
6.
सिंबल ही
But
है बट वो
realistically, they then
डिपिक्ट
went on to
करता है
win
ना
that
वो
map
जो
quite handedly.
ईडब्ल्यूसी का
So
जो वो
a pause
टोटेम
here
होता है
could turn
छोटा
the
छोटा सा
tide,
वो
but I'm
ट्रायंगल
definitely
शेप
feeling
होता है ना
nervous
वही
for
होगा
EDG.
Look back to yesterday,
वही
gentlemen.
वो
We looked across at the
पता नहीं
what was our B stream stage, our second
टोटेम
stage.
नहीं
We
देखा
said,
तुमने
well,
ईडब्ल्यूसी का जो वो होता
देखा
है
देखा है वो जो ब्रेक करते
उसके
हैं ना
हाँ
well, things turned around over in that game as well. There was always a way back in. So far for EDG, the
लाइक
problem
दूसरों
they're
का ब्रेक कर
fighting
देते
shadows
हैं
in the mist in the
देखा
form of
है
this utility. We saw 2 rounds ago they throw the nade in towards C main to remove the trip. Kreven repositions it.
Yeah.
They updraft and dash backwards and attempt to bait out that first trip. It's not there.
उनको ऑडियंस का प्रेशर नहीं होता ना ये अलग रूम में ही खेलते
all the
हैं
while, BBL are rotating in because they're it's becoming pretty
देखा नहीं
clear
ऑडियंस
that they want to take space there, at least
वही
remove
पूरा
the
एक बंद
util.
रूम में है दोनों
Now
टीम
that pause, I'm hopeful will change
सिर्फ
things.
वो
They've
कास्टर्स
had
रहते
trouble
हैं
dealing
उस
with
गेम
this
के
setup
आगे
so far, but now they've had time to think. And that's where EDG can be most dangerous. Nop, though, in the hands of Lover's Rock, could unravel even the most well-laid plans, and it's not just him. BBL are looking to crunch towards A main. It seems like again the defense has the read, and the Cypher cam on C main, along with Krevin covering off B. That's exactly why the Cypher is giving them all that intel that they wanted.
Putting the pressure on the he was stuck in a corner. They knew he was there, but even still, no shot. He's beat up there. Okay, that's mental. Rose will immediately trade, however, and in fact he'll get both. I guess it doesn't matter. And this is the serious thing when you're up against BBL. Sometimes,
welcome back,
when they're
Amatras.
confident,
How are
they do
you?
ridiculous, overzealous things, and other times they do that and it works. That one didn't.
That was stupid.
वो ओमेन का टिपिक बहुत खतरनाक था.
What did he think? Okay, maybe I'm missing some piece of utility that was thrown in. No, there's a Prowler Saw guy there.
Really, omen ने
दूसरा टिक भी थोड़ा वो हो गया उसका ऊपर गया ना स्मोक करके जाना था उसको
He wasn't.
पता नहीं था ना सामने बंदे हैं
You can't read the mini map. That's a good
अरे पता
excuse.
था शूट करे था ना उन्हें
Lost in the moment.
Or maybe he was.
I think वो नीचे जाना चाहता था ऊपर हो गया
I need a kill, mate.
I need a kill.
Laurent's taking them all again. I gotta get in there. Well, 7-0 start for EDG. Again, that read from BBL, the camera and C main, the player covering off B, and the slow approach of EDG. They took their own grave. Now they're left onto pistols. And a 7-0 start likely to turn into 8, but they've got a lot of pistols. They've got some ultimates to play with, in particular if Sign can get into a good position, remove weapons on a retake, that could be huge. And they are moving towards the place where there's only one man holding. The problem is that one man is Lover's Rock. He'll get out quickly. And he's going back in for another. There goes that big ulti.
Okay, nice blast patch from Jenny. A decent position from Chichu, but he's been shut down. Last time they played this map, he was an unstoppable force that they had to deal with. And as of right now, yet to really show up to the party. An opportunity though. Kankan has been given an operator. The one glimmer of hope in this map so far was him in that 1v5, which almost got them their first round. This he's going to hope will be the case, and that's why to set him up. They're putting all their eggs in one basket. Can Kankan win them the round? Well, his teammate and Nobody's already gone, but he still stands with the operator. A missed shot lets them get a little bit closer, and in fact, with one bullet left, there is no chance he's able to correct. Krevin is 14 and 1. Still going, still only a singular death. And well, that is a reason why there is not a round on the board yet for EDG.
Yeah, Krevin is the star of the show right now. I thought the second they put an operator into the hands of Kankan, well, we have made a big mistake here. But they managed to recover. Krevin even manages to stare Medusa in the eyes and walk away unscathed. An unbelievable performance for him. One simple agent switch, and he is looking so bloody comfortable playing behind his utility instead of having to watch it all be destroyed and dissipated. 8-0. As EDG come back in with another buy. Rifles there, the ult from Sign, and a much more direct approach. The slow play has left BBL with all the info to work with. And so instead, they're going to pick up the pace.
Problem is this C site thus far has been a nightmare. The Rock actually taking a little bit of damage through the box. Instead, though, he peeks back and gets rid of Nobody. Cages up.
Crazy.
And this time, the weaponry is going to be removed. The faster pace take. Loiter was trying to escape with his ultimate. The showstopper on the other side has a chance for a double, but it's only one. An advantage for the first time in a while. Krevin also down, but Rose already
2v2
brings things back to even. Bombs being popped on either side. Rose will deal with Kankan, and Gianni now has to try and find one of them with the ult, and he won't manage to do so. Lover's Rock was already past it. The youngster needing a clutch operator shot missed, but he will deal with Rose. And around the corner comes Lover's Rock. It's a nice try from Gianni, but still, they can't find a round.
Excellent C's coming out of Rose. This looked like the round EDG would finally put on the board. And previously, it's been all about the game plan. Everything has worked for BBL. They've had the info. They've had the right people in the right place in almost every single round. This time it was different. EDG had the upper hand. They had the sight. Time ticking in their favor.
Defense में क्या करते देखना होगा इनको.
But a few shots for BBL, and as I said, a very well-placed C's coming out of Rose as Kankan looked to take him down, to pressure that IGL. He ended up in a comfortable position and couldn't quite get back out. The spam from Rose putting 9 on the board. BBL, this map, we would have questioned why they chose it, considering what we saw last time. An incredibly long and labored series, or map rather.
Two times.
Indeed. They're up against EDG in this exact moment. And then since then, it didn't look like things had changed. We questioned why they choose it. And they've come in today with answers.
But EDG.
Cinematic and wow.
Now running out of runway.
Of
course, they came into this tournament with one of their star
Ganda
players
marega
missing.
kabhi.
It's no doubt that it was going to be difficult, but last time out they showed that they could compete even with that stand-in. Today has looked different though. Into the seaside they go again, and into the hands of Krev and Rose. In fact, Rose is running forward just to support Loiter. This is a
सिर्फ एक बाकी है वो तो एक पे
last
था
man standing will be signed. Another
Oh,
run.
3.
It's the closest rounds they've had so far. But with 5 HP and a man behind, it is a few consolation frags. And double digits before a singular round goes the other way.
You gotta take your hat off the sign there. What an attempt that was in the 3K.
Nice shots.
Again, it's the plan from BBL. We're back to the same old thing. The Cypher setup on site works. Cage up. Leaves Jenny in a 1v1 while he's mid-air. Kreven takes that kill every day of the week. But more importantly, 3 players on site. One sitting outside B and one fully pushed up on A. Those were the positions when EDG pushed. They're being read. This attack side is predictable for BBL, or has been so far. And we are. I mean, we've almost already ran out of time. 2 rounds left to play for. And Chichu gonna try to find the seam here and pull on the thread. He's gone for the TP towards the stairs. And nobody's home. BBL playing a bit more passive, falling back. Lloyd is going to be on that backside with plenty of support. And again, boots on the ground. But 4 players here for BBL. They are ready every single time, and this one will be no different. Chichu, though, a lifeline with that pick. They might even get the plant out of this.
He's tagged up low.
Background is nice. अरे background में कुछ भी नहीं है यार.
Kreven just isn't losing any fights today. He is the
ये वाला मैप मुझे BBL का ही लग रहा है.
And he's only had 2 deaths in the entirety of this map, and it's not like he's just been AFK hiding in a corner. I think that might have been his 16th kill of the game, maybe even more. I genuinely have lost count.
Stream पे आवाज आ रहा है मेरा.
You know, sometimes we see Kreven have those slower starts, those shakier games, and then sometimes I'm reminded of the man I came up against in a DM and was certain was cheating. This makes complete sense. 17
ये कौन सा part है बे?
3 up against EDG as well. Considering how it went last time around for BBL, well, those OTs are looking very unlikely at this stage. It has been a dominant showing. Concon stepping up to the plate for one, but only one as Loida shuts him down, and it's left to sign 1 against 3. Last time he was in a clutch, he got 3 before going down.
ये वाइस भाग रहे हैं. कहाँ भाग रहे? C पे. C से B जाएगा क्या? चुपचाप.
Let's try and completely play with their heads. But just look at the position that Lovers Rock is locked into already. It's not like this is a ruse or something that can catch them off guard. It's such a locked-in angle for the spike to be that there's always going to be someone. The good thing is he's got an opportunity, but he'd have to be lightning fast to get anywhere near, and it is not to be the case. A 12-0 half for BBL.
Crazy,
Neon ने angle must पकड़ा था.
Question whether or not BBL could just come in and completely change how this map went last time around. I don't think there's anybody on Earth who thought this would be a 12-0 half.
But ये एक ही मैप है अभी 2 और मैप बाकी है तो.
2 और बचे वही. No idea क्या होगा, but भाई 0-12 is like crazy.
The most impressive part about this is even in the moments where EDG played fast, it felt like BBL were rotating ahead of them.
भाई क्या मारा?
4K वाला, वही तो 4K वाला.
One round.
मुझे लगा दोनों को मार देगा इस में.
वही तो.
On the site that was being hit.
I was hoping for it.
That's impressive.
Jet बैठा नहीं था, Cypher बैठा हुआ था.
That's even more impressive. I was ready to crunch through on the other side as well.
Jet था ही नहीं
I
उनके
can't
साइड.
think of a moment where EDG stepped on the B side other than the one kill or one attempted kill from Chichu in an eco round.
There was a B side. Remember they used the nade last second from Jenny to try to cancel, but he swung with it. It was an eco round.
That is true.
So there was a single one, but I think that was also a fallback from the A main, if I'm not mistaken. But it definitely did feel like for EDG, perhaps playing the default, perhaps exploring the map and removing some of that information was the way to go. They decided to play more direct, which also makes sense. Look,
Thought
they've got
he said
information, they're
mark
rotating ahead of us. Let's go more direct. Let's get ahead of those rotations. And yet they couldn't. And that's so impressive, but it also speaks to how BBL play this defensive side. Aggression right off the bat. Why were there 4 players? Or 3 towards the C side with 1 outside B ready to swing on the door? Because Lovers Rock had ran up A. He saw no utility, no nades, nothing. And after a couple seconds, he said, okay, I'm going into your spawn. And he's there on the Neon in a matter of seconds. They have the information. And when they go the other way, the Cypher utility gets the info instead. Kraven fills in B, 4 players on the A side. This has been a tough play for EDG.
Well, and it's safe to say this tournament is starting to feel a little bit cursed for them in general. Last year in the group of death, only taking 2 defeats to Gen G, who
We cannot
went
judge
all
it
the way
right
to a
now.
top 4 finish.
2 राउंड और है भाई 2 राउंड मतलब 2 मैप और है
Coming in with a stand-in
ओए ये कहाँ है
and facing off against the
कहीं
BBL that
अंदर
looks
side
to be
होगा
looking form, at least on an
Lotus.
individual
देखा
level.
सर मैं
We saw them go
Oh,
missing in
So
stage
cute.
1.
This
A
is
team
round
with
2.
high
I mean,
expectations
other
after
two.
a flawless run.
राउंड
Round
लास्ट
नहीं है
regionally.
मतलब एक ही points चाहिए बस
EDG off the back of a very good finish of Masters London, unfortunately, are not
तो मैं
able
ये बोल रही हूँ अगर उन लोगों का
show
comeback हो गया तो
what we've come to expect of them.
इनका
Sure, the excuses are
नो
there,
वे नो वे
अगर
कमबैक
हो
कर भी
गया
लिया तो भी क्या
but a
अगर
different look for a team that
बहुत
has some
मतलब
एक
पूरा
round
मैच
चाहिए।
पलट जाएगा
Oh, EDG come in here, 4 pistols. It's a confident buy. And,
I
well,
don't
listen, if they're going to make 12 rounds in a row, they got to start it that way.
ये पूरा मैप
For
उनका
individuals to show up.
फिर
That's all I
backstep
want to
कर
see
रहे
is the
क्या
comeback. Although Gentlemates might
No
let this
idea.
one slip, I'm not sure about BBL.
Backstep.
And, they don't have that kind of history to swing out on the back from Con.
Count
He's being
आ गया
spotted.
budget
He's
का।
being blinded. He's being naded. He's being shot. He is dead. And EDG end up in a 4 versus 4 with the plant coming through from BBL, and they're looking to fight. Of course they are. Most teams would sit back, but that is not BBL style. Trading blows though. Sends BBL flee.
Swarm with Spike.
Yeah, they're going to take this to the C site, but that's if they can get past Jenny.
And it seems like they know they've been boxed in. The Gianni definitely has a good idea, but they're not even going
पेट
big.
चला
He's
गया
gone all the way
PJ.
around the other side of the map to the C side, but the defenders have also gone,
Spike
well, okay,
पे,
it's a
पेट
little
पे
bit
ना।
too
पेट पे
quiet
है
on this
हाँ सी
side.
जा रहे
And because of
सी
that,
प्लांट
the plant position is actually a bit of a
ओके
problem. Back to the spawn Rose needs to go.
लॉन्ग का प्लांट है शायद किसी
The
का।
flank is now
नहीं,
being
नहीं,
won.
नहीं। They didn't hear each other
They're
say.
ready for the move, but it's
अजीब
going
से
to be the
blind
shot
है।
coming out on the other side. A chance
अरे
Please
stop
भाई
the 13-0. And Loiter, who hasn't had to do a whole lot this game, with a chance to clutch.
ओके एक राउंड
Oh,
इनका
एक-
हुआ
Surely not. You think the pistol round could at least be the safe haven, the safe protocol for this squad, but Loida, he's brought it to
One
a 1v1.
What
A
the
single
fuck?
point
1
of
HP.
help for EDG to avoid the 13-0, and they
Oh
will
my
win.
god
G2
क्या
It's
होगा
like-
saves the
हो जाएगा
round
डेफ
and
हो
saves
जाएगा
some face for
होगा
EDG
होगा
at
होगा
फाइनली
least.
फाइनली उनका
What
एक पॉइंट
the
It's
बढ़
unusual that you
fuck?
see Loiter have a quiet game, but the fact that he almost
नहीं
1
वो
v 3 to
1 HP
13-0
था वो बंदा
is a crazy
हाँ
way
1 HP
that
था
this
भाई
game could have
एकदम
ended.
बट मस्त
Instead, oh, they're not
भाई
going to be
उसने
joining the
1
club.
HP में कितने
Sorry,
नहीं,
Mixer.
2 या
I
3 को
know
मार
you had
दिया
that tweet locked and loaded and ready to go.
नहीं 1 नहीं
Instead,
ओमन को नहीं मारा था ना उसने
नहीं हमें को नहीं
we'll see them now
Okay.
come in with investment. Of course, it's
ये
going to
वाला
be
तो देखा है
They're not
हमने
going to go for any
ये वो
pistols or
अंदर
anything
वाला
at
ही
this
है
point. They're looking to try
नीचे
and
भी है क्या मुझे अभी
mirror
पता
the
चला बस
scoreboard
ये
of the
2
last
दिखते हैं मेरे को
जंप करके के
12
देखो
rounds
पता
in a
चला
row. Hey, it starts with 1.
डॉग
That it does, and it usually ends with a much lower number than 14.
ये
They'll need
बच
to go
गया
there to OT. Con. It's a little bit shaky to
स्पाइक
start.
तो स्पॉन
He's
में
got a
है
box in
इनके
the corner. Okay, he'll deal with him eventually. Not before Lovers Rock is able to trade out. Now LaRock finds one on a Jenny, and now I start to get a little bit nervous about this. There's another weapon to be recovered. There's still a Marshall. Up close is nobody. It has been a tough game for nobody so far. And a flash through. Doesn't follow up on it. It's the players pushing
Skin.
B instead as he draws their eye. But now he's a little surrounded. I almost want to see him fall back with that paranoia. He has to. He ran forward.
Oh my god
They paranoid now
No
himself.
way.
G2 gets one. Many players close. But is he happy with that? Has he done enough? It's a 2v2.
His teammates coming.
The wraparound is on the way. Nice work by Sign, and they will
नहीं
clean it up in
12
the
तो
end. But
बोला था कमबैक हो
danger
सकता है
averted, but only barely.
I'll be honest with you, like at least
Full
on
buy
the
round
side,
आएगा
no,
तो यही
I think
जीतेंगे
he's just having fun with this. I think they've looked at this and gone, yeah,
ये full
12
buy नहीं
rounds
कर
in a
रहे ना
row,
अभी
probably not going to happen. I'm just going to go fight them in
इको
their
रहा
spawn and
हूँ
see what will go through. I don't
नहीं
think
इको नहीं था
that
इनका
they were even considering the
नहीं इनका
possibility
नहीं
of
वो
a
पहला वाला ने
12-0
उसमें कुछ नहीं
return
लिया
on the
था
other side. And you can see it, their
पहला वाला
faces,
हाइड
Side
they're
ही
having a good time. They
ना
know their map
BBL
choices up next. For BBL,
अब
they've
देखो
just got
full
to
buy
make
है
sure
इन
they
पे
don't get too
मतलब full
far
buy नहीं
ahead
है
of
ठीक ठाक
themselves.
भाई
Of course, EDG investing everything back into this round does mean that as quote-unquote bonuses go, this is a relatively strong one. Couple of
oh my
rifles,
god कितना
a
चार्ज है
judge,
मेरा
and an SMG.
अपना देख रहे हैं
Realistically,
क्या
all
30% है
BBL
भाई
need is one.
हाँ फोन का तो चार्ज ही नहीं है
Well, EDG
तो
this
इतना
time,
चार्ज दे रहे
the
हैं
ones with the read, you might think.
अरे
Since there are
मतलब
players
गेम
outside the
खेल रहा
C
था ना
site,
मैं
despite was here moments ago, but now it's
सारा
shifting back to the
खुद का
other
पैर
side.
में खुद तो
As EDG stand with 3 players on the C site, one
नहीं,
sitting
मुझे क्या लगा
outside B,
तूफान आएगा बारिश
and
होता है
that would be
डेली
the one to be challenged. Perhaps not. No, they're going all the way around. It's a very slow early round. It's very uncharacteristic for BBL to not even look for a scrap at this point of the game. But I think they want to close this out while it's still in dominant fashion and stop EDG from building up that little bit of momentum towards the end of the game. It will be nobody that's challenged. I said it'd been a tough game for him, but that's a
ओए
bloody nice shot.
एंगल
नाइस
पकड़ा था वो
Hey, he's still got it. There's no doubt
प्ले
about
अच्छा
it.
मारा है उसने एंगल तो
Oh, it's gone.
उसका एम गलत
Gloves
है
rock, quickly able to trade, and the rotation just isn't there. The position though,
He's got a
of Gianni, he's got to get his gun out.
It's the worst gun for it.
The trip's offline, so we can
oh
actually
my god no way
unlucky to not get Rose 8
Yeah.
HP. TP past the
नहीं रेस
wall.
मर गया
Sign
नहीं,
left
नहीं,
blinded. He's
उसको
trying
मारा
to
था ना
deny them, but instead he ends up being
फेड
caught.
फेड
Him
फेड
staying
बच गया
alive with the wall might have even been enough to
हाँ, फेड बच
potentially
गया
change the round. Instead, Chichu's going to try and
फेड इज
maybe even
लो
run in
यार
and deny the plant, but he's too late. And LaRock's now caught him through
हाँ
the smoke. It's down to Khan again to keep them alive. And he's
अबे
got rid
स्मोक के
of
अंदर मार दिया
a showstopper at least.
दे रहा
Rose is pretty low. He almost pulled off a 1v5 earlier in the day. This one doesn't seem so difficult,
1v1
especially with Rose so desperately low. A chance to catch him through the wall. Just needs a
He's
singular bullet
too
to connect,
low,
but
bro.
Rose is now hiding behind the pillar. Not wanting to give his opponent anything, just trying to work off the time. Doesn't even care about anything else. It's ring around to Rose. He's gone all the way around behind him. He's just trying to wrap back around as well.
ओह
It might be a little bit
लो एचपी था
closer,
ना
हो
but
जाएगा
I
हो
think
जाएगा
जाएगा।
Khan has got
ये
this
बहुत
one
कम
at
था वो
least.
Yeah,
तो शॉटगन
BBL
से ही
though,
खत्म
giving them a
हुआ
lot of respect. This isn't just a
हाँ
round gifted
वो
to
नहीं लेता
EDG.
शॉटगन से
For
बट
BBL, they
दूसरा था
played this
ना
incredibly slow. They tried to push and pull the map. That rotation, again, great work from Jenny, considering he had the judge. Almost expected him to just stay tucked, but he almost gets away with a kill, and that HP definitely made a difference in that
Yeah.
1v1 in the end. So it was good work to at least get that damage. Most importantly, to get the information for those early rotates back. And yes, Sign might not have won the fight, but he kept him in position long enough. Chichu could follow up.
Sometimes all you have to do is give
नहीं
Parker
फिर डॉट
नहीं
में
मतलब
क्या
उनका
फीट
रेस
रेस
में
उनका
हेल्प
वो
किया
Yeah, if he's
हाँ
on your
हाँ
team,
नहीं
you
डॉट्स
give
हो गया था वो
Yeah,
भी
yeah.
But
On the other
इनका
team,
वो-
do your best not to give him a chance.
क्या
but that
टेबल
doesn't
देखना
always
ग्रीन
work.
ग्रीन 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 ऑल ग्रीन
3 rounds,
एक भी रेड
you
नहीं
know,
है
25% of the way there. Doesn't sound so
कौन सा
bad.
टेबल
Yeah, listen, it's
तो ये
EDG
टेबल होता
finding
है
the seam.
किसका कितना पॉइंट्स है
It's
Gaming
along the
table.
right thread.
हाँ
Maybe it
right
all unravels
नॉट
for
दैट
अच्छा
गेमिंग
BBL,
टेबल वो
but
टेबल ही बोलते
seems
हैं
like a tall tale for the time being.
तो वही स्कोर बोर्ड
9 in a row needed. Chichu down
Red
in the
flag
trade.
is
Oh,
green
क्या
flag.
blind वाला
Great work from nobody. And Jenny as well.
कमबैक हो रहा है
A
क्या
2K for them each. And 4
बोला था
for EDG.
कमबैक हो
Relatively
रहा
clean
है
as well.
कमबैक
Only
हो
one
रहा
player
है
lost.
ये
Yeah,
As I said, for me, like
क्या मारा है
8 more rounds in a
भाई
row. Too
खतरनाक
big of a
मारा
task.
But
It's possible,
लाइक
but
इन
unfeasible. But
इन ए ब्लिंक ऑफ एन
all
आई
we need to see is them pick
सीधा
up that
खत्म
momentum to start to feel like they're not just leagues
Comeback
below the
Yeah,
squad.
I think like warming up into their own map choice is going to be very important. I think we've already seen that throughout this tournament so far with some pretty devastating defeats
Good
and then
and
managing
orderly.
to turn it around. I think even look at BBL in their last series versus 100 Thieves, dominated map 2, still lost map 3. Like as long as their opponents felt like they were in it. But it does seem like the beasts from the east are now awake.
kind of
And they're enjoying themselves while they do it. Some nice shots being connected by nobody as well. Gianni waking up, and you could see from the BBL side that this is now not haha hee hee funny. They need to take a attack pause to make sure that this one doesn't get out of control. Maybe even learning from the mates yesterday that, okay, we want to get ahead of this because the more EDG warm up, yeah, sure, 8 rounds in a row is still incredibly difficult to do, even just considering ult cycles. But if there was a team with the caliber of player that could do it, it is EDG.
And plenty more teams I'd put below that caliber have done it here at this event. So for EDG, give them a chance. They will, well, they'll do their best to claim it. BBL, though, I think from the point of 12-2, you've seen that they're playing a tight game. They don't want EDG to get back into this. They believe it's possible, as they should. Kraven with the lurk has caught nobody. That's a big gap. Showstopper puts caught his head on the door, and he's a little slow on the follow-up. Paranoia lands, but a shot from Concon. It's not just one man pushing. No, this is a strategy from EDG. They're putting the pressure on from both sides. It's knife out. Oh, it's a big mistake. Concon falls. And even with that great pick from Saren, it's a 3 versus 2. Spike on its way to C, and well,
hello.
Yeah, well, you get the info at least.
Flank. Because Signed was spotted on the other side of the map, that was the immediate call from Loiter that, okay, I can now TP into the back of that site, past all of his utility. It's a gap that was exploited. And now the remaining 2 players of EDG look to fight for survival once again in map number 1. In the decider matchup, one team goes through to the playoffs, the other team will be eliminated.
Yeah.
Signed maybe a little bit ahead of where BBL expected them to be. Good paranoia, but the trade immediately onto it. A lot of damage being done, but it will not be enough. A stellar first half out of BBL. And an incredible turnaround after
How the
playing
fuck
this map
EDG is
twice
losing?
in the last few days,
EDG
losing
का
in
comeback हुआ
overtime
था.
in both occasions.
But
They have
unfortunately,
come back versus
BBL
one of those
won.
teams and had a 12-0
नहीं comeback बहुत अच्छा किया लेकिन
and they
कितना
managed to get the job done.
4 rounds
Attack, the
हुए.
man on your screen, Kraven, was one of the big
4
parts
rounds
of that
उन्होंने बहुत
incredible
खतरनाक
seaside
comeback
hold
किया
with the
था.
swap to the Cypher. Of course, with EDG, it will be their map choice coming up next, and they need to bounce back.
I mean, Kraven was holding C
अभी वाला एक मैप तो हो गया
They
है.
came direct. They came slow. They tried to push and pull, but nothing worked against
अभी भी रोमियो
BBL. The info
2
came
और
here
मैप
on Lotus,
है.
looking
वहाँ पे
leagues
देखते हैं
better than before,
कौन
and any
जीतता है.
past problems will be left there. Now,
अभी
it's time to see
1-0
if they
है.
can close the series or if EDG can dig deep and bounce back
कैसा
in
हार
their first
गया?
week. Before that, though, back.
कैसे हार गया वेंचुरी टीम? अरे अभी 2
Thank you
और
very much, Mitch.
2 more
And
maps
yes,
are there.
EDG staving off being on the wrong side of history, but it's just a consolation prize to get those 4 rounds on attack or on defense to try and make the scoreline look competitive. Because it was 12-0 and we were frantically looking up different stats, history, through lines to 13 zeros in a competitive match, especially of one of this caliber. And it was tough to find
I didn't have my laptop, so I literally had to go on my phone being like, yeah, I'm going to scroll through every single result that EDG has ever had in history, and I could not find a single 13 that was not going their way. So yeah, 1 pistol away, and do not forget, Loita almost closes that out in their favor. Do you remember at the beginning of the map when I was like, oh, they play such simple compositions at the beginning of the year. They were so good at it with the Cypher, the Sova, whatnot. Kraven moves from the Viper to the Cypher. The trips that he had on C control, that Kangan and Jenny could not do whatever they wanted to. The impact, I mean, it was, let's be honest, I think we should treat this as a 30 now. It would be in my heart.
I mean, realistically, they were 1 left click away from him. It doesn't get any closer than that.
He's yummy now. He's so yummy.
I might be after that game. They convinced me. They absolutely just destroyed them in that first half there. I feel like EDG, very grouped, mostly quite direct, which plays in so well into what BBL do. They restrict their map, they fast rotate across, and every time it felt like EDG are attacking, it decides with 3 or even more people on them, and they just couldn't win out those duels.
It was a situation of pick your poison. You go C, there's Lover's Rock with an operator. You go B, there's Kraven, who is, I don't know, 15-1. Good luck going there. And and on A, you have the older Trident ready to take on the fight and already put in pressure. Incredibly quick in their reactions and their adaptations throughout the defense. In fact, the challenge for this entire map was to get an attacking round for any of the teams.
LaRock yet again continuing his run of having plus 300 ACS. 349, the highest out of any map on the tournament so far. He has been the best player.
And you can say that all of the players from BBL stepped up to the challenge. There was a moment where they were 5-0 where we showed the player cams and I saw Rose screaming and like hitting this. I'm like, there's no way you're mad at him. There is no way, like something, even on the smallest mistakes that they were making, the corrections were instant. Hey guys, there's a gap here. We cannot let this player do this. And time again, with that aggression, all of them, sometimes playing these rounds where they're just, in Spain we used to call them hooligan rounds because they go all together and it's impossible because in every situation they're going to have +1 player almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me is I'm so impressed by how they've managed to assess what happened against EDG last time. You know, that big overtime that they don't manage to close.
Last
came back and they figure out what EDG are doing to a T. They have literally every single answer here, so full credit to BBL and the staff behind them.
I think it goes back to what you guys said earlier on the C site, given the fact that we've seen throughout the tournament, that has just been the site to go to just to fight, to pick the Cypher, to shut that down, knowing you play on defense first. I think it was fascinating adaptation here, and it worked to the point where EDG's fast plays were
ये वाला बंदा है जो अपने हेडफोन ईयरफोन को ऐसा फेंका एक तो मेरा भी फेंका मैं भी जब भी जाती हूँ ईयरफोन निकाल के
At some point, EDG was like, "Oh yeah, we can go with the Stinger and get the kill here," and it's like, it's BBL. Sometimes their biggest mistake is getting extra aggressive and just overheating during the rounds. This map, I think that it only happened a couple of times, and it never meant them losing the round. You remember we were seeing at the beginning of this replay the Kankan almost 1v5. We would have had a very different map, I feel like, if that would have gone his way.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't help but feel for EDG. Like the highlights of them are Kankan almost doing something cool, and then signed with the 3K, almost doing something cool. It's just not quite enough yet.
I think the additional one is Chichu stopping the 13-0
with
just that pistol there in the pistol round, getting the big smile. They were able to put something together, but not quite enough given the deficit they were put in early on. And we're going to see what they have cooking up here for map number 2, because it's going to be whatever they came with map number 1. You don't want to miss it. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
चलो बारिश तो बंद हुई
बारिश बंद होने से क्या लाइट कहाँ से
लाइट है भाई
ये देखो ऐड ब्रो ऐड देखो
अरे भाई
स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट ब्रांड इन द
जो लोग प्रीमियम देख YouTube
तो एटलीस्ट हमको ये तो पता चल गया कि सपोज लाइक हम लोग मिडिल लिस्ट पे जाए तो ये वाला नेटवर्क लेना है
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our
superpower.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
हम ये बनाते हैं इंडिया वर्ल्ड कप तो नहीं होगा वो इंडिया कप
चलो मेरा माउस को ही दिखा देते मेरा माउस लेजेंड का है भाई क्या
वो बात बता टूर्नामेंट क्या कहता है वैलो सेकंड नहीं था कुछ और था
आई डोंट नो
पता नहीं
क्रंचीरो सब्सक्रिप्शन भी दे देते फ्री में देखते मजा आ गया
पीसी और एनर्जी कहाँ हो रहा है
क्यों ना लिखा हुआ स्ट्रीम ऑन द लेटेस्ट एंड ग्रेटेस्ट एनीमे वन पीस देता है क्या इधर पे
पता है ये हमारे यहाँ नहीं होगा ना
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Titan Evo.
Wow. एनर्जी का है क्या?
7.
Backing your every move.
एनर्जी और कार्माइन कॉर्प 7:15 से ये वाला ग्रुप के बाद।
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant as we had one of the fastest map number ones here in the tournament in our decider match. It was BBL taking down EDG on the Lotus, 12-0 first half, couple rounds back to make the scoreline look competitive by EDG, and we finished 13-4, and we turn our focus now to our second map. Kukuka here alongside Big Time, and y'all, how do you recover from something like that if you're EDG?
I think, yeah.
How do I recover?
I think this always looks like it's going to be harder to recover from than it is. I think it's harder to recover from close OTs where you feel like, oh, we should have won. If only I'd done this. Those kind of things can get in your head a bit more. I think a 13-0 is definitely a little bit more like, oh, like, there's kind of nothing we could do there. They were firing, our game plan was wrong, whatever it is. It's sort of one big mistake instead of 1,000 tiny mistakes. So I think in theory, it's not super hard for them to just slide this one to one side and go, okay, we had the wrong idea here. But now we're moving to our map pick. Now we're moving to Breeze where we look good. So I think they'll be okay. I just think it's all about that short-term memory. Ultimately, you have to just put that out of your minds, not care what happened. And, you know, it wasn't quite the 13-0. So I do think that helps a little bit. There isn't the shame of a Mixwell tweet being fired your way and knowing that it was ultimately as bad as it could get. But I think they'll be fine. EG are a composed enough team also. We know that they've been to big stages. We know that they've lost map once before. So I have full faith that they will be okay heading into this map too.
We've had already some very devastating results here in EWC. Sometimes it means that the second map is only going to be a repetition. But in most of the occasions, I say that teams are able, as you're saying, to bounce back mentally from that. Sometimes players go on the map and they're just literally unstoppable. The question is now, is BBL able to replicate that on Breeze? As I was saying at the beginning of the year, to me it was all about the Breeze. It's very similar to what we just saw here on Lotus. Of course, it doesn't have 3 sides, but the feeling is the same. It's incredibly abrasive, and if I am then, I would be playing literally what they were playing at the beginning of the year.
Yeah,
especially Dibrugarh तो बिल्कुल नहीं है.
Going to come from not in terms of name but in terms of performance.
यहाँ पे तो दिन में पूरा धूप, रात को बारिश.
Despite not even making it to, we're not in playoffs yet, but the types of performances that he's been putting up have been insane.
Yeah, we have to have that conversation, especially when after these 2 days and after the daybreak that we have when we jump into playoffs, we need to start speaking about these real serious candidates. But LaRock was amazing, and even though on that Lotus where, you know, some of these clutchy rounds that we were speaking, like the Kraven, the Loita, even if his name wasn't there, when you look at the scoreboard and you're like, overall on the impact that he had throughout the game, yes, it was still there. It was still leading the charts, and it's just incredibly reliable that I don't think that this happens. Like, yes, you can have a good tournament, and it will be like, you know, in most of the matches you will have a good performance. But in all of them?
Yeah.
In all of them? Seriously?
It does start to get a little bit crazy for LaRock with the numbers that he is putting up. I mean, it's hard for me to bet against them after map 1 like that, but I will say, cast your mind back to that split that they played in their previous series. It was a 13-3, even more dominant than this first map was on paper, and they still lost out that series. So, want to see them have that composure, want to see them carry that momentum from map to map, because if they're able to heat up like they did there on Lotus, this Breeze will become enormously tricky.
Yeah, let's dive into Agent Select as Breeze is EDG's map pick, and they're hoping it goes the same way that it did for BBL's own map pick. But they can get something going here.
Yeah, okay, so for EDG, this is more or less the same comp, but there is a little change here. When we saw EDG play against RRQ, Kang was on the Jet. He's now across onto the Neon.
आज Valo कब
how does this
होगा?
I feel like this is going to be able to stop
Valo
BBL,
after
Jet is fantastic.
the watch party ends, तब होगा Valorant. वो रात हो जाएगा. इसके बाद टाइम लग जाएगा. अब कब स्टार्ट हुआ था ये तो 4 बजे से नहीं, ये वाला स्ट्रीम अराउंड 3:45 से स्टार्ट हुआ था. वो वाला तो 7:15 से स्टार्ट हुआ, तो 7, 9
from
9,
time to
10 हो
time, but
सकता है
it's going to be hard to break through all those
Yeah,
walls that
around
you're talking about. That,
10
it does feel
हाँ
like a
वही
very targeted
तब तक
change
तो
to
ब्रुक
put
का सब
BBL
कुछ
on the
RIP
back
हो
foot,
जाएगा
especially when EDG are coming in for the retakes with that harbor. That's what I want to see. No fighting on the side, have some discipline, and take it to BBL at the right time.
Will BBL qualify yet another EMEA squad into the playoffs, or can EDG force that final map number 3? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Ninja Tom.
Neon Man Neon
Thank you, my
Mini
darling Egon. BBL versus EDG, map number 2, and after the first one, I don't know what to expect. BBL came in on a belter. I haven't seen Krevin with that strong of a start, and he continued it in quite a while. And for EDG, the bounce back is what they're looking for here. That last map was tough, but the second half, they were competing in. They woke back up, and I think BBL's setup was really the crux of it. This wasn't the BBL or a better team, but they had the better approach. Now it's on to EDG's map pick, and it started out with Jenny's instant death.
Yeah, he was trying to walk up outside of B, and they were just ready and watching for it. It seems like the defenders had a goal to get aggressive, and their goal is currently, well, it's looking like an own goal at this stage. They have already been shut down early, the remaining 2 players having to just try and piece the puzzle back together, but well, it's looking like there's a big hole in the middle at this point.
Tom, when was the last time you saw BBL in absolutely any round with 5 players alive, sitting in their spawn with a minute left on the clock? I can't think of when that was. I'm not sure it's ever happened before. They're on a level of locked in that you don't usually get to see. Because normally they want to come out and disrespect at least a start. But we saw it at the end of Lotus. As I said, at 12-2, there's an immediate sign that these guys, they're playing like they can still lose this game.
Well, Chichu's having a good time. He's got his little gloves on, and he's punching the body of Rose, so still giving it, that's for sure, but LaRock has shut him down immediately. Another pistol round under the belts of BBL to start off this first half. And I kind of want to talk about these 2 teams on this map in general.
जैसे कि मैंने उस दिन बोला था ना वो कल मैच खेल रहे थे ना मैंने बोला था ना एक बंदा AFK था
I feel like the roles made a little bit more sense. You had that sort of more passive harbor for Sign. They gave the KO to Gianni, moving him off of smokes and allowing him to be a little bit more proactive, more aggressive. And then on the other side of things, it does feel like this map is very hit and miss for BBL. Sometimes they look like they can utterly dominate a half, like versus Town of Fire, where they just go 9-3 on the attack. And then the next time, sometimes players go missing and they can get bodied. So it is difficult to tell if this is going to end up being a good choice for them. Of course, right now, I feel like a lot of what they ended up doing in the last map was kind of back to basics, go to more of what was comfortable for them. And on this attack, almost moving as a bit of a death ball, even in just the first couple of rounds, that could be a pretty terrifying thing for EDG to have to react to.
We didn't know about the future of BBL after that first run. Their strengths were taken out of the game, were weakened at least a little bit, and we questioned, will we even see them at an international again? Certainly people out there did. BBL were aware of it.
Well, there were lots of rumors of even player changes because it was like, okay, can Lovers recover to the point where if he's not playing Yori, he can actually play to a decent level? And I'll be honest, I think a lot of those were very, very harsh to saying that we're not going to give him any time to correct. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
No damage done. That is a strong round for BBL, and again, what has alarm bells ringing in my head? Look how slow they were on that take. They waited for the drone to go out. They pushed together. They were spamming the angles they hadn't cleared. They waited for the reveal deeper, even with the advantages. And BBL are normally a team. We've seen it many times, especially off the back of a dominant win, that will come in and make mistakes because they usually don't get punished, and they give you a chance to fight back. Right here, BBL are playing tight in the first 2, but that was just pistols for EDG.
Awesome.
This is the real round. The rifles are out, and hopefully more than 1 kill will be on the board by the end of it.
Yeah, but this bonus round is incredibly strong for BBL. They have come in with rifles on every single player. The weakest weapon, well, it's arguable, is either the Outlaw, which, okay, will only be 1 shot for 1 player, but normally you might see an SMG or 2, so they have got their credits in a very good spot. And for EDG, if the last map is anything to go by, it does feel imperative that they get on this board early. Start to put the pressure on for the Turkish Titans. Well, already, nobody is going to spot things out. Doesn't have a lot of immediate support, so he's going to have to do a lot of this on his own. He has already picking off Larok, but the trade is immediate onto his teammate. Still, he holds the backline, but only for a second.
Fishing for those kills has worked out so far.
वो बने
Now
दो को
it
लिया
looks to
नहीं नहीं मैंने
double
दो
down on
बंदा
the
के
advantages, weapons recovered,
लो एक
and
ही
from a
साथ में
strong bonus round to
उसने
an unbreakable
क्या बढ़िया
start
होता
with
था
Jenny. Your last man standing, one under his belt, a solid start. Good flash out of the smoke. Spaz
Oh.
might have gotten him, but Loida was there first.
I am the
Anti-flash
Raja.
behind the wall and finding 3-0. That round now gets me even more.
नियन बोल रहे फिस्ट बम दो वो बंदा
He
इग्नोर कर
wasn't
दिया
happy with the quality of that fist bump. That's the biggest problem that BBO is having right now. Like, sorry, bro, you didn't fist bump me well enough at the end of the round. That was a bonus round. And again, definitely not a good sign. They seem like they are going back to, as said, a lot more basics. You're always going to have problems, I think, especially on the defensive side when you're a team with a stand-in, because you have to try and make sure you have that same sort of synergy you normally have while not having the same sort of synergy that you normally have. So if an opponent could just fast-paced take into sites, which BBL are excellent at, it becomes incredibly difficult for EDG to react in the same sort of way. 3-0. Similar start to what we saw on the previous map. Of course, it was a 12-0 defensive side half for BBL, which they eventually closed out 13-4. This round, not a whole lot invested. A Bucky, SMG, few pistols, but expectations low.
Decent code, but Lover's Rock was already ahead of it. The chance for the pistols to thrive normally in those choke points now will have to be towards the site. The wall at least allows them close for the flash through, and that's a good pickup for Jenny. Con's there as well, but the push is coming in on the other side of the map, and nobody's fallen without anything to say for it, anything to show for it. And a plant now for BBL puts them back into this 3v3. They're not happy though. No, this isn't the passive team that we've seen in those first three. It's aggression now out of Larok. I think he's 5-0 at the moment, possibly even more.
They check.
Oh, it was Lloyd. Sorry, Larok's being slower, but of course he's delivering again in the corner. Perhaps I'm seeing into the future of Forge Form. And a fifth on offer. He will find it. Clean as can be for Larok. And BBL continue to streak rounds together in the early stages of this map.
Yeah, I will say, normally when they have a worse map of Breeze, it's because Larok's not hitting. Like, him on the Jet has been the sort of, like, win factor. It's like, is he going to be the best player in the server, or are we going to lose? Like, that's kind of how this map has gone. There was once, I think, where Rose, like, clutched every round for, like, an entire map, but that... I'm not expecting that to happen again. And the fact that we currently have Loiter, Lovers Rock, and Larok all on 5 kills, 2 deaths between the 3 of them. Now I want to see a response. Now I want to see something from EDG to make me believe this is going to be a close series in the early fight. It's shaky and they're already gone! They're already dead and buried! Both Signed and Jenny gone. The lurk from Kreven almost feels like an afterthought because there's going to be nobody left to lurk on.
2v5. Hunter's Fury available for the post plant for Rose, and he is back in main, holding the flank. Speaking of which, look where Kreven is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He is a defender and slowly boxing them in. There is nothing for EDG to do to win this round, short of spinbotting, I think. And with Chichu left alone, the save has to be the call, even then. Look how quickly Rose moves. Back towards the spawn, players on doors. Chichu's going to have to fight to keep this rifle. And he's got a battle brewing on absolutely every side. Good work to find too. Every kill here is an orb towards a Viper's Pit, and that will help massively in locking down these choke points. Even if he does go down here, considering they're not going to be in the best spot financially next round anyways, it wouldn't be the end of the world. What may be is BBL
gonna be
no
important.
signs of stopping. This is... the other concerning thing is on the way into those sites now, that's a number of times Signed has been completely caught off guard, and I expect a pause out of EDG now. They need to restructure this because the pace, and it's not even that strange of a pace. Look, a crossfire where one player has his wall out.
The problem though is that you say that, but they've done the same thing on both sides of the map, and it doesn't matter who's been there. They've done the same thing.
There was nobody getting caught by the dash in as well.
This is what I mean. I think BBL have figured out the code of how to beat a team in the stand-in, which is just group up as 5 or 4 in this case and just hit them. Just hit them at pace. Because you can't react. Like, you basically have to be trading evenly with the stand-in. And if not, like you saw with nobody on the other side, he's gambling and they're putting players elsewhere to try and figure out a fix. And then if he dies, you've lost the site. That's the problem. It's very, very difficult to have, especially on the defense, that same synergy you normally would, the same reaction you normally would. And as of right now, BBL are just going 4-1 or 5-0. Let's just go into one site, hit it as hard as we can, and until they stop us doing this, let's just keep doing it. And while look at the current scoreline, they haven't been able to stop them doing it. So that's why the pause has been called. That's why a timeout has been taken, because this is now panic stations for EDG. If it keeps going in this form for BBL, they'll be the fourth EMEA team out of 5 to make it to playoffs. And EDG will be out.
Being a team a second time, often the hardest, but for BBL, it seems like they've stepped up in every facet. EDG, as you said, call that timeout. 5-0 down. And they've been put under so much pressure early on in this defense. But BBL also changed their approach. This isn't going to be the push and pull. This isn't going to be the more direct plays. Instead, they're now going for a split mid. It's the space that's been left vastly open, looking to punish our EDG when BBL fight early for bottom mid. Instead, they bypass it, go tunnel, and now put the pressure on both sides. Jiju going to be caught with his back turn. He was worried about main, but not aware of the flank possibility. At least they know there's a kill on Opera up close, but Concon's punished immediately. It's a bit shaky for Larock. 10-1 though, as he finds that extra kill. I don't think Jenny's going to be pulled back into this round. No chance to res him on backside. Nobody's all alone. As if it's not bad enough to face against 4. Larock with a Blade Storm should make that even more terrifying.
No. Proper blades at a 4v1.
It's a bit strange.
I guess at this point, kind of do whatever you want. Go for the style points.
It's not like credits are going to be a problem anytime soon.
No, they're getting very close to max on almost every single player. And well, there you go. The additional kill will go his way. That's 6-0. Another flying start for BBL. Of course, we've seen the pause a tiny bit earlier this time around, but looking very comfortable, controlled, and we should be seeing a heavier investment into this one. I'm hoping we maybe get to see the operator out from Concon.
They definitely need something to be the difference maker. It doesn't look like that's going to be.
He doesn't play for their team.
Okay. EDG. Concon himself under pressure. Good job he doesn't have the office. There's a lot of targets coming his way. Dodges the paranoia. Dodges the Hunter's Fury. But can't dodge the shots from Lover's Rock. And now it's Sign, who's being put under pressure every time. He's being caught off guard. He's been on the back foot. And indeed, he will backpedal to meet the rest of his team.
Mike,
look at the position of Kreven. He has taken all of the B site. EDG massively rotating, and they're still caught off guard! Larock walked up on nobody in his drone, and nobody was covering him! Larock in for more! He'll finally be put to bed a second time! 13-2! And the reward you get is a 3v2 retake on the other side of the map.
Yeah, this is a save. That's what it feels like. You'd have to clear everything, and with the time that's already gone, the opportunity for it is basically null and void. I love this from BBL. You have been doing the same thing again and again from 6 rounds, the 4-1. Like, just send everybody one way, send Kreven the other way. And after they get the opening pick, Kreven just goes, guys, there's nobody here. And I don't mean the player. They made it so easy to rotate back the other way, even having the TP out from Loiter, so you can just take the spike directly to the site, and then they leave another lurk in the form of your most aggressive player. Well, actually, him and Lover's Rock is kind of close, but one of your most aggressive players, and he just sits there and waits.
Him and Lover's Rock. You saw that Loiter TP earlier onto Rubble. I think we can put a few more names in the hat. That's insane. The fact that he's able to walk through like that. Keep in mind, he's not even on his own. Lover's Rock was there with him to give him that extra layer. It's why he can push site, not worry about that wraparound. But that's got to be a good blow for EDG. Nobody caught with 3 teammates around him in his drone. And still they're sold to fake all the while. Lover's Rock down to 30, down to 0, right off rip. Good damage from Concon. The dash back, though, might make them think everybody's left. Now they know. The spike is there. Kreven is being chased, but he's making it away, at least for now. Concon won't let him go much further. But now there's backup, and a snake bite slows him. EDG, though, they're ahead of the play, but they're all here again. They've given up all the space, and BBL have shown that they are willing to fill it in when it's wide open.
They found that A site almost for free. Rose is
not
very
again.
aggressive. He's going to try and get past the drone. He's going to catch him while stuck in it. It's been a nightmare for nobody. And Rose can look to try and hold on to this control. Good work, though, from the remaining players of EDG. A quick kill to clear him. Two desperately low on the other side. And Loiter, the one healthy man. Laroc's lurk has been spotted.
BBL killing any, yep.
Health.
He's walked back into the space. The knife just cleared that.
बहुत खतरनाक खेल रहे हैं लोग.
But Jenny also has to move to the side. He's going to go and help his teammates. Kreven's now taking one down, but okay. It's left onto this man, and he's low with a knife out. Concon catches him. And finally, a round is on the board for EDG.
First point for EDG.
Yeah, it's safe to say that it's a mountain that needs to be climbed, but it's one of those ones where you look back to the first half of the last map of being a 12-0 and you go, okay, at least this time they're on the board a little bit early on. I think we're seeing some of what we expect to get from Concon, him and Signed, bringing them a path back into the game after the aggressive positioning.
So
But that has been the problem. There's been massive gaps throughout this defensive half. And of course, it's no surprise that there is plenty in terms of the credits. Lovers Rock buying into the operator on the attack. An investment that may just look to try and deny any of that defensive aggression, which is going to be coming.
Spike drop.
You reckon they check Chichu?
I don't think they do. It really depends on Jenny. And he's backed off the angle now. They start to think that this is a play elsewhere, that they have to cover off mid as the rotate comes in from nobody to go towards the A site, all thanks to the Viper wall. And now that means Chichu doesn't have backup. He doesn't have support. Even a flash can't make it through. He'll find one. Smoke somehow. I mean, good work from Chichu. It looked like he should have gotten nothing.
Yeah, the Rock also tagged low, so an advantage once again. Rose, though, instead has managed to kill off Concon. The trades, again, though, are immediate. Lovers Rock with one more catching sign, and that gives them a path back towards the A site. In fact, they've left a player there once again. Lovers Rock will be able to get that plant in position, but there is LaRock catching Gianni. It leaves nobody to try and clutch out. To stop this being a one and done, to stop this being an 8-1 scoreline. And both remaining attack players are sat passively. They're checking for the flank. Of course, with LaRock low, you kind of expect him to be the first to peek, but they are sitting passively.
CXGYD, welcome to the stream.
This player to get a move, stun out already, and the second player still hasn't given the game away just yet. It's the run across, and LaRock didn't even need
another points for BBL
whatsoever.
That's a really tough situation now for EDG. It's a couple times, like, look at the rotate through mid. 2v3 Sign was completely caught off guard. They had a great start from Chichu, and the fact that they recovered it like that, but the guy's rotating through mid with his knife out. He's completely lost in the sauce. It's not like they had any reason to believe they couldn't be elbow. In fact, they had reason to believe they should be elbow.
Watch party ongoing, right? Yep.
Big mistake, to be honest, and a very big cost paid for it. This was EDG's chance to fight back in.
This is the match 2. First round was won by BBL.
One round on the board, BBL.
First map was Lotus.
And the outlaw
this
buy
is
here for Lovers Rock. Look how confident he is. He knows the buy that they're on. You can see the economy.
Of course. It went.
Double barrel operator now.
He went around with not many surviving. Okay. Unchecked, there's nobody. They're even once again. Concon's going to try
EDG
and
at this point.
Around the edge of that harbor utility.
कुछ भी हो सकता है.
However, BBL are just patient.
Is washed out.
Waiting it out.
Second भी BBL ही जीत देगा. Let's see.
This one Sign again. A 1-for-1 trade, and there's Concon to react, but once more it goes back and forth. The advantage, though, this time claimed by EDG.
Oh, by EDG.
It's up to Loiter. Now, the other defender is very far
Hey,
away.
worst performance done.
In fact, though, as he just about rotates in, that's
they
where
are
Loiter
doing their
makes his
best,
move.
right?
Already on 3 kills in this round, looking for the ace.
Plan
Chichu
हो
might
गया.
be a little
Okay.
bit further ahead than what he's expecting. Never mind, he's going to go forward. Is he looking to go all the way around?
I think he's just cutting the rotation through mid. Like, that's not a position you're going to expect someone to be sat in this situation. It's usually like you've got players on site distracting, but instead he's tucked in. Luckily, Jenny is clearing it. The mistake there could have been costly. Especially early on, considering that plant location, he'd have to move. If Jenny falls
Yeah,
early,
true.
all
Let's see.
advantages slip.
क्योंकि पहला मैच अगर तुमने देखा होगा पहला वाला मैच
He was in the right place at the right time. He heard that
जब
TP take it.
उनका अटैकिंग का टाइम हुआ BBL का शायद
Good rotation from EDG. Good cautionary
मैं बोल
rotation.
के उन लोगों ने बहुत खतरनाक कमबैक किया था लाइक 4 राउंड्स उन्होंने बहुत खतरनाक जीता था
I think, to be honest, everybody's
कुछ भी हो
finding their
सकता
one,
है
but then it's this kill. It's Gianni making sure that you don't end up losing that fight and then being very cautious on the rotation. It's a second round, but 8 is already pretty good on that attack side for BBL. And there's no guarantee that they're stopping at 8. Of course, buying back up once again, but this time the Viper's Pit is going to delay and deny a lot of that A control, but it's not going to deny them the Orb, which instead gets them a Hunter's Fury, and they have a Viper's Pit for a potential post-spawn. I am, however, looking at Gianni with that null command. If you can deny a lot of that utility, you could make things a little bit tougher.
Perhaps that will have to be for the retake. Pit and 3 players towards the A side. And a Hunter's Fury fired in by the attackers, trying to hunt down that kill, but it's Concom with a double. And the escape back, never mind, he's back for more!
Damn.
3 versus 2.
तीन को ले लिया mid में.
Advantage claimed by Concon, and the round could be closed by nobody. This position is nigh on perfect, and the fact that he didn't help with the mid fight makes you think that there's no way he'd be here. Striking at just the right time. And now Kreven, as impressive as he's been, the big clutch. I mean, he can cross with the orb. He can put the pit down. And then this becomes a difficult enough round.
That was good, yeah.
To use it. Maybe one more kill and he might, but he's not going to get the opportunity. Nobody makes sure of it. A big round from Khan, a complete disruption of the attempted play by BBL. And again, seeing some of that individual flair we know he has in droves. 8-3. From what was a 7-1 scoreline. A pretty decent resurgence toward the end of the half. Of course, it's still going to be a mountain to climb in the second, but an 8-4 certainly looks better than where they would be at if not for some of these plays.
Well, yeah, every little is going to help. The downside better than it was last map.
Beautiful.
And I do think that for EDG, and you said this in the last map as well, it proved to be true here more so, that on the defense, you just struggle so much when you have a stand-in. Gaps, the rotations, everything suffers. For EDG, getting out 8-4 certainly makes it a lot more likely they're going to be able to trade blows in that next half and bring us all the way to sunset. For now, 5-man push towards this B site. Standing in their way. Chichu's been solid so far. And Jenny, a lot of utility as well that can come their way. The thing for BBL is that they're playing this so uncharacteristically slow. And I thought they were going to go for that mid-split, but it looks like the plan is just to test them in a straight-up fight.
Oh, same fight's going to leave some of them a little bit vulnerable. First player through, though. Nobody's done well to disrupt. Trade back, nicely done by Chichu, and he's looking for a little bit more. The site hold of B is his domain in this round.
Oh wow, welcome to the
The last
stream.
man standing, and the ult is there to finish him off. It took a little
EDG
while for
won.
EDG to get going, but they've at least got themselves a minimum amount of rounds, and that early blitzing has turned into an 8-4.
That's all they needed to do. The course correction here is clear from EDG. They're back in the game. If they can take a pistol, that gap closes in massively. And on the attack side, comfort should be there in a way that it certainly wasn't in the first. BBL were able to put a lot of pressure onto this squad. Whether it was the mid splits, that especially worked wonders for them. But the lurks late with more direct A attacks, the amount of times we saw players caught off guard, and of course Signed is the one that comes to mind, but think of nobody. 2 rounds in a row, or at least in very quick succession, he is caught with a drone out. And it seemed like the game plan from EDG at the start required a couple of patches.
मेरा दिन का भी
As you
पहला
said,
खाना हो रहा
they
है.
got there in the end. In the second
I was
half,
hungry.
hopefully comfort's going to be there as well.
Don't
We should
mind.
see a real brawl from for BBL to try to deal with.
Yeah, I think it was much more difficult when you're going for those sort of death balls to really hold on to a lot of those early fights, and then the retakes weren't really working out either, especially with what BBL was doing of just late implants. Like, even if they sometimes had direct lurks in the form of Kreven, other times they would take a space, implant someone, and then leave. And that was definitely causing problems. On the defensive side, that's going to be quite a bit more difficult to do. And as said, like, you're going to have the same opportunity with Khan leading the charge and potential for those executions. I'm also controlling the pace. I think that will help them out quite a bit, being able to have a focus on where you choose to fight. Of course, there's no doubt that the defensive side of BBL are also going to try and put the pressure on. They're going to try and take that space away from you, get up in your face, and I think it's going to be important that they do get a pistol, but also shut that down early. Make them doubt whether they can push middle or try and play for main, or have maybe even the operator controlling some ground. If you can do that, then maybe there's a way back into the match. But even at 8-4, even with those, 4 of the last 5 or 6 rounds going their way, it is still a hefty deficit. And without a pistol round, I still don't see a way back.
I agree with you, yeah. The pistol, I'm almost putting it in their hands already. For EDG's sake, I want to believe that they can find it, but the slope steepens if that's not acquired. Presence of the A site. All 5 here. Knife sees no one close, and it's time to pick up the pace. Khan leading the charge, and Kreven on the other side giving up that space. They will play for the retake. Not that they have much of a choice.
Yeah, direct stuff. Not wasting any time for EDG. That was the expectation, but now BBL gonna be patient themselves. I'm liking the position of Chichu. Maybe a chance to catch someone, but timing here is going to be everything. If he goes back through the door, even if he doesn't, it's given the game away to Larocque that somebody is going to be around this angle. He's waiting for his teammates to make a bit of a move to buy him some additional space, and the timing couldn't be worse for Chichu. Literally the second he stopped watching, and because of that, everything falls apart. Khan is all that stands in their way from this second pistol round, but he's the man that may just be able to save them. Never mind. Loiter will find 3. And maybe a little bit wary about the time. He didn't want to give that diffuse over. There was plenty, but hey, better safe than sorry.
I think Larocque was saying, can I have that? Can I? No? Okay.
No, I need mine from the shadows,
time,
bro.
it's ticking so quick, bro. I couldn't hear it.
I need it for rotations.
But that play from Larocque to sit for that long, if he
literally the second he turns.
If he could see his opponent's screen, he wouldn't have timed that as well.
No.
That was pixel perfect.
No, you'd go right after he turns.
Yeah,
that's when
you'd be looking at his screen. You'd have to turn back.
No, instead, this is while he's half turned. It's like there was never any way that Chichu could react to that.
And of all the times to get unlucky, 8-4 down in a pistol round, because that's what that is. The rest is not unlucky, but the first one most certainly was. EDG,
okay.
Shaky from Lover's Rock, okay, an opportunity. Sign is the one to claim that scalp, and he goes pushing further, up close to the wall. Spam's now going to come his way, and he will be taken down as a result. They still have that outlaw, though. Dangerous for so many of these players, and in the hands of Khan, it's downright deadly.
Yeah, Loiter's the only one who can survive a shot. Fortunately, Kreven will land his first. Nobody's managed to pick it up, but now it's gone out of the round, and everything else is literally just down to Chichu. Very well dealt with by BBL. A conversion round that sees them take 4 rifles into the next round. They're making sure that this bonus is going to be a deadly one.
Double digits for BBL so early on. This is really surprised me here today. And I'd like to look at it as the level of BBL has increased. I think they prepared extremely well for this game. Looking at the first map in particular, like that was...
The Cypher chain worked wonders.
Like, genuinely, you'll never see a counter work that well. Like, at least 99% of the time. It's not as obvious that that was the counter and that was what changed it. But here, there was no way to argue it. But then coming into this map, I believed it would be a different story because it's not like we have that scenario to play out again. Yet EDG struggle. Now with the rifles in hand, this has to be where things take a turn for the better. And a turn for the worse for BBL. Otherwise, big trouble on the horizon. Paranoia. I don't think it caught Concon. It doesn't matter. Larocque's there, ready to defend his buddy. And now tucked in the corner. He'll strike from it alongside Rose. Shaky, but it gets there. In the end, Signed and Chichu surrounded, outnumbered. As that late play from Chichu comes in. He's got no one to meet back up with. And 4 opponents to take down. And no control of the spike.
Any positives?
Still got his orb. Wall's in the right place. There's 2 for you.
He's alive.
Got a rifle. There's 3. It's a lot of good things going. And probably the biggest upside to having a rifle is that he can save it for the next round. Because if you throw yourself at this one at 10-4 down, we might as well just call it GG right there and then. You're not playing for the future rounds. You're playing to lose here and now. It's not that bad if he plays exits. Because again, look at the economy. It's not like this rifle could save the day. And maybe managing BBL a little bit if he gets all 4 kills, for example. Orbs towards his ult. And it will have an effect down the line on the comeback that EDG already need. But I don't want to see him running at the site. That would be a bit silly.
But it seems like the plan is most certainly to try and save the gun. Of course, for BBL, this is a wonderful opportunity just to try and upgrade everything as they go. Go from what was good rifles to the best we have to offer. Every single one of them with that upgrade, and well, they are going to go walking towards Chichu. I don't know if he ended up. I hope for his sake he did.
A lot of y'all are wondering, what are we going to do if he saves the rifle? I guess we'll never know. I think for EDG, at this point, rifle or not, the problems come down to something far greater than that. BBL are on form. And thank you very much to our producer. He did not survive the round, so the rifle will be removed in the end by that swing out from Rose. For BBL, 2 rounds is all they need to close this out. A 2-0 lights out series up against EDG. The comeback for the attackers, well, certainly running out of runway. A lot faster than a Furious movie. With the smoke down, a reveal behind it, maybe a chance that can catch a few players, but it's not caught anything.
Oh my!
In for the double! And Larocque follows through with the same. Again, Chichu's at the double doors late to the party, and it's already over.
I don't think I've ever seen someone defend the site the way Rose just did. He ran out into the open. Like that was genuinely like running into no man's land with a grenade. Just like, I'm going down, but someone's coming with me. I'm surprised he got away with as much, but it is literally just the surprise factor. Okay, at this point, let's just take risks. I've got 4 young superstars behind me that if I get nothing, it doesn't even matter that much. And it's safe to say they weren't looking anywhere else.
I think our analyst desk had a heart attack. I can see Morgan sprinting over here to the desk. They didn't think this would be over this quickly. And I don't blame him.
No.
Especially not on this map. And if it was, I thought it'd be EDG. Dominantly winning. A great start for Chichu.
That's an important one. They've taken out Loiter as well. The wall has also blocked them from spotting the push-up. Kanka maybe further forward than expected, and definitely so. Kreven dealt with the operator now. Might even be worth just taking through into the next round. They do have plenty of credits to play with, but that doesn't mean you want to just hand it over to the other side. Larocque, however, may still feel like he can go for something here. They're looking to try and hunt down Lover's Rock. He's creating a little bit for himself, but Larocque has gone on the other side instead. And now it's just, if he can hold the gun, and he won't be able to. Great work from EDG. An A hit, into an A hit, into an A hit, into an A hit. And finally, they made one of them work.
And I think realizing that BBL, if they are holding minutes from much deeper, that those rotations aren't necessarily the reason that Chichu's finding the free space in the late round, so he goes a little bit earlier, and this time it works wonders. Obviously alongside the Reckoning, which is robbing any information out of those players on site, especially the one that gets dove onto with the drone. It's a good read. Chichu was late to the party a couple rounds in a row, so this time they send him early. And a round on the board as a result. Is it a flash in the pan at the beginning of something we'll remember for a long time to come? 7 in a row needed for EDG in a game that they have been shut out of. They found 9 rounds across both maps so far. Aggression from Concon shuts down the quick rotation, but they haven't seen that in the corner there was a little lurker. Kreven was waiting all the while, and now he strikes from the sidelines, leaving Concon alone and leaving EDG with a trip home. BBL push through to playoffs.
Yeah, we saw the organization do the same thing last year, but for this squad coming into what was clearly a tough group on paper. Sure, it was a weakened EDG, but it was one that still had some bite left in them. But today, utterly dominant display from start to finish. A 12-0 start in that first half, and they look like they might do the same in their second map as well. They didn't let their foot off the gas throughout the entirety of it, and I'm sure for EDG it is the second time at EWC that they will go out in the group stage, but it is a wounded team that I'm sure later in the year will come back much stronger.
They came in here with a stand-in, and they did a decent job of it, but we could see the cracks there as expected. If EDG were on their full form, no doubt we would have gotten a closer matchup here today. But one thing is for sure, whatever power level EDG came in on, BBL have stepped up since the start of this tournament. They looked clean on Lotus, a map that had problems for them in every series so far. And now they've come through to prove that they didn't just patch it. Oh, they fixed it top to bottom. This ship has been rebuilt. Not even Decius could tell the difference, and now a 2-0. That's going to be them stepping into playoffs with a lot of confidence.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure that anybody would like to be coming up against them, and they join the lone 100 Thieves alongside 4 EMEA teams. And you know what, I know we always throw to Digon, but I'm excited what this man has to say. The EMEA traitor. How you doing, Morgan?
We'll hear from Big Time in just a little bit to talk about EMEA supremacy. Pacific not looking so great. The East not looking so great right now, as it is a dominant performance here. A 2-0 map victory, series victory in the decider match here for BBL. As Tom said, 4 out of the 5 EMEA squads qualified for playoffs here at EWC 2026 as we welcome back our desk. And that is the question, Big Time. How you feeling?
He calls me a traitor. He calls me a traitor. But was I ever a traitor? Was I not a true believer? Was I not just inspiring them, giving them courage to succeed and do better? I doubt in the spirit of success for EMEA, I only push them to be even better than they have already been, and they are living up to that here at EWC.
Do never believe someone that speaks to you like this. Never. That is my piece of advice. You're not going to guess. Where were you born in the UK?
I was born up north.
So, I don't know, it's just funny to see like a British boy just defending the east of the planet, and I'm sorry that it's just not working out.
I love Pacific.
You should have stayed.
I'll always have a deep love for Pacific.
You left because you thought that we were not going to be good, and Pacific was doing so good, and now look at us, look at us.
Yeah, look, I mean, you can't get around it. The fact EMEA are looking fantastic here at EWC, and BBL are, of course, no exception. By far and away, their most dominant game so far.
Can we just give LaRock the MVP? Like, are we going to waste our times for the rest of the week? Is it normal what he has been doing?
Absolutely.
All of those questions I have, Digon. Do you have an answer to any of them?
I don't. I just know that he is must-watch Valorant here at EWC. He has been by far the best player, by far the highest ACS per map, and continues that yet again. I don't think he's had a single map where he's had less than 300 ACS, because he's always dishing out the damage, winning at least one of those duels on the map. Started, 13-4 after the first half.
All of these maps that have long range have always been very Turkish based, you know? Like they love this just of go and shoot and to just come up on top basically on that. But I will say, for BBL, they are the ones that, in all the breezes that we have had, I feel like them, and then later, like the second time the G2 played it, they're the ones that explored Breeze the most, as in working the map, setting up traps, and literally playing with your opponent's mind and not just doing the same hits time and time again, or just exploiting one singular weakness.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Breeze is so solid, to be honest. But then on the flip side, I think for EDG, I still think they have a lot to figure out on this map. They're not managing to get the retakes with great success, even with this harbor. It does feel like a struggle. But for this event, they did have a stand-in. Yeah, I do think expectations were lowered a little bit there, but ultimately BBL far and away deserve that spot in playoffs.
Let's look at it like this, right? EDG was going to have a complicated tournament playing with the sub-in. It doesn't matter if it was groups, if it was playoffs, it would be incredibly difficult, almost unheard of, for them to get super far in the tournament.
Yeah.
If them going out also means that BBL is going to come out of the groups in this form, with this type of confidence, maybe it was worth the sacrifice.
I find it very charitable of you to sacrifice a team from a different region so that your region
I know,
will have more spots.
You know, can you
Very,
imagine
very
how
charitable.
insufferable I am going to be if KC is to win against NRG?
Yeah.
You guys are not ready. And then after that, if Spain wins against Portugal today, you better just not come near me. It's not gonna be nice.
No. You're gonna be fantastic and lovely to be around, just like it is to be around with Janiro, who is standing by right now with LaRock of BBL. Let's send it on over there.
In the last games that we've seen you, what's going on? What are you having for breakfast?
I don't do breakfast too much. Because of that, I don't eat anything. And I eat enemy team, I guess.
You did eat them up pretty good today. You're sending EDG
मेरा
home,
भी
and
रात्रि
with
का
that, you're
heavy
also
breakfast
the
नहीं
fourth
करता.
team to actually qualify to playoffs. Do you think there is anything in particular about this iteration of EWC that makes EMEA team so strong?
Yeah, looking so strong on the EMEA team because, you know, Heretics, Vitality, every team is playoff. I guess Karman Curb, I think just they can't go playoff today. I think Energy is win, but the other team are so too strong. We're gonna see it, but BBL is the best.
BBL is the best, and you guys have a really good score so far. This was a quick 2-0, especially that first map. Looking at the scoreline, 13-3. I just want to know, in terms of the confidence that you guys have found now that you're back onto this international stage, because after Santiago, it was a little bit of a struggle. What do you think has been the biggest improvement point that you've been focusing on that has allowed you to perform so well again?
On stage 1, we are gonna play too bad because I don't know, something going wrong, and after the Santiago, we can't work the nerves, and they are gonna ban our two best map, Korod and Abyss, and come Bind and Fracture. We can't play two maps too. It's gonna be nerf us. Yeah, they nerf BBL, and after the stage 1, we are work about that. We are gonna make two setup or everything, and after EFC, they are gonna see real BBL, and you are gonna see real BBL on EFC too. We came here to win this tournament. Yes, you will see it.
I'm looking forward to see BBL popping off in that playoffs. Congratulations once again. I'm gonna let you go. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as again, a fantastic interview there. And insight by LaRock, they nerfed us after Santiago.
Yeah.
People knew the map pool. We couldn't really deal with that. They changed some of the things. But now, unleashed has been LaRock and the rest of BBL.
Scary, lovely. I also think that for him being so young, and we know that in the Turkish region, we know that, you know, they struggle with the English, start with the language. I feel you, I struggle sometimes as well. But to see him with a smile on his face, given the performance that he's given, trying so absolutely hard, Got it, like PDL.
Like, I love the confidence that they have. They said, we came to this tournament to win. We're not here to mess about. We're not here to get grouped. We're not here for a good time or good practice against good teams. We're here for the title. We're here for the trophy. They know that they can go the whole distance, and if they keep playing like that, man, they got me believing.
Yeah. Any one of those jerseys with the Eiffel Tower. I will go get one.
That is 4 out of 5 teams qualified on in from EMEA. They must be the best region. Some would say the best region here so far. Some would say EMEA on top. Can we get that from you, big time?
EMEA.
Wait. Camera's not on you.
There you go.
Okay, can we get like a tight zoom on
Yeah.
EMEA is on top.
Ooh. And it can be hammered home right now with our very next matchup. It is NRG, the reigning world champs, up against Caramine Corp for that qualifier match for Group B. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. ᴍᴇᴅ City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Everybody, Achilles here. This time I'm standing by with Caramine Corp's Narrate. Narrate, good to see you again, and welcome to Paris. Kind of like newly adopted home soil for you, perhaps?
Yeah, of course.
We're here at EWC, and we're going to be taking a look at Summit. I want to get your initial thoughts.
It looks a bit similar to maps like Sunset and Corrode. So, I mean, it has like a new feature, of course, sliding doors and stuff, which can kill you, so that's interesting.
You shut them once per round. They're permanent. They're You can't destroy them. Do you think that's going to add a good amount of dynamicism to the rounds here and to the game for this map?
To me, they seem very attacker-sided. Like on defender's side, you never want to break them because you want to secure your rotations like through the fastest lane possible. And when you break these doors, like these chokes become very like easy to defend. It feels. It's very important on attacker side to always break these doors. But overall, like it's a cool mechanic, and like as defenders, it makes you want to like play more aggressive and not let them like have so much space.
You are playing Sage. And some of this has been displayed before, but in case anybody didn't see the show matchup, we take a look at some of the silly little tech that you can do with Sage walls.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I created this. Grim, I don't know this guy, like he just stole it from me. But pretty much like he showed this wall. Maybe I'm doing it incorrectly, but I just break this board off, and then you can see like the switch over, and you can see over, and you have this like really insane angle on B main.
These kind of like cheeky walls aside, obviously the Sage wall is also high enough to be able to peek through the gap in the door as well.
Every single door, like you can just Sage wall up and peek through the gap. Maybe, okay, not here, I lied. In mid and on A, you can break the door and see over the wall. Okay, I broke my wall. But you can see over the wall, you can see in bottom mid, you can see like this peak.
Do you think that Sage is going to be like a very high pick agent when it comes to this?
I'm not sure if Sage will ever be like a super high pick agent on any map, because obviously it depends on the players you have. Like if you have a really good Cypher player, you might want to play Cypher or Viper. Like Sage is just going to be like more of like a duelist type of character. Like if you're not trying to play double duelist, you might want to play Sage and just pretty much just be like a duelist, using your utility to your advantage. Like, just doing stupid walls, trying to fight everywhere.
Where do you think default will be for plants?
It's very hard to find a default on A main, because usually like on most maps there's like a main where you can see the spike from.
Right.
And this map, it's kind of hard to see the spike from. Maybe this is just default, like in the corner, because it's like the closest available. You don't have to take any risk.
Right.
Probably this is like default.
Okay.
But if it was the best plant spot, it would be like there or like somewhere where you can be seen right here. So maybe like here.
And now how about the B side if we could fly over? Oh yeah.
I mean, this is obviously the safe plant. Like if you want to hide and plant, it's the best spot. And if you want to really play like cringy, like Abyss almost, Abyss B, you can kind of like smoke yourself off and just like spam the spike.
Right.
Probably seems decent.
A lot to still explore with this map, a lot to develop, and I'm sure that you guys are gonna have your work cut out for you ahead of that in stage 2. And I think it's probably gonna be on everyone's permaban list for a very, very long time.
No. It's easier to pick up a new map where people don't have any experience on than it is to play a map where you're behind. I think a lot of teams will pick it up, and it'll be fun to watch.
All right. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys here at the tournament as well as in stage 2. So, Nurey, thank you for joining me. Best of luck, and that's it from us.
Thank you.
Hi guys, Ginny here, and I'm joined with NRG to play a round of who is most likely to, just to test the waters and see their synergy. I hope you guys are ready. My first question is, who's most likely to forget to pack their jersey?
Everyone said Adam except for me.
Why did you not say Adam?
Oh, I just thought Gio would.
Gio was my second one, to be fair.
Why was there a unanimous vote though for?
I've forgotten to pack certain things.
Oh yeah.
Forgot his passport once actually.
Second question, who is most likely to offer to pay the bill? All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, everyone's saying Ethan?
I just need the credit card points, that's it.
Wait, would you ask them for the money back or would you pay the bill?
Some depends on the occasion.
Multi-millionaire.
Okay.
Which one of you guys has the best taste in music?
Wait, what did you say? Let's go. Oh wow. I don't even know what school listens to.
I don't know what anyone listens to.
Who's been on Vox a few times?
I've never been in Italy.
Adam has a similar taste to me, but I guess you guys are the same probably, huh?
Who's most likely to forget where they parked?
Hypothetically, if everyone can drive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
hypothetically.
Okay.
Okay, ready guys?
Yeah, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. All right, I need some explanations.
Why would you put me? I don't even drive.
Exactly.
I mean, I picked Brock, just feel like Brock's the most likely to forget where he parked.
That is a good explanation.
That's a great explanation.
Fair play.
Sometimes Brock blanks out, and he might happen to blank out when he parks his car.
Which team member would you most likely want to be stuck with on a deserted island?
This one's kind of hard.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Brock again.
I have a feeling that he could help me with some fishing.
I chose Brock because I trust myself with the thinking part of the venture. I just need him for the strength.
Pretty much the exact reason I picked him as well.
I thought it'd just be funny. It's not time. Put Brock on
I mean, you're trying to survive, not laugh.
We're gonna die, but like, it's fine.
You gotta enjoy yourself.
You gotta enjoy
I feel
yourself,
that.
man.
I feel that, man.
Which player is most likely to be late to a scrim? 2 Gios, another Gio, scrim. Why Gio?
I just say Gio usually wakes up the latest. That's the only reason.
That's the exact reason I had as well.
Not a lot of sense of urgency, but it's not like a bad thing.
Why'd you go for Sker?
I just remember Sker being late.
Just once. Yeah?
Same for me. I just remember
Which one of you would survive a zombie apocalypse the longest?
I think we actually talked about this the other day.
See the answers, guys?
Oh, wow. Wait, why?
You're the only person who voted for someone else, so let's see.
You have no faith in yourself?
I instantly. So I put Ethan because he has the most life XP here. So.
Damn, I'm glad we're all confident in ourselves.
Which one of you is most likely to become a coach?
Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Ethan.
Wow.
Sweet.
Sweet.
Yeah, why are you putting yourself forward?
I don't know. I won't speak for them, but I think I just make a good coach. I think I'm almost there as well.
Which one of you guys is the funniest? Alright, 3, 2, 1. Why'd you go for me?
I don't know. I just say dumb stuff a lot of the time, and it's funny to people. So.
Thank you guys so much for giving us a little bit of insight into NRG and calling each other out as well. That's it from us over here, and we're going to be heading back over to the show.
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. We are now into the Group B decider match between NRG and Karming Corp. NRG, they've had a unique road to get here by having to face both Paper Rex and then Vitality, defeating Paper Rex and falling just short to Vitality, which is why they're here up against KC. And again, you win, you move on to the playoffs, you lose, you are done from EWC.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been interesting for them. We know how great of a team they can be, but they are scrapping it out here in the decider. On the flip side for Karming Corp, what a story. I think this is a team that people doubted heavily coming into this event, but they get that win against Paper Rex to find themselves here in that decider with momentum. This was the group of death, and my goodness, has it delivered.
And the group of death is always difficult to predict. Either you go completely out of the box and say, hey, this team is going to have one hell of a tournament, or you go for the usual suspects. The thing is, looking at the rest of the Globals that we've had lately, nobody would have blamed anyone for thinking that NRG and Paper Rex were going to be both of the teams making it out, leaving EMEA behind. But what we got in the end was a Team Vitality qualified as first with that win against first KC and then NRG. And now it's left to the North American squad and Karming Corp to decide who gets that last shot. The thing is, the pressure realistically is way more on NRG because of expectations. We have been saying KC should, and I think do, want it more. But so can they actually overcome what it is winning against the world champion?
Yeah, let's dive into that Karming Corp roster, who have been led by different players at different times, whether it was Avez on the IGLing, it was Narrate in the last couple of matches. It's been very fun to watch multiple players step up at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a roster that has had turbulence. This is an organization that has had turbulence within Valorant, and maybe that's putting it kindly, but it does feel like something has finally managed to click here at EWC, especially in that last game. I was enormously impressed. The man on your screen, DOS9 there. I feel like that map 3 performance from him was absolutely crucial to getting them in this decider match, but I really do believe this is a stacked squad. I think we can see everybody have a ton of potential to take over games here.
The past years for KC, we can say even all of partnership at that 2024 kickoff has not been easy to follow. Being a KC fan in Valorant was not something that you wanted to wake up being, sadly enough. So it's good to see that now that they're bouncing back, this is a trajectory that they're following.
And the players are very aware of it, as you can see here in the road to EWC, spotlighting Karming Corp.
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to AWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's Paper Rex, who were top 2 in Masters, and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams, but if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in 18 positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1. And my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm released. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd, so they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst place of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in AWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence. And then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for AWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he worked into this, like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
9th, 10th during kickoff, 11th and 12th during split 1. but then finding their way to EWC has been a boon for the squad. Fourth youngest here at EWC, going up against the second oldest squad on the opposite side. NA has the unks, man. G2 is the oldest, NRG second oldest. They've got the experience and are trying to continue on that form from last year into this year's international.
I mean, that's exactly it. With age comes experience. Four of these players were the ones lifting that Champions Trophy. So this is a squad that has that potential to go all the way, that we would expect deep runs from internationally, given the caliber of player. But they have found themselves here in the decider once again. Masters London didn't go their way either. Getting grouped, EWC is a fantastic chance to recover on that year and really show the true potential of this squad.
If you're new to Valorant, you may not know this, but it is almost impossible for any team to stay on top. I believe it's only been Fnatic in 2023, sorry, that managed to win 2 tournaments in a row. So it is already a difficult task to stay on top. So they could be, you know, the ones that are writing that book, the ones that can continue that. It is difficult that it's going to be from event to event, but you can have good years. You can actually build a legacy with energy. Am I still salty that they took Kiko? Yes. But, you know, they take good care of him, and I think that he is actually a great addition to this. I think that they've done more than proving what they're capable of. Their preparation all throughout Champs was beyond unreal for the teams that they were playing in. So many occasions, they read them like a book. And speaking of reading like a book, they have a lot of reps on everything, let's say. So speaking about KC and the preparation for this one, as we take a look at the map veto,
Okay.
a lot of showings to go off from.
So NRG banning Sunset, we saw Common Core pick this in the paper racing, but they did lose it. And then you look at Fracture is the pick from Common Core, which is where they got that upset surprise win from there. So I do think
if they lose, I'm putting this on you this time.
Look, I mean, right now I'm looking at this video.
If KC lose, I am putting it on you.
I like it for Common Core. I like their Fracture, and I think Haven is a map that they always love to play. They go to it a lot. I will say NRG's Breeze is for sure one of the best we have in the tournament. I think North America are so far ahead when it comes to that harbor play.
I want to know how intentional this map veto was, because my surprise was when they were not. I want to know
have in the love to play. They go to it a lot. I will say NRG's Breeze
side of KC, but if you're NRG, you expect, of course, that KC is going to pick it. So if KC wants to have a guarantee on playing the Fracture, we pick it, and we know that they will leave the Haven open, because that was always a possibility, and probably they have heavily prepped for that. And we're going to jump straight into Breeze for the first game.
Yeah, very much so. This is NRG's pick. We expect them to be very, very strong here. This is the same composition that we see from them time and time again. It's a natural fit. Matter on the harbor always looks weird when I see it. It just does strike me, but I do think
it's kind of like a waste, no?
Yeah, I always struggle to understand it, but I do really feel like this is a map that they love. On the flip side for KC, they will be rocking with that double duelist most likely if everybody locks in what we expect here. Narrate onto that Jet. 11 on that Neon, where he's been so fantastic.
Yeah, we saw them play this against Fnatic in the qualifier for EWC, but Breeze has not been a breeze for KC for the rest of the year. As we're saying, a lot of harbor, we've seen it from a lot of teams now paying dividends in those executes. Let's see if here can be the same.
1 series, 2 map wins, stopping you from playing in front of the crowd. Who will rise to the occasion? Will it be the reigning world champs, or will it be the hometown favorites? NRG and KC, map number 1 on Breeze. On the call, it's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Digon. Here we go again. Another decider, another elimination series. NRG wanting to push deeper here at EWC. Deny Carmine in front of the home crowd on the big stage. KC have shown that they are willing to fight tooth and nail, giving it everything that they have got. And across the course of the qualifier now to this point, we've just been seeing this steady improvement from the squad.
I agree. I mean, I think really KC has a chance here to do something real special. Take down 2 of the best we have in the world in Valorant. You already took down Paper Rex. Now you've got a shot at the reigning world champs. Do it here in Paris on home soil would be absolutely incredible. But they've got to get it done. Energy is so resilient, so tough. They're a team that we've seen it time and time again. Achilles, when they go to the lower bracket, that's when they get stronger.
Well, Breeze to start it off. Fracture for that second map and potentially all the way over to Haven. A very fast opening series, so we'd love to see this one get stretched to the limits. As barriers will now drop. This was talking about it, back over onto the harbor. Well, it does feel a little bit odd, but of course you do have Kiko looking to lead the charge with that jet, and for now he's going to be solo saddled here on the B site. Slow creep up from KC towards that elbow position. Likely want to give that a glimpse, then potentially assess whether or not they want to go into B.
And against Paper Rex, Kiko was a real deciding factor for energy on this map. He was their top fragger.
Sure.
He was doing a lot of good work. First Blood's up there.
Recon does not scan Scuba in this position. Crosshairs down towards mid, but now sees a gun barrel. Is going to be on catch. 2 headshots. It's Levin in the right. Both will fall. Already immense impact going to be found.
Yeah, that's a nice little position. DOS9 thinking about challenging it now.
And DOS9 was electric. That last map, their last series. And he delivered now. Scuba hasn't had much reason to leave. Now it's going to be spotted. Redraws the weapon. Decides not to go for the snake bite. It's going to be Mana getting a piece of the action. Suggetsu will be taken down. Meanwhile, Kiko trying to line it up, but Ethan will be able to claim the kill. There's now Aves just down to 40 HP. Can't use any util. Can't find the shot. Brock come away with an elimination. Scuba, the only casualty. This is a very clean pistol to start for NRG.
Well, you definitely have got to be happy with the way Scuba's playing here. At times he can kind of trail behind the rest of the team, but holding the line really nicely. Getting that little bit of pre-fire. Levin thinks he can maybe accelerate past it, find a timing, get the shots to go himself and get a slide in there or something, but gonna be denied. Scuba, a really nice start, gives NRG their first pistol. Let's see what KC wants to do. This is just the Eco 3-2 split. Well, he's trying to toy with the map here a little bit. They've thrown the harbor smoke to get the orb at least on one side. Funnel that over into Aves. Try to get that Hunter's Fury a little bit quicker. Scuba, once again, going to be called upon.
And Jump Peak going to be going out. Snake Bite. Try to slow down the approach. Flash up over the top as well. As that 0 point, all players going to be detained at the front of this pyramid. Finally locked into position. Ethan, though, turning away from the angles. They look to try to scale forward. A little bit of ring around the road is going to be coming through, but it's going to be the spray down coming in. Kill a piece for 3 players on NRG.
I have the spike.
Spike will be recovered. Aves and DOS9 just with these classics. Will be struggling to really find any significant value here, given that it's barely been any damage suffered on the NRG players.
Take a fight later.
Couple taps. Steering him back away. Aves knowing that he just kind of have to try to take a fight, but won't be able to do so. Mana will come away with the 2 remaining kills, and NRG get a flawless 2-0.
You gotta be feeling really good if you're an NRG fan with how that round went. Not just because it's flawless, but because of the way they play. They buy a ton of time. Scuba doesn't overstay his welcome, doesn't try to go for the big, 3K. Sees a lot of players coming his way. Instead, he knows he's got Ethan coming over to set up a flash, to stall out any attempt at a quick hit by KC. Keep them pinned behind those pyramids. Get the crossfire set up. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive. And then deal with their opponents easily. That was very, very nicely handled. Love the protocols. Over towards the other side of the map. Ethan does throw out an early knife looking for some confirmation. Doesn't get anything with a pretty deep one, so it's going to leave the heavy stack for NRG over towards B. Now, Suggetsu did see that, so he is aware that they don't have any info on that A main position, but for now, KC just sending out duos, looking for those picks. Something that was
thrown over the top. Running up through mid, Narrate going to be pushing alongside this Brock. Watching in towards that elbow position, spot out onto one. Maybe both firing off shots there as Kiko going to be playing forward. Towards this, but Relay Bolt will get the connection, but can't quite chase deep enough nor fast enough to come away with that elimination. Kiko with the Marshal in hand will be able to find DOS9, so 1-for-1 exchange thus far. Drop dart chucked in towards that double door position. It's just going to be a tiny smattering of damage up to Ethan. Meanwhile, though, Scuba continuing to backpedal deeper onto the B site. Catches Levin. NRG now back into a very strong position, but Aves looking to breach this and will be able to do so. 2 kills found now, just Brock and Scuba making their way over from B. Couple players very low on HP. 84 between Narrate and Aves. Suggetsu still at full with that Vandal in hand.
doesn't even have to be headshots on anybody except Suggetsu. Guardians
do some damage.
Brock finding the first, not quite ready for the crouch peek from Narrate. Scuba now on the swing. Will be caught off guard. Suketsu playing out in front of Orange. Will be able to strike him down. And that will be a bonus not converted as KC are able to play anti.
Yeah, I mean, still, this is really good ideas from the side of NRG. KC able to fight back, but I think KC walked into a few traps that could have really gone NRG's way instead. You know, with that second layer in the double doors with Mata, he had a shot just go over the head of his opponent there, Abez. So he couldn't get the kill. Had he been a little bit steadier with the aim, I think this very well could have been NRG's round. So I wouldn't mind seeing KC turn up the tempo a little bit. You got that Neon. Use that to your advantage. Try to use it to take some space. Push forward. Get past that pyramid, for example, on the A site. You know, it is tough going up against the KO because you got to be a little bit careful with the timing of those knives. Like, you can just throw them right at the wall, right outside of A main, and you can kind of shut down those quick hits sometimes. But got to at least put some fear into NRG there.
Well, looks like a minor hiccup, so hopefully be taken care of rather quickly and get back into the game here. Do some final checks and make sure that all is well. But NRG's still going to be in a strong position. It's still a lot of damage dealt in the round as well. They're going to take 3 players out of the equation, so going to be a little bit rougher for KC to try to muster up a 2-2 score line. You see that seat get folded back up, upright position. Kiko is locking in and ready to dive back into the action. So operator's going to be online.
Tray tables up, electronic devices out. Let's go.
There you go. You have a backup career if this one falls.
I know. Well, you know, that's what I wanted to be when I was a kid as a pilot.
I wasn't talking about a pilot, but or up and over the top. Not going to go for the dash, but it's still going to be able to find it. Gets the pop, gets the tailwind out. A thief in the night there is Kiko. That is a monster shot we found on the sliding Neon. And off to a little bit of a rocky start here, 1-4 so far.
That's frustrating for KC. I really like this idea. Use that Neon to try to create some space, create an unfavorable duel, but Kiko just better in the moment.
This is one of the shortcomings of a composition like this. You don't have the flashes. You don't really have a great way to try to clear him off the angle unless you're committing the drone to that position, but then you don't have the drone for so many others.
Right.
It'll just be the snakebite layer down here by Scuba. Still going to be ping revealed, but Kiko scaling forward, just swinging around that pillar. Finds Alves. Suketsu now taken down. Starting past this wall is Narrate. Trying to get in on top of Mata. Might be able to catch him off guard and nest. Morning pings to come through, but now Ethan considering a counter swing out into mid. Looks like Narrate will be safe for the moment, but it's completely split off from DOS9, who still has the spike in hand here on the B site. Meanwhile, deep disconnected positioning for Kiko with it up.
The discipline from NRG is incredible. They're just so patient. They got that knife confirmed, and they know they can just wait.
Tap of the plant, the shock dart. Not to find any damage on DOS9. Ethan slow on this approach. Does he suspect this tuck-away position? Well, now he absolutely knows it. Narrate gets a very nice reset, but he's zoned away. Burst away and cannot escape. Spray comes in. 4 players alive. NRG going to be bolstering that economy as they move up 3-1.
I just love the way NRG thinks on this map. Doesn't try to overcommit to advantages. Doesn't try to double down on them. Just plays it safe. Just says, okay, we've got control of the site. We've got our 5v2.
The moment you just turn back and boom.
We know exactly where they are. Let's play contain. Let's make sure there's nobody that's going to create alert, that's going to maybe be able to create that extra angle that can give KC some hope into this round, or at least allow them to do more damage. This is phenomenal work from them. Extremely smart play. And that's kind of what you would expect from a team that's won a world championship, that has been relatively good this year as well. Making it to internationals. Not getting the trophies, but still playing very, very well.
Snakebite will be disrespected the push back. There's the ping reveal, and out into the open is Levin, as Bronk will collect them both. Gets himself a third, a fourth, online for the ace now. Suketsu re-wrapping back through elbow, but without the spike planted. He's got to try to play this one forward. Needs to die at the end of this round one way or the other. That or kill the 4 remaining players.
Gotta give him the ace.
But this is the discipline that you're talking about.
They're not
I'm
just running
curious to
out there
know.
like lunatics to try to find it.
Yeah, what team would do that?
I
can't think of any.
Yeah, I can't think of any, especially not from Pacific.
No. Never would happen.
Well, I think they have the visual confirmation. I think Mata may have just spotted him. And knowing Brock, he's probably saying, well, just kill him if you see him. Don't want to risk dropping any weapons, giving anything over, getting him one charge closer. Tags coming in. Brock ever closer to this one, sends out the recon. Looking for the stun. 3 bullets remaining in this, and it's not going to be enough. And so maybe a bit of an overcommit to try to secure the ace. Again, sᴏᴄɪᴜ does need to fall, so they could just leave him at this point.
They just let him.
Yeah, just tuck back, let him survive.
Yeah.
Play the hard eco game.
BBL one, right? Yep.
He does not have a weapon recovery. He's going to try to maybe grab this Vandal, so okay, he makes the best of it. Now they would like to kill him. They won't. So, okay, sᴏᴄɪᴜ able to, save that a little bit. It's still another round of NRG.
Yeah, that's just a really good round from Ethan and Brock. Ethan's knife is perfectly timed. It lands, hits the entry players, and look at this. Look at the assists of that knife. Incredible. Because it shuts down their ability to respond with any util, maybe create some extra smoke, create some extra space there. And it just allows Brock to put him in the Broctagon and shut him down.
She did their best.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Beautiful. Energy looks really clean today.
Yeah, I mean 8-2 could have been that 9-1.
भाई अभी देखा वो सो 1v1 before किया but एक kill चाहिए था
really seeing was players like Brock and Scuba get activated in the way that we know that they can over at Masters London.
It's been Brock and Kiko on this map doing a lot of good stuff for NRG and really being diligent here.
Lotta slotted all the way down. Opposite side of the pillar. If the drone goes up and over the top, he will be on a bit of an island and in need of some assistance. And there it goes.
I am definitely.
Okay, Hunter's Fury. Gonna be sent out and Brock is able to catch that initial tag.
बस वही एक kill से
Where the drone was coming from. Aves served up on a platter and they still
सेम वो
disguise
जो
Mata's
उनका
position.
मैच था ना
He
जो
had to
जेट के
cancel
साथ
it.
हुआ था बस एक kill रह गया था इसके लिए
So now
बस
Narrate,
kill
he's just
आंटी
gonna
जेट
walking
ने
forward. Mata just looks over to the right-hand side. Would be able to see this jet. Instead, it's gonna be DARLO. First one to fall into the trap, and Narrate does manage to turn back, find that kill. He's trying to backpedal away. Kiko trying to go for the quick scope. An awkward duel here between the jets, but it's going to be knives popped as Narrate starts to feel the pressure. He has that spike in hand. The two players now potentially getting surrounded, but sᴏᴜɪ going to be dead on the entry. Levin now arriving, wants to try to play this patiently. He will just take his kill. But Ethan tucked away.
ऐसा क्यों लगे ट्रोल कर गया उसको
The swing out and Levin ready for that peak. Shuts down Ethan. The plant can now come in. It's down to Scuba to try to clutch this out. He's not going to get the opportunity. Okay, Levin arriving when he is most needed. Gets that 3K. Gets KC now up to a second round win.
Okay, I mean, this is a good recovery for KC from looked like it was just going to be another disaster of a round for them. They're able to continue that push up elbow. Maybe there's even a tag. There's even confirmation there. But it's a nice setup there with Mata, that forward positioning, waiting for that drone to tee up the Hunter's Fury to get that first pick. And you think, oh, here we go again. But they break out. They coordinate that hit onto mid. They want to collapse and clear that space. And they do so extremely well. And NRG just didn't quite have the backup from Mata there in time. Just a little bit late.
Going in off the reckoning, dodged there by Kiko. Doesn't have that operator in hand anymore, and Ethan is over-committing onto an angle. Rather than just trying to backpedal away, their own reckoning now going to be sent down. Kiko selling this off angle is going to be able to find one Mata with another, but Aves pushing for it alongside Levin. Gets him back into a winning position. Spike in hand, still feeling not the most cozy to try to go for this as Brock to try to scale, and what a shot is that?
क्या reflex था बे
Immediately destroys him. The drone out. Quickly canceled. He's worried about this potential ringer on the rosy, scooping out with the greatest sight lines. Spot on the one, but even with a near sight, Brock wins
फिर भी
that
मार
fight.
दिया उसको वाह
Spike now straight, and DARLO has his
Oh,
work cut out
blind
for him.
tag.
Given that he still has this operator in hand, Scuba not quite able to spot him until this swing comes in, and DARLO is not going to be fast enough on the draw.
NRG. A swift shutdown. It started off as a 4v5.
That is just filthy stuff from Brock again. Ethan here just, stuck in a weird spot, opted to try to go for the kill.
ये वाला शॉट
Didn't get
बहुत
anything
खतरनाक था.
out of it, just didn't get any value. So you're thinking, okay, this could be the door open for KC. Start doing some damage, but then Brock shows up to the party. They've got some good entry points coming in from the doors, coming in from spawn. Nice punch back from KC. I like the idea. Curious to me, they have the hero rifle in Levin's hands. He's got the overdrive. You do have 3 sheriffs and a bandit, and Mata's already set Levin down.
Yeah, no chance for that overdrive to come into effect here. Swing the corner, narrate with a clean shot. Ethan again going to be taken down. Hunter's Fury's going to be committed to this. Is that going to be an overstep? Looks like maybe not. Narrate able to find a kill apiece. We're getting taken down. Nico will find DOS9s and now that late win condition taken out of their hands. Chavez has to do it all himself.
थर्ड वाला मैच हुआ ही नहीं, सेकंड वाले पे तो मैच जीत के.
So obviously, Chavez trying to reposition is just going to be caught, so it's an immediate shutdown.
तो वाला
No
जल्दी
hope of
खत्म
the
हो
clutch
गया.
to come through. NRG now moving up 6-2.
भूल गई मैं.
When you can hit sheriff shots, you know, it's
Neck
a
to
big
neck तो
difference
नहीं था.
maker. The narrate tries to be the guy. He has been so good for them this event. I have been so impressed with his play. And he's had a couple nice moments here, but it's just that team.
अरे इस वाले में भी सोफा ने 1v4 किया था, बस एस के लिए बस एक रहेगा और बढ़ गया अभी. बुरा लगा.
Really disciplined with watching their flanks.
अभी एनर्जी का 6 है और केसी का 2 है.
Speak highly enough of the preparation that Energy has put into this map here. They look so well drilled. They understand what negative space they're giving up. They understand where they need to be, when they need to be there. That's a pit out towards mid doors. See that too often. Chavez wants to go searching for it, but I don't think he's going to get quite there. Yeah, it's going to be short.
Unable to find that Viper. Ethan able to get a little bit of damage.
And Scuba got killed.
First one.
He does. Oh, dead. Yeah, he just counter spammed him.
Yeah, he just went out and saw it on the mini map maybe and just went for the spam.
They've dropped this pit, but
मस्त खेल रही दोनों मस्त खेल रही दोनों टीम.
very much corralled in towards B. Could still go for a late pivot if Sugets is able to find anything.
फास्ट
over
भी
here,
नहीं
but
खेल
picked
रहे,
up a
हमारा
stack.
टाइम नहीं खेल.
It just seems so unlikely. Toxic screen falling. Tuck into the corner. Mata with the shift and reposition. 2 players going to be spotted off that 0 point. That's going to have them backpedaling away as Narrate try to stick
Energy
around
going
here.
good. Yep.
Just tucked in. Wait for the rotations to come through. Trying to get a massive flank.
KC always wants to have that extra player behind, but so far Energy's been pretty good about.
ये उस दिन केसी और PRX का मैच किया था. And इन लोगों ने जीता था.
That fragment went through. Scuba now, however, he's got the spike.
Oh my
God, they got pretty good control here. DOS9 will still be able to win out that fight, but now the null command's going to be called in.
कैसी हुआ पार्ले सब यहाँ.
Looking to zone them away. In Suketsu, it's just a bit too whiffy. The push now coming in. Kiko ready to try to shut them down. Finds the
क्या
first
ऑफ
dash
चलाते
back.
हैं भाई.
Covers his retreat. The spike has to be recovered. The round is over.
Divine वाला क्या?
There's no way
नाम नहीं
to work his way over onto the site to try to get that plant. All right, we'll just have to opt to save this match and carry that over into the next round. They end up losing this one on time.
Time पे खेली क्या? Plan करने नहीं दिया ना?
I like that Mata drew a circle with his harbor wall here. Just love that. Create a little fighting ring for yourselves.
I mean, if you want to put somebody in the Proctagon,
yeah,
that's one way
true.
to do it.
That's true. I love it.
Surround the Sova with it and let him kill off everyone who enters.
thumbnail को change किया मैंने.
Well, first time out call.
Yeah, first time out. Feels.
मैं पहले वही notice
I already thought there was one because we had that brief little tech pause, so that was not a real one. But anyway, I mean, it's so efficient from the side of NRG and the way that they spread the map.
Team के साथ match करते
हैं. Look for contact. They have all these little trick and trap plays set up for you that are. You know, KC got through one of them with that Hunter's Fury round. Where they were able to get the round anyway, but, you know, just like that pit round. Even speaking from up top mid. And
अच्छा
That's
उनके
just
और
like
मेरे को लगा मेरे टेबल के नीचे
Scuba's
कहाँ
like,
दिख
okay,
गया
great, I
तुमको
know where they are. I have the crosshair angle for kind of where these players are going to be, so I'm just going to
टेबल
spam
के
through there
नीचे
when you
लाइट
see
अप
them
हो रहा है
and get the
वो देखो
contact.
देखो
We
दिखा वो
can
लाइव
maybe
जैसा
find a kill out of that, and they do. There, when you see they are, I have and go for kind of where these players are going to be, so I'm just going to
अरे
spam
डिजाइन
through there
जैसा है
when you
लाइट
see
का
them. Walk.
अच्छा वो लाइट है वो
आज
बक्सा में बक्सा का
So
बोल
now
रहे हो
a
ना
little bit of an adjustment
हाँ
here
हाँ
for
आरजीबी
NRG.
वो
टाइप का
पता
Looks
नहीं
like
वाइट
Kiko
बताया
now
नहीं उन लोगों ने
moving over to the A side. Meanwhile, KC.
होगा कुछ
A heavy stack, not a little bit, a lot of bit of a heavy
इससे
stack.
सारा
Oh,
पीसी
that's a great
मॉनिटर
shot.
स्ट्रेट कनेक्ट हो अबे
Now the walk forward in. Some decay. Stun's just going to be shrugged off here by Scuba.
रो रो रो
He's
रो
waiting
रो
for
रो
that stun to expire.
कोने में छुपा ओके
Screen out to fall. The pit there in his face, but he
मार
has
सकता
a
है
massive opportunity. He's down there in the back.
ओ बॉय तीन ले लिया
It's a third.
वाइपर ने
The wall to fall, but Kiko there on the counter peak. Levin going to be taken down, and DOS9 having to do it all. And he cannot.
नाइस डेफ
Oh, Scuba. What a brilliant play.
वाइपर ने मेन वाइपर को ही मार दिया
KC never had an idea.
सबसे पहले जड़ को ही उखाड़ दो
And when they found out, they were not ready for the bad news.
That's that classic
जेट को पहले
trick. Hide
मारेगा
behind the toxic
बट
screen.
जेट को नहीं मारा
Wait
जेट
for
बोल
them to
नियॉन
commit.
नियॉन जो आया
1,
था
2,
नियॉन
he
रिवील हुआ था
gets
ना
the
वो नियॉन ना
third.
रिवील हुआ था हाँ मुझे भी वही
Ridiculous,
लगा था
Scuba.
डिसिप्लिन देख
He just dives right in there. Incredible. I mean, again, but it's all these little tricks and traps that NRG has that KC has no response for. And it feels like NRG is a step ahead. Like they know what KC is going to do before they do it. That round right there, I guarantee they took that time out and talked about it. And now that's something you got to consider as KC. So don't be surprised to see Scuba find a way to try to punish that if they go B again. Which they may well not, because there's only 2 more rounds left in the half.
He's using that same wall setup, and if nothing else, it's
Yeah.
constantly going to have to be thinking about it.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, bit of a change up as Brock maybe
हार्डवर्ड का पोजीशन
flush against the box here at Nest. Don't already use, no way to really scout this one out. Fastlane going to be committed forward towards B. Now the push coming up in the Nest, and he's out watching for Mamata. People moving away too quickly.
Oh,
सुबह डैब भाई
Scuba's still here to try to hold the line. So Recon will not be able to spot him out from here.
दोनों को
At the same time, he's able to find Sugetsu on that late lurk, trying to work his way
दोनों
over.
ने
क्या नाम है
दोनों
भाई मादा नाम है देखो
No way to
नर
interrupt this
मादा
plan, but Snidey
हाँ मार
suffering some damage.
एक का नाम
Scuba is
देखो
just
ब्रॉक
fighting
है
so much. He can
sounds
do
like your
nothing
name
wrong.
ब्रुक
He is walking on water
ये अच्छा खेलता है ब्रो
until that. But look at the damage dealt.
Yep.
Dawson at 47, Aves at 45. Scuba has already done an immense amount in this round to try to set up Kiko and Ethan for
एक
success.
बंदा कहाँ है एक बंदा कहाँ है वाह
I think Aves, well, now he knows for sure.
फ्लैश हो गया
The barrel was spotted, but Kiko finds DOS9.
ये भी
Aves
blind
has to
है,
win this
मार
fight
देता
and
है
has to try to play the time. Shock dart out, fragment going to be exchanged on the other side. They have to start sticking this one right here, right now. It's not quite planted for him, but Kiko's not going to be able to hold this one up to half, so Aves will be able to clutch it.
again
Gets KC a third round win with a
ओके
4K.
ओके केसी का है ना
But it takes so much.
Takes everything. I'm not even. Did he get out of there? I'm not
बस
sure.
I don't think he did.
हालत खराब हो गई
I mean, if it isn't for that early trigger pull from Mata, this is probably NRG's round. I mean, Scuba again. Love the way he's playing this. A
इनका
little
क्या
bit
क्या
of an
मैप
off
है
angle. You know, they
बीस
expect
का
him to be tucked into that elbow position again near that toxic
फ्रैक्चर
screen.
उठाने की
But he's a little bit further back on side. They don't even check him. They're just walking through.
और क्या
And
था
then he can get one,
बोल
spam through
गए
for a couple more. Phenomenal work by Scuba. But NRG even better.
Ever closer to this once.
Handle.
लक्कड़ का पहला इंसान तो मैं ही हूँ ना
Issues with like
on themselves. I'm putting this on you this time.
freeze
I mean, right
fracture
now,
and
look at this-
heaven
ओ ओ ओ क्या पीक लिया इसने
क्या
वो दिखा पीक
To be found for NRG.
क्या नाम है
Kiko,
उसका
just gonna go with that vandal.
सोवा का
Mata with the op.
And
Scuba
Levin's just
again.
trying to make a hero play. He knows that this pit's been evacuated, but he's still
Ooh,
pushing through this harbor
Ethan.
wall to his demise.
गया
Jump spot and okay, does get
Come again.
the headshot there on a Brock.
स्पाइक तो स्पॉन
Him
में
up.
डाउन है
Sugetsu, they've done a great job containing him, not allowing him to find any value on this
Oh,
map.
Ethan, he's hearing the footsteps. Exactly why they elected to go to this map.
Yeah. I mean, they are really good on it.
9
They were able to get the win
triggers
against Paper Rex on
activated.
Breeze. But this was even better. This was
क्या लगता है guys
a
क्या होगा?
masterclass in a lot of cool
उतना
setups,
अच्छा है कि 9-3 में
a lot
फर्क
of
नहीं
really
पड़ता।
good macro ideas, individual moments of brilliance. A few mistakes here and there, for sure, and KC was able to capitalize. But overall, it just felt like it was on NRG to make the mistakes for KC to get round wins, not the other way around. You know, I don't necessarily think KC made mistakes per
ये
se.
ऑफ शॉट
It's
बाप
just
रे बहुत ही
NRG
मस्त
was
था
a step ahead.
वही तो
भागा है वो देखा पूरा एकदम मतलब स्मोक करके सीधा डैश
Well drilled this is.
ये वाला
Multiple layers for
एनर्जी का
NRG.
था
The peel back as time went on from this defender's side. We'll see if the attacker side is
देखो
gonna
देखो
hold
जेट
just
को
as
कैसे
many
मारा था
traps.
वही
Or if
ऑफ
KC
लेके
will
बैठे
be
ना
able to rally
वही
back
तो
into this because they really need to if they want to
ये फ्लिक
try to make this a fast series for
भाई
themselves.
वो ब्लाइंड पे मारा है सोवा
यस यस
Scary
ब्लाइंड
thing
पे
for
मारा था
KC is
उसने
NRG generally better on the attacker side on this map, so it isn't going to get any easier. But I mean, we've seen KC be very resilient.
जेट
We've
ऑफ
seen
क्या
them be
मार
able to
रहे हैं
challenge
वाओ
best of the best. They're going to have to dig deep coming into this second half. That man right there, Scuba, put on an absolute highlight reel over on B site. Was just such a great anchor, so difficult to deal with, and I love the way that he would use his conditioning from success to breed more success, to work it against them, change his positions into areas where they don't expect him to be over there. They started all from the pistol. He did it right out the get-go, hiding from that first recon dart.
Yeah, a couple of spotlight thieves with a great supporting cast on NRG. Scuba and Brock just went back and forth, trading out who is going to be the hard carry, depending on the round. But like you said, typically better on the attacker side. See if that is going to continue. KC need one hell of a defense if they want to try to run this back. Granted, after what we saw yesterday, anything's possible.
True.
The 2-12 recovery from Nongshim. Pretty close series though, so.
No.
सोने का टाइम हो गया है
But it's one of those
एक
things
तो
that
तुम मुझे
will
उठाया
be in
नहीं था
everybody's mind for the
टाइम
rest
पे
of the event. You know, like everybody's going to be like, well, you know.
मत करो तुम
Oh, no.
तुमने
Okay, well,
देखो जेट में कौन
Scuba fearlessly still just storming his way forward onto the A site.
है
Not to be spotted out by Aves, but they're still very suspicious of this.
And they're going to try to sell fake over here.
Togetsu's position now going to be known. Scuba striking, they're still able to find that value. The quick swing, the instant headshot, DOS9 dead. Now Spike going to be brought forward, and Aves trying to stay tucked away, but that recon will reveal him. Gets an immense amount of damage there on the Brock. Scuba tagged up previously. The shock dart would kill, but he's unable to find it. Meanwhile, Kiko, massive backstab opportunity, slowly going to be creeping his way back through the defender's spawn.
9 triggers
The
yeah
rest of NRG,
let's see
as tagged as they are, can try to hold this line. Kiko could very much benefit for it. As Ethan trying to reposition, but decide to spray and pray and will be rewarded. Right with
Yeah,
one, Kiko now
Arpa.
arriving on the bridge.
Oh,
There's the one, there's the two. The drop down the tail went forward, gets himself in behind Orange. And right now, needing to try to check for this, and this delays them from getting onto the spike.
Oh, dead.
The defuse having to be started. Narrate pulls off the defuse for a brief little moment.
Oh.
But he's fallen. Suggetsu will have to do it all. He just doesn't have the time on his side. Scuba will go out, find that kill, and NRG will get the pistol all the same.
There's just so many layers to what they're doing in this pistol round. This is... you could absolutely spend a serious amount of time breaking this one down because there's so much going on here. From the initial push,
एकदम एक शॉट में मारा
behind the toxic screen, nobody's making any noise, and there's a slow push up over towards B. You show the Jet and the Harbor over there. Looks like that's a B hit for sure, all the way, and that's exactly when Scuba decides to strike. He's like, okay, they've seen you guys, good, I'm gonna go. And he gets the kill when they're not paying attention, when they're thinking, oh shoot, we gotta get over to B.
ऊपर वही तो ना माने एनर्जी तो एनर्जी
So good.
Well, Marshall brought into this one. Suggetsu with the bandit, going to be overwhelmed there at elbow. Only one shot to the shoulder. So Brock still pretty damn healthy. And NRG for now.
इनका leg shot मारेगा
AC try to push forward, try to get information, try to make a hero play. They know that they're not going to have the util coming into this round to really be able to scout them out effectively, so they have to just do it with their own 2 eyes.
Yeah, this is the right call from NRG. Always have to be cautious against these ecos.
Yes,
Too many teams, I think, make the mistake of not being cautious against them. Gonna get the spot.
Considering to try to run him down. Shock dart coming into the equation here is
Oh, energy.
a little bit of damage, a little bit of fun on the back end.
मस्त था
Shots to the corpse. Meanwhile, Brock, now realizing that he has been intercepted, so will be continuing to wait for the rest of the team, but the rest of the team pushing their way forward onto the B site, so all sites from KC now naturally have to be trained in this direction.
देखो ब्रोक
Brock will just
भागते
go
भागते
sprinting
उड़ते
through
उड़ते
A,
आ रहा है
maybe up to bridge and trying to find a backstab opportunity.
ब्रॉक में हेल्थ नहीं है
Making plenty
अरे
of
भाई
noise,
इतना
hitting the ring, not quite registering it there.
भाई मुझे लगा
Brock is
मर
skating away with murder
जाएगा
again.
जो फुट दे के आ रहा था
हाँ
Yeah,
क्योंकि
there should be
प्रेडिक्टेड था
nothing
ना
left to
उसका
do.
पोजीशन
I mean, Levin has a sheriff, tries to do some damage, tags up Mata.
अरे अरे अरे
अब
अरे
तो
अरे
मरेगा अब तो मरेगा अच्छा ये टीम में
ओ
इसकी
ओ
है
वाह
Close but no cigar. I mean, Scuba's surviving with 2, Brock with 28.
Oh,
Will be able to find the finisher onto the Sova. Wants to try to find anything else they can possibly get, but it will just be a bullet from Kiko.
energy
11 to 3, NRG looking to just quickly wrap this one up, move on to Fracture.
Pretty crazy to think that that's kind of been the story of the day today. EDG just couldn't muster up much of a fight earlier against BBL, and here, so
energy
far
वो
it's been all
ब्रोक
energy all day. And I'm pretty concerned. I mean, going back to the previous bonus they had where they did some serious damage, KC again
just 2 more
going to be
rounds
facing some
for energy
pretty
I mean
hefty
2 more
firepower
points
regardless. How many of those players? 2, 1 tap to Kiko's Outlaw. Still Mata with that Bulldog. Couple Guardians in there. Brock, give him the Vandal.
EDG वाले
Damn
मैच
good
का
with it.
क्या हुआ EDG वाले पे कौन सा था BBL था ना
Trying to find that punish.
BBL था
BBL जीता
Would have left Dawson absolutely wrecked.
पता नहीं
Still
डीजी
alive
फ्लो
and
में
kicking
नहीं
as
थी
narrate, considering the check in towards the orbit.
बंदा आ रहा है लेकिन
Can be
EDG
seen there. Meanwhile, 11 taking some space in mid.
ये वाला जो मैच चल रहा है ये लोग बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं like slow खेल रहे
I
हैं
hope
Sticking around, but
energy
yeah, will
जीतेगी
get
ये
pushed
मैच
back, and Levin
मेरे
on
को
the
भी लग
counter
रहा है
swing is able to find him.
That was kind of the plan here for NRG. Leave Kiko to his own devices to see if they could get a little bit extra space over towards B.
Oh,
Falling, but Sugetsu's able to find that kill and drops back over to safety. Meanwhile, the pinch in from mid, still going to be coming through from narrate. Brock finding one, Scuba going to be pinned. His position known, but Brock just double checking up over the top of the wall, still going to be able to find that elimination. However, counter spraying follows the tracers. This man
इसका मतलब EDG बाहर हो क्या
and Scuba not quite going to be fast enough on that. 2 players survive. KC once
बाहर
again
हो गई
preventing a bonus conversion.
But still, again, pretty good damage being done by NRG.
अड़वा चाहिए
3 guns dropped there. You know, a little bit of armor damage to one of the other players.
इसका वो देख रोड में
Sugetsu,
पता नहीं यार मेरे को
nice quick
कैसा है
reactions from him.
वो उधर दिख
Brock's
जाता है
gonna
वो
have
ऐप पे
a
दिख
Hunter's
जाता
Fury
है
already here.
EWC के
Looks like he's gonna only go for this
देखो
sheriff.
तो लूजर ब्रैकेट है क्या इसमें
What's he doing? Where's the money going, Brock?
Marshall.
A
तो
Marshall.
ये वाला डिसाइडर मैच है ठीक है कल वाला भी डिसाइडर मैच है
Clear the night,
फिर
so
उसके
11
उसके बाद क्वार्टर फाइनल्स है वापस क्वार्टर
initially
फाइनल्स फिर
thwart any
सेमीफाइनल्स
attempts at pushing
नहीं
further
निकल
in
गया
towards A main, but a lot of mid control here being established by KC like this makes it a lot more difficult for NRG. Force them into the extremities. They go A. Feels like you're maybe willing to play a little bit more retake potentially. We'll just have to see.
Who wrecked him off?
अरे
He's down to
मुझे गन
15.
एक्सचेंज
I'll take that Marshall in a hand.
That's a good question. Toss 9 maybe?
Could be, but tap of the door.
नहीं,
He's
जीत
trying to
मेरे को
see if he
पूरा ही
can
पसंद
get a
है
rise out of them, but
आवाज
it's
कर
gonna be
देते
a
हैं
tennis man.
ना
Great.
हाँ
Chipping away at this KO.
Well, KC's had some good reads. Some good angles to really soften some targets up.
बी पे
Will
एक
be
जा रहा
Scuba
है
looking for that late lurk
वाइपर वर्सेस
from
वाइपर
NRG, the other 4 players.
Look at this slow
Considering
and
the big
steady
hit,
यार
drone leads the way.
एक
Just
नहीं
Aves
खाली नहीं
in the
एक
back.
में
He's
गेम
actually
में
just
दो
spamming
है
players, just ignoring the drone.
Found there, recon out. Going to be exchanged on both sides. Things not bound. Kiko trying to find a target. He will. Levin's going to be taken down as Aves. Cleans up Ethan. Position now for Kiko, hearing these footsteps on the other side.
वाइपर भी गया उधर
Rosie
पीछे
catches Aves with util in hand. That one over the side. Can't quite get the weapon steady though. DOS9 will be able to take him out. The spike will be planted. The Hunter's Fury trying to peel back some of this pressure as the rate goes up and over the top. And he will be able to find just about both of them. Rock's going to be completely surrounded. Skirts back the opposite side of the wall. The kill going through the shock dart. Softening up DOS9 even further, but now he's out of util. The lower player going for the defuse. Brock trying to get the spray and pray across, but the defuse won't be stuck. It's KC.
भाग 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 कंडे से नहीं भागो भागो भागो
Still afloat, still denying that map point from NRG.
Yeah, it's key that DOS9 survives here at the end because he can get that cove up, give himself a little bit of extra protection.
लगा कैसे नहीं बे
Scrappy
शॉट्स
here though
लगना
for
चाहिए
NRG,
था
taking
जब
a lot of
स्क्रीन आ
damage
रहा था
early.
तो
That really hurts them in the long run. Really causes the players to be a little bit more cautious than they maybe normally would be. So Blade Storm available for Kiko. He goes for a stinger. Brock has enough for the Vandal here. Based on the previous save, Blades just hopped right off the rip and they're just going.
किसको चक्कर मारता है ये
Fast hit looking for the change up. Damage going to be suffered. Spot on the one. Kiko can't quite get that second shot.
गायब कर दिया ना
Come out, so Suketsu staying alive for a bit.
अभी तो नीचे टपक
That is
करके
going to
गिरी
be the retreat here for NRG, but all of this allows for Scoop to go on this insert out through tunnel. Comes away with a kill, making it a 1-for-1.
Fast pivot here.
पुरनामी
Depends on how active
कि
Levin
इतना
wants
लंबा
to
है
get.
उसका
High
बॉल
tide put up in front of his
दोनों
face.
के पास
He's
आ
gonna
रहा है ना
disrespect it.
ओके
So risk if he does, but okay, just
एक
enough
का
to
हार्बर
block
मर
to
गया
through. Ethan will fall.
क्योंकि
But
बी
needs to
साइड
not
में
overstep from
वन
here,
हुआ
because
था
otherwise that could be a weapon recovered. It's just that one Vandal alongside the Bandits. The former of which is still in mid and about to be surrounded. Oh, and Brock, timinged. Shifting over to the side, maybe a bit of an audio bait there from Sugetsu. Either way, he has been outdone. And it seems like KC not finished with his map quite yet.
जंप कर रहा है तो
वो वाला जंप भी हो सकता है ना एक बनी हो क्या कुछ बोल
Setting up the smoke, but it's just far too late. Not fast enough. Levin has the kill. Scuba will just retreat, go for the weapon save. Carry that Vandal over into the next round, but KC get themselves up to 6.
Well, gotta give KC a lot of credit.
Well, you
Talked a
play
lot about
compy
how good
ये इसके
NRG
बाद
was
compy
on their
खेलेंगे
defender's side about reading their opponents. They're
Watchparty
doing the
के
same
हम
thing. They're finding their little individual style, their ability to hit and then run. You know, Levin plays this so nicely here on the high tide. Sugetsu doesn't go down to the shorty there, even though Scuba finds that backstab. Levin plays this round really, really nicely. Finds great times to disrespect that harbor util. Very, very sturdy so far, RKC. So a very important round here. NRG looking to just get themselves up to 12. Get ready for the next one, but KC.
They want to try to make this fast again. Players in main can try to contain this for KC. Push forward, Sugetsu able to find the first, but Ethan trades it back. And this Brock down. Reckoning through. Blind is out. Levin cleaned up. DOS9 dead. 3-2. NRG. Back on the warpath. Try to take this up to map point. One away from the knives, one away from that Hunter's Fury. Not available to try to prevent this plant. Try to find a free, disconnected kill.
and like how much time
Around the
left
side, will be able to find one, makes his exit, gets it back into a 2v2. Suddenly it becomes a hell of a lot more doable. It's a swing in the corner of the raid, finds another, Ethan dead, Kiko having to do it all, and he shall.
भाई क्या मारा है
Gets the 3K, NRG now up by 6. Map point is theirs.
Whoa, that got real close. KC just inches away from giving themselves a couple more rounds, at least sending it down to another eco potentially.
तो मैप से इसके बाद फ्रैक्चर है फिर उसके बाद क्या था
3-man stack through mid, finds value, they
वापस
find
भूल गई
open
मैं
space. Good read here by Ethan.
Sorry
get his team into a position where they can get that plant down quickly. Now facing the
क्या
full
मैप था
might of
लास्ट वाला ब्रो
KC's
अगर तुमको याद है
ultimates.
तो
Literally everything available. Meanwhile, nothing super close for NRG. Scuba not too far away from a pit, potentially. Early pit ripped by ∍ᴄɪᴜ. Oh, hello?
Has to backpedal away from that one real quick. The knive's gonna go over. This is back it out, guys! He's killed Narate with the Hunter's Fury!
Oh, no.
Well, it's a 1v1. It's a 1-to-1. It's an equal trade. As Levin manages to find the kill. And you know what? If you win the round, it is worth.
Totally worth.
Dawson finds Ethan. Creeping out of nest, but he himself surrounded, and Kiko able to strike. The Viper now out of her pit as ∍ᴜ spotted a 1. Slides back into this. Reinforcement's going to be coming in, but it looks like NRG might just be quietly creeping their way back out of this.
Well, they should hear that, though. I think Kiko made noise.
That's just an overdrive pop to expire. Levin not going to get the opportunity to use that at all. Now,
and
KC
after
realizing that the rotations have come through the plant now onto the B site, and Brock still
देखते हैं अभी
well out towards mid.
कितना टाइम
He's
लगता है
wary that the
उनको
Viper's going to go through shop, through main. Not to be the case. He needs to try to join in alongside Mata sooner rather than later.
पर नहीं बोल सकता मैं
But he's going to be able to confirm the presence of KC here.
He doesn't push this fast enough.
Beautiful.
Exactly where he needs to be. Recon can be tucked away from, but ∍ᴜ's still going to be known. Attention split on both sides. The wall set up to try to cut this off. Catch onto one. Eventually able to steady the spray. Snakebite over towards the arch side, but Mata's still going to be tucked over at backside. The stick having to come through, and Mata will be able to swing to perfection. Finds that elimination. It's going to be 13-6.
intense match but energy clearly wins this yeah they won
A little bit, perhaps a couple of those rounds, but for the most part,
so
we're in full
अभी two और map
control on Breeze.
Yeah, this is just beautiful prep from NRG. Great execution from the players. Scuba, absolutely nasty over on that B site. Brock as well. Some highlight reel moments. Kiko, great with the APA as usual. Really good individual awareness displayed by him too. Great map awareness. Again, I'm so impressed with NRG here. Understanding where their opponents are, where they're going to be, when they give up negative space, when there could be somebody there.
Well, the boys in the black tees able to come out on top. KC now needing to find a win on Fracture. Extend this to a map 3 if they want to be sticking around. But for now, let's go ahead and send things back over to Digon and the desk.
The duel of the duelists were fun to watch, but there was clearly one winner in it as Kiko popped off and brought NRG to 13. It was a 13-6 victory here in map number 1. Breeze NRG, one win away from joining the rest of the teams in the playoffs as we welcome back our desk. It's Big Time and Kakuka. And Big Time, you've got two children that you've taught everything you know in this matchup. One of them having a great start, the other one not so much in Kiko and DOS9. How's it feel to be so torn right now?
Look, I'm proud of them both for making it this far. I think Dossie's on that harbor. It's always a tougher role, but he'll be fine. He will recover. We know he can do that into the series. Kiko, I worked with him like right at the start of his career. He's grown so much since then. Love it when he goes on the duelist. That's where I work with him. That's where I feel like he's at his best on this jet, and I feel like he should win today.
So you're taking more responsibility for DOS9, but you're not. That's what
what
I
I heard.
right.
I heard that
oh,
too.
Kiko was like too long ago, but Dosha, yeah, like I know actually everything about him.
I think they're both amazing players that have learned a lot from other people, but aren't just me. Just most of it's me, but that's no, but I do think when we talk about this map now, I really feel like NRG are so confident on this map of Breeze. I think they understand their own composition better than anybody. They know where to take these fights with the harbor. It's so effective. Promo just felt like they were always on the back foot from a macro perspective.
Yeah, but especially when we're in the second half, you know, and there was not a lot of ways that the KC knew how to deal with the A entrance and how to play around it. Something that I think of the first half NRG were doing beautifully.
energy
We're speaking about the teams that were working Breeze, working all perspective of the maps. Actually, NRG has to be now on top of that. I know the BBL did an amazing job earlier today, but the work that NRG has done on this map is incredible. Seeing Kiko, the tournament that he's having, not just today, but previous days as well. we understand why you decided to take him from us. He is still absolutely
I
brilliant.
have
Thank you
kind
very
of
much, big
feeling
time.
like
Yeah,
that.
no, I mean, I feel like for me, it's all about the anchors on this defensive side.
Yeah.
Scuba, I think
Scuba's
Rourke
great.
pulled his weight as well, but truly, I think on this
In
fight,
matches,
Scuba
body
is so
intense
comfortable,
challenge.
so confident. He's able to do the hard jobs of locking down these
But ये
difficult
वाला
fight
match मुझे
sides.
ज़्यादा
He's
अच्छा
coming
लगा।
away from every situation
मतलब
with
इतना
more kills than he
fast pace
should,
नहीं
which is
था,
incredibly
slow and
impressive.
steady
That this form of Scuba is what got them the trophy last year, by the way.
Yeah, Scuba second in the plus minus with 8 more than I guess the deaths that he had compared to Kiko, who again 22 and 9 was on fire here, and I like the point that you guys brought up. It was mid-control early on that Casey had struggled with, and it just gave all different types of options here for NRG to execute on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, especially with the harbors, I agree with you big time in the differences that we were seeing. I like it.
Harbor
Look
का ये वाला भी
at the
करके
Viper
देखा
setups
है।
and whatnot. There were
जो
so many
छोटा
things
करके जो
different
smoke
from
करके
run to
dome
run,
shape
different
का।
between these two
उसके अंदर
teams.
छुपा
So
रहता है।
it's good to see that
हाँ।
energy is good to have a victory like this one because it was difficult for them to even go up against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean for sure. I think Vitality proved their class
How
in that
good are
game.
Vitality?
I mean, I think they're very, very good. We have to talk about how great they are. But I do think NRG are still in a great position to make it out of this group now. They closed their map pick, but time and time again, we keep going to map 3 here. Will we fracture next, where they've had a little bit more trouble, and stylistically is so different to this breeze. So big adaptations throughout this series.
And things that scare me as well when we look at the other
पहले
side, when
सबसे
we
पहले
look at
Valorant का ही हुआ है।
KC11, map for him, very bad. I believe he went like 1 and 7 in opening duels. This is
जीका
not
है
what you want from
अगस्त
your
में।
Neo. Especially after we just watched BBL and what they're capable of doing, and all the great duelists that we get to see in all of the tournaments here and there. To see Levin in this form, I really hope that he can bounce back on Fractures, because he was the ultimate star that managed to close that map for them against Paper X.
Yeah, well, the rest of KC will need to regroup and bounce back. NRG
मतलब
one
जो
win
games
away
मैंने
from
देखा है
that
मैंने खुद
playoffs.
खेला है
We'll have
उसी
map
का ही
number
मैंने
2
किया है
after this
बाकी
short
मैंने
break. Don't
नहीं
go
किया
anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Valorant का इसलिए किया because now I am into Valorant PUBG का तो सबसे पहले हमारा PUBG ही था वो तो मैं आहद ने बोला तो कर दिया
ये MIBR और AG का कल है ना
हाँ देखो
वेबसाइट में
अगर ऐप में दिखा है तो हाँ ऐप या वेबसाइट जो भी हाँ MIBR और AGL फिर नेक्स्ट में है नॉनस्ट्रीम रेड फोर्स और G2 देखते
Play
मेरे पे वो
is in our DNA.
वो लॉबी वाला स्क्रीन एक साइड में चैट
Whenever we let it out,
करने वाला हटा दिया वो
it becomes our superpower.
अरे एक बनाया था ना कैसे बताऊं
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya
Face
City,
cam वाला हाँ
powered by play.
है ना वो
We were there.
chat को
Every
ऐड
click,
करना
every
chat को
clutch,
ऐड करना
every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're
क्या
here
बस ये थी
now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage.
Yeah,
Lenovo
okay.
Legion, reach
again
your
break
impossible.
हाँ
ब्रेक
ब्रेक नहीं है ये ऐड
वही
क्या बोला था उस बंदे ने क्या बोला था रुको मैं वापस पढ़ती हूँ
अरे बंद
तो मैं वापस पढ़ती हूँ उस बंदे ने क्या बोला था बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग लाइन बोला था ठीक है अभी मेरे को चैट भी नहीं देखा मैं बोलेगा बहुत मस्त बोला था अरे चैट दिख जा मेरे फोन में इतना एड्स आता है ऐड अब इतना एड्स ना देखने के लिए प्रीमियम लिया था अब तो स्ट्रीम में ही एड्स आने लग गए
Hello everyone, welcome back to Esports World
Wait,
Cup
ad
2026
break, yeah.
Valorant. It is NRG up 1-0 over Carmine Corp. And now we move to map number 2, which was Carmine Corp's pick of Fracture. Unique thing about this is that Carmine Corp tried to gamble with their map picks against Paper Rex when they pulled out the Sunset and almost got it done, losing 13-11. And then we were on the desk, everyone was like, oh wow, you're going into Paper Rex's Fracture. This is where they get to do all of the W gaming and cross all the different ways to entry onto that A and B site.
Yeah.
And then Carmine Corp won, and so now Carmine Corp get to use that as their unique pick here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story for sure. I have counted the Fracture. But they really showed their resilience, and I think they really actually understood the map, probably even maybe more than they thought they even did, to the point where they play it, they win it, and they go, guys, maybe we should be picking this. Maybe we don't need Sunset. Maybe this is the one. And
लिखना बहुत
feels
cute
like,
सा एक
hopefully
top
they're able to
पहना था
replicate that performance that we saw from them in the past here today.
Yeah, and also if we add on to the fact that Energy did lose this map against PaperX, you know, if I am able to win against PaperX and PaperX is with them to
the old transitive property there, right?
Yeah.
I can beat A,
We just hope
B,
that this
C.
is but the thing is, like, in Valorant, it's never like that, and it's always like rock, paper, scissors. It's not because you are able to win, you know, it doesn't work like that. For the side of KC, I understand why they want to feel that way, while they also want to surprise. I think that you have to, right? Getting at this moment in the tournament where everything is at stake and you are not the favorite, you have to surprise. For the side of NRG, though, when they played against PaperX, I remember asking the casters, yo, how did that game go? And they said that NRG were always in control. The problem is that PaperX was getting a lot of momentum because at the beginning of each half, they were getting a lot of rounds on the board, and bouncing back from that was getting more and more complicated. And at the end of the day, it was PaperX Fracture. So, of course, it's not something that they were exactly bad at.
Look, for me, I'm still believing in the hero's journey here for Carmine Corp. You know, they face that adversity. It's tough. Then the bounce back. We're on the climb. Just when it looks like it might all fall apart. That's when heroes are made. That's when stories are written. Especially here at EWC. Carmine Corp, they now have to pull off 2 perfect maps to get in front of that home crowd.
Well, I feel like there are a couple of maps where, you know, shooter's gonna shoot, you can just play straight up and work through your gunplay. But I feel like there are a couple of maps where if you come in with set strategies, it gives you a massive advantage. Breeze being one, and I think Fracture being another one.
Yeah, I think Fracture plays so differently to all the other maps in the pool, right? That's why it's very Marmite. You love it or you hate it.
You're either very good or you're very bad. Like, it is difficult
Exactly,
to,
hard,
when you go, when there's 2 teams that
Fracture
are
with
good
वही
at
तो
it, that
है.
there is, I would say, a bigger difference because you see who understands it better.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also the
I
reason
don't
why
like
a lot
that
of
map.
teams and players
Mm,
really
it
don't
is
like
what
this
it
map
is.
because you have to play it so differently. You see, the roles have to shift around. It's, you know, the only one in the pool now where we see a lot of Brimstone, very different from the Smokes players. Like, it does feel different to play. So NRG, it did look like a weakness when we saw it from them last. It's more about if they were prepared for it coming up in this veto. How much work have they put in since we last saw it against PaperX? And for Carmine Corp, how much have they been able to improve on what they were able to do in that great upset?
And
कितने
Fracture
के
is
दिमाग
already a
ranks
difficult map if we think about it from the angle of
कितनों के
all the metas
दिमाग
that
rank
we've had.
and
What has been
skills
strong, how Viper has been
Fracture हुए
slowly for some reason leading most of the maps now, how the double duelist is played, how you still have to manage to keep control of some part of the maps. Looking forward to see if we get Team Heretics explaining on this map, because actually
even though
they
it
had
is
one
what
of
it
the
is.
better understandings. But on this one, I feel like I have to be on energy.
It is what it
I feel
is.
like they will continue that performance that they were having.
इनका chair भी मस्त है.
They were just the better team.
Wow, that's some
अरे
serious
mini fan मैंने भी लगा के
NBA
रखा है mini
downfall.
fan.
Not me, the truest of believers. Carmine Corp turn this around. They run the bracket.
Okay.
You gotta stop believing people.
can
Now
fight
is the
second
time.
I gotta give them both. I gotta give them both.
क्या?
All right, we're diving into agent
I can make a
select
good
now.
one,
It
yeah.
will be Carmine
जाओ
Corp
खरीद लो,
on
जा,
defense first, running that
जा,
double
Paris.
duelist, the same composition
Paris
that we
Paris,
saw
हाँ.
them run earlier against
नहीं नहीं
Paper
इस
X.
पर
Yeah, so this is both what we would expect from them. The only difference here is that
एक बारी
Raze
को रियाज भी
versus
ज्यादा
the
तो
Waylay.
Paris
Now, for me
ज्यादा
in
दूर हो
general,
जाता
I
है.
like how America's uses the Waylay. I feel like they're the most ahead in terms of that. Look for these cheeky set places. The Saturate can find a lot of value on this map, as well as that double dash to
मैंने
create
mini
a lot of
AC.
space. Raze is trying to do
Huh?
the same thing with
Mini AC?
those satchels,
मतलब?
but
On my
ultimately
setup.
there'll be a lot of
You have a
mutual
mini
understanding
AC on your
across this
setup?
on how each team likes to play.
You need to
मिनी
control the map,
मिनी ऐसी
especially
कौन
when
सा
there are
होता
two
है वो मेरे को
Phoenixes on
दिखाओ
play.
रे
And I want to see players like sᴏᴄɪᴜ, for example, stepping up a little bit. But Casey from
But
this
AC
defense
पता
needs
है,
to
but
fight.
mini
Take
AC?
control of the tempo, falls into the
I
hands
want to
of
see,
NRG.
sure.
This might be a quick map.
Backs against the wall, but the blue wall
अच्छा, ऐसा
stands with
छोटा
it. It's
वाला
Carmine
वो-
Corp needing 2 map wins to make it to the
पता है
playoffs.
क्या?
NRG have done the
Don't
tough
know
work
फिर.
of winning their
मैंने
map
देखा
pick.
है ये
Now
वाला,
will they be
ऐसा
able to
अगर
get
है
the
उसका
upset
तो-
and move on to the playoffs? Let's
मतलब
find
दो
out with this Group
space
B
होते हैं,
decider,
उसको
map
निकालता है।
number 2, KC versus NRG.
सही है भाई.
The fracture has been a tricky one for NRG, dominant regionally, but
ऐसी
struggling whenever they
कोई
get to the
small कर दिया है
internationals.
वैसा है तो मैंने नहीं
It's
देखा
portable
Dispatched
one.
on that
Oh.
map by Paper Rex at 13-9.
portable
क्या
वाला
लिंक
हाँ,
देना
ये
तो
है।
मुझे भी लिंक दो,
KCA
मैं भी
squad,
देखेगा.
NRG not been able to find a win on it since playing back in
यहाँ पे लिख
Americas.
लिख मत
Yeah,
दो
a little
लिख.
bit of a tough go of them
Mini
for a map
cooler.
I'm sure they felt very comfortable on coming into
Mini
London,
cooler
but
भी
you know,
आते
ran into
हैं
foot,
fence
lost to
वाले
them, they
ice
lost to
डाल
Paper
के.
Rex on
वो
this map
शायद
too.
देखा है
Whereas
मैंने.
KC on the other
Mini
hand
AC
just beat Paper Rex and
देखा.
looked really clean about it. Had some really good
ये
anti
comment क्या है?
ideas, I
Fade
think,
है, Phoenix
especially with
है.
their rate, looked clean about it. Had some really
तो क्या
Fade
क्या
है,
है उसको
Phoenix
common
है,
करना
Brim है.
हाँ,
Cypher.
fade है, Phoenix है, green.
really good anti ideas. I think, especially there's a race on the other side there. Maybe you can try and mimic some of that, but we'll have to wait and see. But KC, I just thought had a really good general idea of how to play the map. Like they controlled space well. They took their moments. They were countering whatever Paper X wanted to do. They were able to kind of work the map in different ideas that kept Paper X
Gun
guessing.
exchange.
So for NRG, was that what you saw the other day enough?
अपने वही
here
तो
to
बड़े
give
बड़े
you the
लंबे
read?
करते हैं.
Was Bankar able to put together another masterclass?
Almada offering up that sheriff over to Brock, getting it into his hands, ensuring that he's able to have
The
those
angle
three
they
sky smokes
hold.
as well. Push at the corner, it's going to be Ray taking that first kill.
No.
Levin, however, going to be taking quite a bit of damage.
इसी से
and Kiko
बेचारा
will be taking both of them down.
अटक गया उधर.
Kill found, Blaze Wall.
Drop से भी आ
Almost
रहे
that
थे
hawk
ये
going to be chucked out, so
Yeah.
Getsu just to stay tucked into the corner, but
लोग.
likely would have been spotted.
Planting.
Shots going to be coming through, and he's going to try to play the rest of this out a little bit more quietly. The flyer going to be cleared. Ethan staying in
Hi
trust.
Ishant,
Here, the spike has
welcome
that
to the
frenzy. Wants them
stream.
to get
कैसे
up
हो
close and personal with
Ishant?
him, but weapon now will be heard.
Like
Molly
Katrina
as
stream
well
को.
going to be sent out at his feet. Takes him alone and alone.
Oh,
Keeps him
दो
in the
क्या?
line. A third kill. Ethan with one as well. And now it's just Sugetsu tagged to 24.
अकेला बाकी है.
Somehow try to
उसको
pull
पता नहीं है कि सब पीछे है
3K
उसका.
out of the hat.
Sugetsu कौन था?
Still has to
ये
re-clear
बंदा.
the entirety of the site.
अरे
Drops
नहीं
back
हाँ.
down. Has not been able to hold this to happen. All the mollies layered in. Kiko gets
Oh, वो
a
नहीं पता.
4K. And that is a
नाम थोड़ा anime
scary
वाला
way for NRG
है
to start
but नहीं
things
पता.
off. Kiko just 2 charges from
Sugetsu
having that
वो
ult
है.
online.
I mean, you basically feel like he's 100% gonna have it for the
कौन
bonus.
था यार?
Could even get it in the next round. Not gonna want to use
I
it
think
most likely,
sword
but
है.
it's a little bit of a weird start here.
या
Nice
नहीं
high-low
वो
setup
ओरोचिमारू के साथ जो
for
रहता था एक
KC,
पानी
but
वाला बंदा.
this round to me was all about the counters from NRG. It's that flash from Kiko into the double kill, and then when there's the molly onto site, the prowler into the molly onto Ethan, that's when NRG actually swings to bail him out. Those are really good individual calls, individual decisions in the heat of the moment that win NRG that pistol and keep the ball rolling for
Geeks
them.
में है Sugetsu.
Couple rifles, Kiko
Sword
Brock
का नाम है.
gonna be swinging with the Vandals.
मैंने please
Sheriffs
तभी याद आ रहा है
and Mata
Sugetsu
with the Marshal.
कि मेरे को पानी वाले का नाम ही
Four-man
याद नहीं है.
push. DOS9 Sugetsu. And immediately
Oh,
down
totally,
and
yeah.
dusted. Brock, Kiko, the Vandals making quick work of them.
Yeah, and with that kill, Kiko, one away. So could just give him the spike, go for the plant.
Ah, ah, ah,
Meanwhile,
ah,
they're going to try to
Oh my God.
who's having
Neo-
some
पता है वो
uncharacteristic
Neo
whiffs
था
from that Marshall. Just
ठीक
can't
कर
quite
दिया.
connect him. So orb grab, as well as that
Neo
kill
मारता
over to the hands of Narrate, who's now also 1 charge
पता
away.
नहीं मेरे को लगा वो स्नाइपर से मर जाएगा but
You can put that Marshall to use. The players still working their way over towards B.
Now you play a bit of post plant here. Have a lot for this. Sees, couple mollies. The Casey, I would think, just want to die to the spike at this point. Maybe narrate.
Probably for the best. Angel to at least check the corner, see if they can get a freebie. Blazewall will be invested into this, but there's the volley and there's the spam, Brock. Exactly who you want to be able to scoop up these remaining kills. Get towards that orbital.
तुम
Second
जगह
volley
पे
goes
आके
in.
गिरा.
And Aves and Levin will go down. No
नहीं
one
होगा.
giving him the angle.
हट
Aves
जा
will
हट
just
जा
fall to
हट
the
जा.
spike alongside the raise, and that's going to be a clean 2-0 start for
दो
NRG.
लड़कियां.
Now this next round gets really interesting because both Phoenixes have to run it back. So generally, as the defender, you're going to want to hang on to yours. You're going to want to wait until your opponent uses theirs before you start trying to make a move.
agent आते मेरे को line
Before
हो
you
गया
kind
था
of have to react, unless you've got some kind of crazy good set play in the back, which I wouldn't mind here. As
bring his
I want to
lineups.
see them get a little bit more proactive on the extremities of the map. They've tried, they've been shut down, but you got to keep pressing as the defenders. You got to keep looking for those extra angles, extra advantages. So it looks like Aves again, he was widely left pretty unchecked at dish against Paper Rex, but NRG wants to test him early. I think this again screams good homework to me, because I think this was an opportunity that Paper Rex never really capitalized on, was how often Aves was just on his own.
I like it.
You could at least clear
I
the
will
space. You don't
send
have to
you a link
necessarily go for the big hit,
in
but they're going to try.
later. Okay, sure.
Back, but Kiko will be grabbed by the C's.
Gaya
Trying to
Phoenix
counter spray
gaya.
him out. Aves on the reposition just here alongside drop.
The DK
Jumps
हुआ
up
था
and
वो.
over the top. It's quite a bit of damage, but will be able to get
Chal
a jump
chal
on Kiko right as he snaps back. And Brock dead to the nade. KC lights out on this anti-bonus. Completely smothering
Yeah,
NRG and catching them off guard.
इसने इस कर दिया.
I've seen that play before. That's really nicely done by Aves.
Angle लेके बैठा हुआ.
What?
He rescales forward.
What
Wants to
if?
try to
बात
get this
तो वही है ना,
elimination.
what if?
Extra
What if?
charge towards the nightfall. Question is, Scuba doesn't even really go for this at all, or does he just drift back? In a 1v5, so it seems like he's just going to patiently wait, see if anyone comes exploring, which Levin might just do.
अरे बैठा हुआ है दोनों के दोनों
Players
तीनों
gonna
के
work their way
तीनों
through.
आ
There's that
गया.
noise.
आवाज
पूरा
आई इधर.
खानदान आ रहा है.
But with a haunt, that's going to force his hand.
Gaya
As he
gaya.
comes to
से
spam.
खत्म.
Suketsu will be the one to collect it. And
भाई
KC
इनका
get themselves
prediction
on the
इतना
board.
अच्छा होता है कैसे भाई?
Yeah,
इनको
this
पता है ये
is
drop के side से आ रहा
what
है.
was working so well for KC
मतलब एक
against
एंगल
Paper
पकड़
Rex
रहा है
was
कि
their
इधर
ability
पे
to
स्पाइक
react
है
to
तो
the fast
चांसेस
hits
है ना कि इधर
in
से आ
really
सकता है.
interesting and smart ways, and also it's just the tempo that they're willing to play at. Like, you want to play fast? We will absolutely be matching that with our rotations on the defender side, but
स्पाइक था
Aves
इस
doing a
तरफ था
great
ना.
job again, buying a little bit of time and then making a cheeky
पीछे से
little
तो आएगा
maneuver
नहीं.
while NRG is dropping down into sight, uses that C's to stall them out a little bit. They just want to press forward. They're just committed
रहे
to
आओ
that
घर
hit all
पे
the way.
खातिरदारी.
Naves plays it beautifully. He's
कर
up, I
दिया
think it was DOS9
खातिरदारी.
who got a couple kills on the backside there. Big round. Speaking of DOS9, going to get his ult from that.
Open up
Orb
the
grab.
sky.
But on this side, Prowler, I think, was not heard over
देखो,
B, so
इनको
the
देखो, इनको
attempted
देखो.
fake not really going to be fell for here. They're still suspicious about it, but they also have these double trips situated. Now the cloud smoke's going down.
Nice one.
Sky smokes as well as that double dash forward. They can become increasingly convinced that this is going to be an A hit. Spike could be passed over into the hands of Mana, trying to get that convergent paths online.
स्पाइक कहाँ है वो पता है ना.
Reassesses
ले
his
open
red
up the
spot.
sky.
Gets the orbital out very early. Mana can now go for this one safely.
Nice patience being
I
shown
think
there.
का sound भी नहीं है
Escape
planting
is
का.
going to be the big question.
उस
He'll just be
उसके
left on a
वजह
bit of an
से.
island.
नहीं वो था ना.
DOS9 assessing where he wants to set up these smokes. Meanwhile, the fight going to be coming in. Narade winning that one out. Kiko going to be struck down. Molly now forward at their feet. But Narade gets past it. Eventually going to be flushed out as Brock re-swings that corner. Clears him out, but that is going to be significant damage suffered now
Doable.
by NRG. Scuba, however, on this flank could be their undoing. Finds the first. Needs to look for a hell of a lot more, though. The last one standing. The drop down to his demise. Who gets from Sands. Cleans it up.
Cypher
KC
था.
will tie it up at 2-2.
This is great play from
पता
Narade
है,
again.
मतलब
He
पता नहीं
is
चल रहा.
so locked in on Phoenix on this map. And he breaks out of a tough situation there. NRG throwing a lot of util at the door. The smokes are there. But that first flash, so good. Finally stopped by Brock. Scuba's lurk took a long time to really come to fruition. That's going to be an early timeout
Not
there
bad.
from Bonkart. Already seeing some things he doesn't like and what's going on with his team. And I think probably wants to maybe talk about some of these post-plant setups a little bit more. Liked the idea on the pistol, where they had some help for that player that goes for the plant on A site. Here they
ऐसा क्यों लगेगा थर्ड मैच भी होगा. I mean third map.
I think it, you know, if you lose that three-man stack trying to hold that door, that's just it. That post-plant is cooked. Especially if Scuba's just a little bit late on that lurk.
something like that if you have the refract set up and you can get the spike planted.
Right.
I'm not sure how the timing exactly works out on that one, but
it felt intentional that they were trying to bait out that orbital strike, right?
Yeah. They got the tap. They managed to get that out effectively. It's just everything from there. And Scuba just a little bit too late to try to get in to find that backstab. If he's able to get that right, his offensive at the drop down is probably going to be good for 2 eliminations, but the rest of the team is just already dead.
Right.
So the timing's a bit more
Maybe
wobbly
coach
here for NRG compared to what we were seeing on Breeze. And
head-to-head
KC are
battle,
also
yeah.
just a lot more dialed in and in tune with this map.
अभी भी कुछ नहीं बोल
And I love the way
सकते
Narrate
हैं
plays. He's such a good Phoenix on this map. He has
बढ़िया
such
attacker
good
है यार,
instincts,
इनको
great timings with the
करना होगा
flashes.
कुछ।
Reads his
Defending
opponents
बहुत
incredibly
गंदा है
well.
इसका, आगे पीछे ऊपर नीचे सब जगह से आता है।
Time. That Prowler is going to find the trip.
लॉल
हाँ, दो साइड है ना
Weaker
इसका।
by.
अरे भाई।
Following these into Mata this time.
Bates gets into a swing there,
God.
but to be found.
Oh.
गया
Push past that.
Oh.
Kiko will be able to win the fight. Doesn't even take that much
गया पूरा
damage.
B side इनका है।
Of course, has the heals as well to push it back up towards full very quickly. But spray and pray forward to Canteen. Dawson going to be struck down. The right pushing forward, looking for more. Nearly has it lined up. Can't quite collect it, but Avis still going to get for one more. Nade to the corner. Kiko's going to be dead. No, he pushes forward. He manages to scale past that right before the explosion comes in. Meanwhile, Scuba will win this critical fight. It's got to be a one-tap from Kiko. But he can't commit to the plant.
I think he's going to go
कुछ
swing
वो
all
तो
the way
heal
over
कर
A.
सकता है Phoenix है कि
35
नहीं
seconds. He
wall
needs
है
to get out of the
तो
audio distance to try to go for the sprint. And Levin
No,
is
he
already cheating
had
back. So
grenade.
instead, Kiko just keeping it paused
Oh,
for
use-
now.
use
Now we'll
hook, yeah.
rescale onto B. I mean, it's brilliantly played. Whether or not this leads to the round win, still yet to be seen.
He's got to run it back after this, though.
Still trying to check
wait.
around, but eventually we'll have to go for this. But yeah, if he can get the plant, get into a safe position. Problem is, Levin has both blast packs, so he can get on top of wherever he commits to this run it back from. Will he even get the chance? No, he does not. Levin will just catch him in transit. And KC with
Nice
the defuse
timing,
will move
nice
up 3-2.
Oh boy.
उसको ऊपर जाना था
I mean,
पता है?
it's a hell of a go of it on what is effectively an eco, other than the rifle of Kiko.
बढ़िया खेला किसी ने।
Definitely found purchase in that round. Getting that first kill on Suggetsu. Absolutely insane. Suggetsu can't even do much out of that position. Barely touches him. And then Narrate, 2
क्या
fast
मारा
kills
था
with the
भाई
Phantom.
Phoenix कौन था वो
Ooh,
Phoenix नहीं था
Beautiful work. And they can't quite answer back. They stack up a little bit there.
Breeze ने भाई अच्छा मारा उसको
Scuba can't win that 1v1. Would have been crucial. Went fishing for it, was hoping that
1v3 रेस नहीं किया
maybe
था
Levin
मतलब।
would get a little impatient. Try to deny the plant. Mata has the op now, though. Save up. Big ult available. 1 away from an orbital strike for Brock. Kiko and Mata sitting on their duelist ults respectively. Narrate just spams through.
What
Gets Kiko
the
down
hell?
instantly. That's the run it back on. You're kidding me.
Just another kick to the gut for NRG. 3-player stack now on this north side,
भाई
just
पीछे से आएगा तू
hugging this tripwire.
वो अच्छा है कि वो है ये ट्रिप है ना
Still to be so worried about
वो क्या आगे ट्रिप
Ray
देखा
and Suggetsu here at B. There's just no easy way to try to get access to the site. Run it back, going to be committed. Narrate spraying and praying, trying to see if he can find anything before this one does expire. But there's the backstab. Levin arriving, instantly able to find 2 players as Brock and Ethan will get taken down. The Phoenix ult gone. No closer, trying to get this plant in play. Our NRG completely surrounded. Scuba lucky to be alive, but with this operator, I mean, what are you meant to really do? First shot ringing out, under the connect. Now he's going to be struck down. Scuba.
oh my god
Having to try to fight his way out of here is going to be good for the one, but has to hightail it out. There's just no way to rescue this round.
अबे कहाँ कैमरा लगा
Plays his
इसने
feet and looks like KC will show the respect that Scuba earned from that previous map's performance. They won't go chasing, but they say thank you very much. You just handed us an operator as well as a 2-round lead.
I mean, it's just crazy work. The way that they're able to then maneuver on the map. They start just taking space. This is exactly what you wanted to see out of KC on this defender side. They have such a good feel for the flow of this map. Meanwhile, NRG looks a little rattled now. mean, that is a brutal way to start the round, too. You throw up that blaze wall, you just get spammed right down. Lose that key ultimate. But you're going to have to chew another round through, potentially. They are going to buy into this. They had enough in the bank. Operator actually not going to be carried over by KC. They opt to not go for it. Are we looking for some kind of wombo here? Convergent paths into the orbital strike, potentially. Ethan.
मुझे ऐसा क्यों लगा कि वो सेंटिनल्स ऑफ लाइट है
KC to get aggressive, but now
Sentinels of Light नहीं है वो
ये वो है
not going to see anything here though, so they're going to lean over
मुझे सेंटिनल्स ही लग रहा है मेरे को थोड़ा उसका मुंडी देख के
Sentinels of Light
starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable for NRG, like they're already behind the curve in this round.
नहीं है भैया
Trying to spread the map, they're trying to sell some attention. Footsteps sent out by Ethan. That isn't a ton of info there. So I don't think KC makes much of a change.
That's a quick backpedal along towards that north side to make sure they're not getting pinched here. So for now, because nothing's spotted on Dish, they continue to just leave 3 players on B. KC have a very strong understanding of exactly what NRG is doing. They're in pole position to counteract this.
Let's have so much map control.
They'll run it back from Kiko's gonna have to go hard in the paint.
Abilities का dump.
Gonna go up and over the top, and Kiko will be able to find the one strike now. Gonna be calling towards KT with the push forward. Dawson able to find those 2 kills. Ethan Mata. Both struck down. Now they have to rescale forward. 13 seconds remaining in the round. Brock. Spike in hand, trying to commit in for that plant, but it's gonna be Kiko front gen. He's able to find one. But he cannot escape. The round is over. The spike just cycled to the ground repeatedly. As the rate arrives exactly when he needs to. And that costs them so damn much.
Spike चाहिए था plant के लिए.
This is great stuff from a couple players. DOS9 just on the very edge of that orbital strike, able to push forward.
जब वो plan कर रहा था ना
when they
last
least
10
expect
seconds
it, finds 2 huge kills. Oh, that completely throws things into chaos for NRG. But the thing is from the get-go, from the beginning to the end of this round, this was KC on top of NRG the whole way. And that's going to force the second timeout already from Bonkar. It is so annoying how well KC plays this map on their defender side, man. They are so smart. They use their information, their space control so well. And then they kind of surprise you with moments like that where they're aggressively positioned when you least expect it, when you think you've been given the freedom to at least maybe get the plant down. No.
Defense बहुत ही difficult.
Grids भी तो चाहिए होते हैं.
NRG has been struggling. Even with the immense amount of tools they had available across all of these rounds, they've not been able to make anything stick. Orbital, neural, run it back, all committed into that to no avail. Just one little cheeky backstep from Great and Main.
Focus रखने के लिए
before that spike can get into play. You can tell that it's chaotic energy. They have no idea where their advantages lie, where they're safe on these sites.
हमारा वो प्रोफेसर एक चंगन चबाता रहता था.
If they can't figure that out, and this is going to be us moving over to Halo. Sketsu will be forced away.
Look at the reads. Look at the reads, though. They know as soon as that arcade orb is tapped that they're going to be given space over towards Dish. They throw out a haunt just to check.
कुछ मिलीसेकंड का
This is like breeze for 85 NRG, where it's not like they know what their opponents are going to do before they do it. Same with KC here. They're mirroring them at every step of the way. So now NRG gonna keep going. See if they can make this maze a little bit longer behind them to trace.
Want to keep trying to eventually sell fake, maybe just get a flank going through, so Scuba is going to be sent in behind as Nightfalls are going to be exchanged. Mata the one getting caught by that. As a paint shell towards Sans, not going to be able to find any damage here onto the waylay. Throw out the ready. Right swing in the corners, able to find Kiko, tucks back on the safety, and Mata's just not in position to try to counteract that. No trade to be found. Scuba now dead. The flanker absolutely noted. Suketsu gets the neural out. And the jig is up. He's able to find one with that Spectre in hand, but it's going to be a hell of a lot more necessary as he does manage to find yet another Swapping the guns.
क्या swap किया रे guns?
1v2 for the two-time world champion. No more util to speak of for 15 seconds. He's tucked away. There's been no tap at the door, but doesn't know if that late flank could have come through from sᴏᴄɪᴜ had he sprinted down towards the south side. So has to wait this one out. But it will just be a swing, and sᴏᴜɪ괜 has him in his sights. 6-2. The timeout's not mattering. The money gone. NRG. Massively on struggle street as KC continue to run away with this map.
I mean, it's just it's so hard to find gaps in this defense that KC has. And again, every step of the way, they're mirroring you. They're re-clearing space. They're checking and confirming. Okay, are you actually committing to that side of the map? Yeah, you are. You're not re-wrapping through the north side. Okay, that means you had to have gone through sewers. So now we can be ready to pivot and hit you at ropes when you try to break through there.
20.
And it feels like NRG just cannot respond, cannot recover. They're going to try another 4-1 setup. There's already a ping out over on this. Feels like KC has something ready.
Phoenix versus अभी Phoenix है इधर.
It feels like NRG are just out of ideas. 4-player push to Arcade, trying to grab the orb, trying to make an attack happen, but Narrate just peeks out. He manages to find a second one as Ethan will also get taken down.
Comeback time, yeah.
Grabs that Phantom.
Comeback हुआ है.
And you've got Levin encroaching on the north
Comeback
side.
नहीं अभी तो पहला
that trip for now.
You know वो चल रहा है.
Spike will be recovered.
कौन सा क्या बोलते हैं?
कुछ बोल ही नहीं सकते भाई. Comeback अगर कोई upper hand में भी वो कुछ भी हो जाता है.
Lays up, tries to take some space, but even just the spam from ज़ū manages to connect.
Time के बाद पता चलेगा.
Tag to 89. Swing in. Mana will be able to find the first. ज़ū is a little bit faster. He'll found Scuba trying to play around that tiny little gap. Nothing to be found, but he's going to be swinging right into the back of 11, who's just ready and waiting with that outlaw in hand. Brock now. Trying to clutch us out in a 1v3. Just the one Molly to try to buy some time. Already. The immense amount of damage going to be suffered as ᴍᴇᴅɪᴜ will run him down. Another round for KC. Guaranteeing a lead at the half, and given the way that these rounds are going, it's looking to be a monsters one.
Yes.
नहीं अभी भी इनका attacking बाकी है KC का.
This time, leaving that extra player out for a long time, playing a little bit of contain.
तब देखते तब you know.
I mean, at this point, I don't know what you do. Narrate starts this round off with a bang, finds 2. He's playing so smart around that orb. This time they give him a different look.
Energy.
Like, okay, they're going to tap this orb. We'll give it to them. We'll make them think that we're not contesting it this time. But little do they know, we lie in wait. That's 7 streak together. Buys struggle here for NRG. 2 Phantoms, 2 Guardians, and a Bulldog. 11 holding that tight angle. Man. I don't know what he saw there, but he was ready for that. That was just a timing.
Please, Manega.
Oh my God.
बोलते ही मर
One
गया.
of the best starts that NRG's had for a little while. Narrate, as the door's going to open, and Mana's going to be taken out before you try to go for the dash. Narrate
बाप रे ability dumb.
still tearing it apart. Dostine now refilling that space. Comes away with a kill, but will be traded back.
काली जुबान मेरा.
Spike still at Sands, now alone in the hands of Brock. Blake spotted, head clicked, but ᴍᴇᴅɪᴜ has him outdone. Just too many layers for energy to try to work through. KC are looking bulletproof on Fracture.
It's a little mistake at the beginning. 11 gives away his position, doesn't matter. I mean, Narrate is just so good on this map. It doesn't make sense. He is outrageous with his timings. He just knows. And he's so fast to react. Cycle through those run it backs. They always seem to find just tons of value. And this is just so one-sided so far. Let's see if there's any answer. Rock's got another orbital. Kiko has his. There's going to be some way that they can squeak one out, make this 8-3. Get 4. I don't know if it matters at this point. It feels like KC is too good on this map.
The up and over from Monax, landing out in the open, saturate. Took towards the corner, nothing to be found there. In fact, it's going to be honest, finding him through the smoke. Sugetsu gets eaten as well.
देखो बे
Nothing found.
खतरनाक है
Run it back, committed to no avail. Only a smattering of damage onto the enemy fade.
Sky
The space that you would love to have for post plant is very much taken away as Brock will fall. Scuba only able to find the one, but nothing more. 9-2. KC
पहला वाला साइड तो कैसे हो
continue to beat them back, continue to demolish. They're looking to make this a 10-2 scoreline at the half and quickly get us into map 3.
Oh yeah, this is feeling like lights out. I mean, NRG's been forcing buys. They've been trying to scrape together some kind of round, some kind of way in.
लोग अटैकिंग में ही मतलब डिफेंडिंग में अगर अच्छा खेल रहे हैं सपोज लाइक ये 10 तक उन्होंने अच्छा पॉइंट्स कर लिया तो उसमें स्लोली भी खेलेंगे तो भी उनका सिर्फ 3 पॉइंट्स तो चाहिए
away from the neural thefts. All he has to do is kill the lurker or just find a late flank and then throw that through and basically probably sweep through the round, you would think. Big push out here though. This might be, yeah, this is a problem.
Okay. Maybe a lifeline wanted to be offered up here by KC.
पिक्सल देखा तुमने कैसे स्पेल करते हैं
Beating the hell out of NRG so much they started to get depressed about it. Decided, we'll give you a couple kills.
उस बंदे का फेस और ब्रॉक का फेस सेम मिलता है थोड़ा
Playing a little psychologist, that's nice of him. Appreciate that.
Well, let's both duelists down. It's a showstopper out of the equation, so one fewer thorn in their side. But I mean, we've seen so many conversions already from KC that even in a 3v5, I'm not convinced that NRG have this one in the bag.
No. The best news about this is you took out the showstopper. Like, that's actually the only reason I still have some hope.
Cypher, bye-bye.
Okay, so Gets only gets one.
Bye-bye क्या भाई?
Abez and DOS9, surely not, right?
You don't have a Nightfall, but Convergent Paths with the Orbital Strike. If you can find out where these players are at, line them up, get the Wombo combo. That should be curtains. There's the neural theft. It's the combination. It's a little bit disjointed here, a little bit too fast on the draw. Meanwhile, Brock is eating some damage in transit just to try to get that spike planted.
Kind of opens a door.
Oh, okay.
Silent push forward. Abez trying to isolate them, but okay. The double stack will come away with the kills, and now it is just DOS9. Who looks like he's kind of accepted his fate in this round.
Doesn't want to give him the satisfaction.
Could just be a KD play.
In my Valorant, never.
Yamato knows exactly where he's at, so Convergent Paths just to lock him in place. They know that they have this one under wraps. So NRG, at long last here in round 12, are able to find their first round win since the pistol and the anti-eco. It was 9 in between for KC, a monstrous streak. And if NRG want to bring this one to a conclusion, then boy, it is going to have to be one hell of a defense for themselves.
I feel like going into stage 2 for VCT, Achilles, that a lot of people are watching this, what KC has been doing on this map, and are going to be borrowing some of what they do and how they operate, and like the protocols they have are so good. I mean, it will be hard to replicate because players like Narrate are so good at Phoenix, it's unfair. It feels like he's just better than you. He's got great individual reads. I mean, this time it isn't even necessarily all the utility. I mean, he's had some nice flashes, you bet. But he's just getting good reads and then clicking on heads with those phantoms.
Konami banned it for a reason.
I love it. I absolutely love it. He has been just stellar to watch on this map here at EWC 2026. DOS9 had a few good moments. Sugetsu played great. He was constantly shutting down Scuba on those lurks. Won the Cypher battle for sure. And Mata had a few moments, but haven't been able to see that Waylay really be the carry that it was in the past, like in 2025. Obviously, yes, there's been some nerfs, but still, not a very, very good. Yeah, getting a couple moments, sure. Kiko's still putting up numbers, but that was just a masterclass. Both teams on their map picks have their defenders' sides absolutely exquisitely thought out.
डिजाइन अच्छा लग रहा है वो चेयर का.
Well, as we so often say, it's gotta start from the pistol. They have any shot of being able to get this back, but
कि
Carmichael
सफेद है पर सफेद में
damn good on this map.
गंदा हो जाता है जल्दी.
Like, even if you feel confident in your fracture, KC makes it through to the next round. If you can get this victory here, probably gonna have to consider taking it off the table. It's just looking too clean.
I mean, yeah, it's almost a must ban for anybody else the rest of the way through. I
इसलिए सबसे
don't care
बेस्ट
what your
होता है
perma
ब्लैक.
ban is. I don't know that anybody has a hope.
भी लगे तो
Maybe heretics. You know, who knows? Vitality on the right day, but
देखते क्या
right
होता
now
है.
this team is incredible, absolutely incredible. And they go over to the attacker side. Just a clear there. So, a little bit of presence known, but it's just a cipher, so that doesn't give you a ton of info here as NRG. They still got the right read. I mean, the heavy gamble stack onto B. Probably saw something in the VOD review and said, I'm just going to try to NB a lot. Let's just gamble on it, not get impatient.
Lana does not have a refract set up, but it still will be good for the first shot. Wants to stick around as they continue to swing forward. He'll get himself a second 11, collecting a kill now. The flashes out in the paint shell is at Kiko's feet. He gets struck down. Last pack forward. Brock barely able to win that fight. Surviving with 13 health.
स्पाइक लेके ए जा.
A 1v2, but this is the danger man for KC.
कैमरा तो ऑन कर लो भाई.
Just a classic.
Just a classic. Now, clearing of that cam.
Eight पे.
Over the top of the tripwire as well. Swinging the corner, unable to find that kill onto the enemy Brimstone. Considering the molly. 9 bullets remaining. Molly on the close side, trying to isolate here, but just not really given fantastic angles. The shots just aren't quite connecting for him. Finds the first, Brock dead. Swing in, and Scuba will be able to persevere. Gets damn close, but NRG will find another pistol. Needs so much more from there.
Almost a throw here from NRG, who has a really good read at the beginning of this round on the tendency of where this wants to end up. But then they get a little impatient, start pushing out. The good news is Mara found the right timing there to get that first kill. And then Brock's able to hold the line with the Sheriff. Gets the bounding, blast-packing Levin right in the chest. Narrate, I mean, you never count him out. You just feel like he's good for it. So fast, so agile.
He's still able to get those 3 charges.
Yep. I mean, I'm still not comfortable as NRG. Like, this still feels like a scary scary situation going up against an eco. Levin's the only one who buys up. Well, there's a couple bandits in there. I take it back. There's 3 bandits. From a distance, they look like classics. Also, I'm old and my eyes are bad. Leave me alone.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
There's a couple shots out and a triple push down through this double push rather down to this underpass. Orb to be collected, and right now 1 away from having the run it back available. And they're now going to take that as their prize and silently drift away over to the side of the map where not too far off, but
still
back into a position with that outlaw is going to prove to be even more difficult.
This is, in theory, plantable. It just depends on the timing here from Ethan. Nobody's going to open this door. They're just going to silently bypass it. Set up a player to watch the flank and throw some smokes and potentially get the plant through. Ethan just can't contest this. He's all on his own for now.
A reposition, scale forward from Sugetsu, spotting out 2. Mono now trying to scale up. Get onto an angle where he can put that Sugetsu used, but Sugetsu just stays tucked. They do not suss this out quite yet. Yeah, any way of clearing him whatsoever is going to be the question. Instead, they're going to refight in towards Halls. The Haunt going to be destroyed.
Oh my god.
Narrate still there, ready to strike as he scales forward, ignoring that molly. He's able to find the first, looks for the second. He cannot make it happen. Ethan turns back with the classic in hand. Sugetsu now says hello. Cleans up 2. Has down low. Levin trying to strike. Manages to find the 1 and Brock. The last one standing. Trying to bait him, wins the fight, has the time.
That ends up being so costly. You talked about it. It doesn't feel comfortable, and that is proven. Only one player surviving.
The way that KC is using space against their opponents, they're setting themselves up in all these tricky places, and it's making NRG have to think about so much. Then they use their own smokes against them in the backside. They hide in them, wait for them to come through, cut right down the middle of the NRG formation. And even Narrate's frustrated, man. He wanted that one so bad, and they were oh so close. A really good attempt from KC. NRG gonna start throwing money into this. Want to get this bonus to go. They know how crucial it is. If they can get this round to go started, they could maybe offset KC enough. But Narrate, sharp, Ethan down.
There goes the IGL.
Ethan IGL, okay.
Dead off the rip. Mata spotted that tripwire. Make his way back over, try to reinforce this A side, because again, KC starting to creep their way over here. Seems like they overall do have the right idea. It's just a question of can they hold the line, can they stave them off? Convert this bonus. Run it back. Push forward over towards sᴏᴄɪᴜ. Just getting spammed a little bit. He's able to find Mata through that smoke. Scuba able to snap him back. He's able to find Levin on top. But he and Brock will both fall, and now suddenly it's just Kiko.
Willy को कैसे मारा इसने?
Just a guardian in hand.
अबे नहीं कुछ गलत.
Given the money, given how much they had to invest because of how close that previous round was, he has to save this weapon. Rotates over, can swap over to the Phantom at the very least, get that upgrade. And perhaps just find somewhere to tuck away and try to play this out quietly. It's going to be a 5-round advantage here in the hands of KC once again as they hit double digits.
And look at the money. Look at the money for NRG.
It's gone.
They bought into this. They felt like they had to convert this bonus if they were going to have any chance in this map. They can't do it. So it feels like this is certainly KC's, and we will certainly be going to Haven. Just so impressed. Love the way this team operates, the protocols they have, individual play. Narrate, again, outrageous how he understands what's going on, knows where players are going to be. Just seemingly has a vision in his mind. There is a technical pause, but my goodness.
वो कौन सा होता है?
So good. So good.
Well, hopefully something quick and clean like we had previously.
पीछे लाइट डिमिक डिमिक कर रहा है.
Already.
Hi troll, welcome to the stream. कैसे हो?
Hopefully be able to get back into this.
एक टीम को इतना देर तक कैसे चबा सकता है?
Holding on by a thread. This is still possible. We know that this is a team that is
तो वो खत्म हो चुका होगा.
getting themselves back into a winning position. Just given how
ये लोग जो मॉनिटर्स वगैरह हमने सेटअप तो वो लोग देते हैं ना, कीबोर्ड एंड माउस वो लोग देते हैं कि अपना प्लेयर्स का खुद का होता है. कीबोर्ड लेकिन सबका मेरे को अलग अलग क्यों लग रहा है?
वो पता नहीं बट माउस इसका अलग अलग होता है.
सब मस्ट और तुम हम भी मस्त है. लाइक कर देना स्ट्रीम को ट्रोल. देखो सबका कीबोर्ड भी मेरे को अलग अलग दिखता है. ये लोग देते हैं कि प्लेयर्स का
ग्रिप चाहिए, कुछ भी माउस में नहीं बैठता. मैं ग्रिप बैठ
प्लेयर्स खुद का ले जा सकते हैं. ओह ओके, तभी सबका अलग अलग कीबोर्ड दिख रहा है मुझे.
I think वो प्रोवाइड करते हैं वो लोग भी, बट वो
बट सबका कंफर्ट लेवल अलग अलग होता है ना.
देखो कैसा
तुम्हारा कैसे सब्सक्राइबर है एक मेंबरशिप भी नहीं ले रहा है? क्या बताओ यार, मेरे सब्सक्राइबर्स लोग कंजूस है, मैं क्या बताऊं. कुछ को वैल्यू देते हैं if they don't win. उसको देना पड़ेगा, प्रोवाइड तो वो लोग करेंगे ना, इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है.
But I think they realized, oh hey, we're pretty good at this fracture thing, and NRG lost
माउस
the
एंड
paper
कीबोर्ड
X
आर
line, so
दोस
surely
थिंग्स
we're
जो
better than them on it too,
सपोज
right?
लाइक तुम एक
Yeah,
अच्छा ब्रांड का यूज
100%
कर रहे
correct
हो
so
बहुत
far.
सालों से
Fans of the
तो उसमें
property
हार्ड
are
बैठ
working
जाते हैं
out.
ना
Does make sense.
अच्छा ब्रांड का तो
And
यही
that
प्रोवाइड
is
करेंगे
looking
बट
to
Of course,
continue
yeah.
here for KC.
डिजाइन जो होता है वो होता है ना
Up by 5 to get ready to go back into this. Just that one phantom
Obviously,
carried
CCTV.
over by Kiko.
सीसीटीवी
Slight
साइफर का है
there
ये
for Mata.
साइफर का
But
सीसीटीवी
I mean, it's just been
साइफर का
few
ही
and far
सेटअप है ये
between for NRG to be able to find kills
फुल सेटअप है
Yeah.
in this map.
Yeah.
See just
अमीर है
how
भाई
outfragged
हम
everybody
तेरा
is
से
at the
एक
moment.
मेंबरशिप ले ले
That's it.
भाई
I mean,
बंदा
Kiko's been
कल आया
trying,
है
but-
ट्रोल क्या बात कर रहे हो कल ही तो सब्सक्राइब किया है
Pack it up! Pack it up!
भाई यही मोटिवेशन
Let's
चाहिए
go.
मुझे ट्रोल से
sᴏᴄɪᴜ.
खुद मेंबर बन के दूसरों को मोटिवेट करे मेंबरशिप लो
Poor Kiko.
पेट्रोल को
The
भी फ्री में
phantom will
मिला है
change hands. And the question becomes, can Ethan
बोलना नहीं है
find
मुझे
value with this?
He passed it on to Brock now.
Can Brock find value with this? Ethan on that
Yes.
peak, probably wishing that he
वो
still
था
had a
वो
phantom.
ये सीधा
It's going to
किया
be zoned away.
उसने
Molly down to 71. Mata at the same
बस सीधा
time.
सीधी लगा दिया
In
अच्छा
position in
है
halls. Two players on the opposite side. And they're just
स्टेट
going to
वाला
back
नहीं
off.
तोड़ना
They
है
say, okay, we've probably drawn all of them to this side of the map. We have full control of north side.
ओह
So let's send the spike there. Mata
तेरा कौन जाएगा
gonna find a second.
भाई क्या
That
मस्त
opens
मारा है
up
भाई
weapons for collecting.
That's huge. Mata, all of a sudden. No way.
Trying to find this, and he will. Narrowly wins
स्पाइक
it out.
डाउन स्पाइक डाउन होता है ना कि क्या
Perhaps he's gun for himself in a wall
Mhm.
around to be found after the start. Still not out of the woods yet. Levin will be able to collect
क्या तो
that
मेरा वाला
spike.
देख रहे हो क्या
He could get the plant in play. Obviously, we give him a showstopper, but he's still going to have to try to take control of the site itself.
तुम्हारे वाले में चल रहा है अबे
Good touch in
यार
the corner. They're picking that out. Convergent pass going to be sent.
Ish.
Showstopper. Now drawn. Gets
Bach
locked
gaya.
in. Smata. He's been given such a lifeline. They're trying to clutch it, but he's going to be caught with util in hand.
केसी again
And what a roller coaster of a round. A devastating start into what looked like a guaranteed thrifty. Then wrested out of their grasp again. KC. They might stumble along the way, but it feels like they're always
रोल
reaching their
कभी कभी
destination
तुम
in
खुद
Fracture.
भी आया
Yeah.
करो
Mata
स्ट्रीम पे
has to start reclearing that
वंस
space
इन अ ब्लू
because
मंथ आते हो कभी आया करो
there
स्ट्रीम
wasn't
पे
a
तभी पता
commit
चलेगा ना
from
कौन
KC.
कल आया
He
है
was going, well, they're either
तुम भी
taking a
ना
pause and I
ट्रोल
have to
सच्ची
find
में
that out for my team, so I have to throw my body on the line a bit.
भी कम
And he
नहीं
gets two
है
big kills. That actually gives them hope,
Support
gives them a
comes
chance, and
from
then
many
they'll
ways,
dash
exactly.
Thwarted. Mata with the op. Moving a little bit further
But this is an all
forward.
in.
Oh,
भी ट्रोल को पता नहीं था कि तुम
Saturated
कल
and
आए
shut
हो
in. Kansas
so
will take the
yeah
dash out to safety, but overstays to find another kill. Vaughn will get the reveal. He's frantically trying to escape. Will be able to do so, but Kiko can't say the same. Tries to go to the rescue, pushing forward, and Alves will be able to strike him down.
ये smoke
Trail leading the way at the top of the plant. Not being fully committed to yet. NRG playing a bit of ring around the rosy, but look at DOS9. He might be able to find a monster timing there.
डालो यार क्या करो क्रश ने धोखा दिया
Stabs into the back. They're all depth now. Invested to reveal the final two players. But NRG, they go for
तुम
a
भी
favorite
क्रश को धोखा
situation,
देते
and now
जाओ
back into a
टिट फॉर
2v2.
टैट कर दो उसके साथ जैसे करनी है
really
वैसे
tough.
करनी
Gonna try to double up.
Scoop on the push, and Alves
Oh,
will hold the angle.
bhai.
Scoop will be able to take him down. The Molly now going to be invested. He wants to try to
Molly,
hold this one
ish,
up to half. The
Molly
Molly
पीछे
ends up
गिर
going
गया
too deep. He realizes that it's not connected, so the views can be stuck. NRG
सीरियसली क्यों लेते हो
rescuing this round, but cannot rescue that operator. I don't believe he gets taken into the hands
चल
of
यार
DOS9.
चिल करो चैट शांत हो जाओ
Away from
शांत हो
these
जाओ भाई
players.
मैच देखो ना
All right. Starting to feel like maybe there's hope if they can keep that operator. What a nice little setup they have there. Just outside of that cyber cage, gives himself a little bit of a window. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a flick he's practiced.
Yeah, we did get the glimpse of it there at the very end. So the operator
Guys,
does
जो भी लोग
carry
stream
over by
देख रहे हो
DOS9,
फटाफट
now
stream
into
को
the
like
hands
कर
of
दो
Levin.
Right, so
6 लोग
How's
देख रहे हो
energy?
लाइक तो कर दो यार
not going to have
लाइक
enough
कर
money
दो
for another one. Mata's just going to go push it
सब
again.
लड़ाई
Feels
वड़ाई
like
में कुछ
he,
नहीं रखा मैच
big part of the
कितना
success
बढ़िया
for them
match
has been
देखो।
taking control of this A main space. Meanwhile, Alves, well, hold on.
अमित रसो
They are
चिल
so
चिल
very
वो
risky.
फोर्स नहीं कर रहे वो मजाक कर रहे हैं
Back in the back of that
वो
box.
मजाक कर रहा था यार सीरियस
Their ball in
सीरियस
hand. And they will make their
चिल
exit.
चिल मैच देखो तुम
A lot of KC Now wanting to try to potentially re-clear this is Haunt over the
मैच
top.
देखो कितना इंटेंस मैच चल रहा है.
Some presence on the north side going to be noted. And this is starting to make NRG feel like perhaps this is still going to be an exec onto this side.
बाप रे उसको तो अटका दिया सब कुछ कर दिया.
And that's got the rotation coming out from Brock.
It's a beautiful cell.
Paint shell now coming through. And quick pivots back. Having to be done. Scuba still just watching on the camp. There's a boombot. The answering knockball now going to be going out. Brock with the spray and break the full flash connecting. Scuba going to be struck down. Ethan Death Bell finds that elimination. The Neural Death now invested. Getting the ping reveal here is KC. Spotted on all the players as Keiko. Deadman Mana able to cover the corpse.
दोनों ने हल किया था.
Now able to expound fire.
हाँ दोनों ने हल किया था.
Come in with a player advantage. The spike still
my god.
dropped on the ground here.
असर बहुत
Alongside
है.
generator.
दोनों फिनिक्स उधर ही है.
Dialed in from that main angle. With the tap. Kiko.
ओह दोनों को ले गया.
Finds the third, and that should be round done. 11 bound forward, but no real way to recover this. I'm not sure how he stayed alive for so long.
Wow.
He cannot rescue the round. It's Kiko with a massive 4K to keep NRG in
मेरी
this
क्रश
game.
बोल रही थी कि उसका कोई क्रश नहीं है, पर थोड़े दिन पहले उसको उसके पापा के दोस्त पे क्रश था. इतना बड़े दोस्त.
Just enough there.
Just enough to call the timeout for KC.
Yeah.
And you get the op back here too. That's huge for NRG.
What the fuck?
That big piece of the puzzle.
पापा के दोस्त के बेटा.
Again, it's gonna give them. I
पापा
think
के
here,
दोस्त
coming
का
out of this
क्रश
timeout,
था.
probably something Casey's
ये
talking
तो
about
धोखा
is,
हुआ यार. बैंदा सहते यार ट्रोल.
that op's gonna be an aim in. What are we gonna do? How do we want to maneuver around the rest of the
हाँ ये
map?
अच्छा है. एडिट बना देता हूँ.
Maybe
एडिट बना दो इसी नाम.
maybe Dice feels
Can
like
they
they
come
saw
back?
some of that space being given up at Dish.
क्या
That's
स्कोर
something
क्या
they
हुआ
can play
था?
for a little bit more. Leave an extra player.
स्कोर क्या
Try
हुआ
to
था?
go for the lurk through main to maybe deal with
मुझे
Mata.
नहीं
When he's busy trying to
लगता.
help out.
कुछ भी हो
Defend
सकता
the
है.
execute
मुझे
from
कुछ
that
नहीं पता.
direction would be something I could consider happening here. Maybe just some fast B hits. Just really put them to the test. Right now, NRG
Sugar
found their
daddy.
groove. They found their answer temporarily, and that's that A main
पापा के
setup.
दोस्त के बेटे पर क्रश
Just either
होता तो
being
समझ
aggressive or
आता.
having the op there.
वही
They're
ना.
not gonna go for it
ये
this
तो
time. They
बहुत
showed a
बुरा
very different
बहुत
look.
ज्यादा बुरा हुआ.
गाना लिख दो.
And I think this is
मैं तो
wise.
बोलता गाना लिख दो एक.
Unless, well,
इसी बात पे.
they might try to set up a bit of a sandwich
बहुत
outside.
पेट्रोल
the
जब भी
door.
आता है ना ऐसा ऐसा फैक्ट्स लेके आता है और हंसी आ
Half
जाता है.
armors, 5 with the regen, so
ये
yeah,
क्या बात
everybody
है
gonna be
पापा के
susceptible to this.
दोस्त पे भाई. हद है.
Smart buy. That's something
मैं
that
घोर कर लियोगे.
NRG
कुछ भी हो
constantly
सकता है.
doing is going for those half armor buys.
मेरे
So
पास
they're gonna try
SSB है उसने जो लिखा
to
था.
outduel Mata, and he's going to.
Got it.
क्या बोला
Shades of
मुझे
Mats.
अंकल पे क्रश है.
Operator on the floor.
भाई.
It's now a 2-2 split for NRG to try to keep this going. Molly going to be spotted off the cam. Brock trying to scale on this angle. He's going to have to use the Molly just to try to cut off access from that RK side.
पापा ने दिया क्रश को
Meanwhile, Pivot's going to be
परम
coming in.
ज्ञान.
Well, Ethan wisely does backpedal away. Sends up an operator shot,
पैसा
trying
देख
to
लिया
scare
था
them off,
अंकल का.
usher them back over towards the heavier stack.
हो सकता है.
Ball in the right of the tower, the jump on the corner, and Levin's going to be taken down.
That
Back
jump
into a
was
4v4.
too good.
Drop down from Kiko, playing this one very boldly.
Open up the sky.
Space can't quite clear the
Yeah.
corner, but still will be able to gain line of sight. Get rid of Kiko.
अब पता चला हम सिंगल कैसे मर रहे हैं. अपलोड सबकी
Can't even hold his own against the player right in front of his very
बंदी ले
eyes.
जा रहा है.
Aves comes up with the goods. Scuba dead.
पापा
And
लोग
Ethan
नहीं,
now
पापा लोग का दोस्त.
to just grab up that operator. Hold on.
3 ने
for dear
4v1.
life.
क्या हो सकता है?
KC will move up 12 to
भाई
7.
अकेला
NRG, they're
अकेला.
gonna have to run 5 in
बचा
a
ले
row
और बचा ले यार.
just to get this into overtime. The money is just not on their side.
मैक्स 2
No,
को मार सकता है
let's
ये
see if
अगर
he's able to even
full
keep
rest
this.
रहेगा तो भी.
निकाल रहे.
Tsugetsu
हाँ, नहीं
isn't
रहा
going
मुझे.
his way just yet.
डरा दिया बेचारे
A
को.
little bit of time before it
वही तो.
explodes. Two are gonna come.
They have to know he's gonna have the
Imagine करो वो
You have
ऐसे
to be
ऑफ लेके
suspicious
हुए
about this
खड़ा है.
angle. And they are.
भाग भाग.
And we're feeling the haunt. And Ethan still trying to go for this
No,
deep.
no, no,
and
no.
nearly gets
भाग,
punished.
ये कहाँ फेंक रहा है? अच्छा.
Now it's on the
तो
line as to
सामने
whether
है.
or not he's
अगर
been
कोई है
surrounded.
सामने.
Will
आप
be able to
बचाओ
retain
ले,
this
आप
weapon after
बचाओ.
all.
And it's nearly taken out of his grasp. Well, I am so
बचा के भी
impressed
क्या
with this
फायदा?
timeout, and it's they identify the problem and find the solution. It's that A main op,
नहीं
and they
नहीं
needed
12 हो गया ना
something,
उनका वो बोल रहा हूँ
and they found it.
फिर
And
भी
it's a
एक राउंड के लिए
simple
बचा लिया
little
उसने
trick. The outlaw into Sugetsu's
12 है
hands to
still
deal with
अगर
that, and it makes the map so much more difficult
12
for
7
NRG
is
to
also
read
not
and to
bad.
control.
yeah
And they start getting put in awkward situations. That orbital strike, Kiko knew it was coming. Had to get out of there. Neri just too sharp with those phantoms, man. It is so impressive to watch him operate with it.
Speaking of which, it's tower from Mana. No one playing on that side, at least at the moment. Some early contention around A Hall.
And this is KC now just starting to probe a little bit. Just trying to push NRG in towards the site.
He's at risk here. And now he's dead.
Wow.
Elbow spot. Sugetsu clips it. Kill is found. Now Mata going to be left on an island. Spike is still going to be dropped back over in the attacker spawn, but
auto है
over
ना
to the side, Alves can recover that. The
auto
question is,
लगता है बहुत गंदा
which do they decide to go for? They've got more players scaled
तो
forward
एक साथ
outside of
पीले के
B, so
बम
they're
मार
going to look
दे
to attack into
Yes.
this
उससे भी
one.
ऑफ
Mata,
ही है
yes, he does have the full health. Almost certainly would still be dead on the swing.
बच गया
Looking for that shot. Critically for him, it does not come through. Saturate
Skip
connecting
us,
onto
yeah.
one. Alves going to be held at bay. The rotation's coming in. NRG trying
Mada
to get the
pe hai.
players clustered together to hold the line and keep this map going. But Mada's just given absolutely no sight lines. Meanwhile, Brock still waiting
Fan
for this
to be
late flank.
beholden.
He's reading it well, but this still keeps him contained away from the rest of the squad.
Yeah.
We're falling the wayside.
GG's.
He again, Brock able to find the one else.
Oh, no.
The tower takes the op into his own hands, and at the cost of all of his health. That's
अगर
what it took
ब्लॉक
for
पे
Brock
साइड
to
में
win that with the
खत्म
Spectre. And now, it would have to be two of the fastest, crispest, cleanest shots that we have ever seen to keep this map going. They all know that this is the end.
GG.
Sugetsu,
Wow.
an absolute beast, a
Nice
monster.
one.
In these last
Control
several rounds
GG.
for KC, they clean house on Fracture. And they
Okay,
send us to
last
victory.
map.
It is
It's
amazing
heaven.
to watch them operate.
It is
The
good,
best
it is
defensive side Fracture I can think of that
Oh,
I've
yeah.
seen. Does KC
Okay.
have right now? They are so
1-1
smart,
है
so
दोनों का.
with it, and on
Yeah,
top of their
1-1.
opponents from the
अभी
get-go.
last map है
Other than the
deciding
pistols, they
map.
looked really darn good
इसमें
on
कौन
this map.
जीतता है?
Yeah, and that's another thing to take into consideration. NRG,
NRG.
so many of the round wins, just the
Mira.
pistols and those anti-ecos could barely find any gun
Mira,
round
yeah.
wins
NRG.
throughout this Fracture. That's how clean
Kaas
Carmine
NRG.
Corp was otherwise. So
कुछ ना
now,
कुछ कर
a third and final
बढ़िया.
map to determine it all, to see
Deadly.
which one of these two is going to be pushing forward and which one is going to be going home. But for now, we'll allow for the analyst test to break down that Fracture.
I still just can't believe that Carmine Corp, with a terrible start to the year, have found the form against these level of teams. Fnatic in the qualifier, Paper Rex, Vitality, and now coming up with the map victory against NRG and one win away from playing in front of the blue wall here at EWC Paris 2026. Welcome back to the desk. Degon alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And Fracture, yet again, was a trump card for KC.
Loved it. I love their Fracture. I think they're so good on it.
क्या
They're
लगता है?
really smart, especially that defender side. That's where a lot of
तुम्हें क्या
teams
लगता है
get
बताओ
tripped
अभी
up because you have
अभी
to
के
be
हिसाब से मैच
aggressive.
कुछ नहीं
You
बोल
have to go
सकते
down the
मैं
map,
अभी
you
भी
have to
वो
deny
हुआ
the
नहीं
with your
Prediction.
body. They did that
Prediction.
so brilliantly. They understood where to fight. Kukuka, you said you were feeling great about NRG. You doubted.
मेरी तरफ से हाँ
now I'm in
एनर्जी में तो
Listen,
एनर्जी सपोर्ट
Classic
Don't
Jinx
try to play
excuse.
the reverse.
This
the
is
reverse
not like in
jinx.
this is not like in log. It's not like the last thing I say is the one that goes. Okay, I've been for the entirety from day one saying
वही
wouldn't
तो
it be
पता नहीं
great
क्या
to
हो
have all 5 teams, especially
कुछ
coming
भी
into
हो
today
जीतो
having
जीतो
all
जीतो
5
कोई भी
EMEA
जीतो
teams. But I need to be realistic. At the end of the day, it's NRG that they're going up against, and this is a wounded KC. And why wouldn't they be? It's been a terrible year for them. So. Do I know that the caliber of the players
कल का
is good,
प्रेडिक्शन
but
तो आज ही
listen
चल रहा है
also to
ब्रो
Avis in the interviews that he's been given, it is a mental problem.
मैं
Now
भी
I'm
आपका
gonna
मैच
start
मैंने
the
देखा नहीं
Fractures
था
winning
लेकिन
the map, man. We're gonna go to him. Yeah,
Where's
he's
this
gonna be
speed all the time?
Yo, you are insane on Fracture. And
Which
it's just
isn't
going to
there
be
anymore.
KC again.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, and focusing just on this map, there is something that I think is the most promising coming out of this Fracture, and is the fact that, as you were saying, not only how you interpret this map from the defense, is the amount of refracts that we saw during this game. So many of those duels were traded. So many of those half mistakes, half gambles go in the way of KC just because there's someone to battle next. And if you decided not to lose them against Americas today,
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it.
formula, innit?
You complained after map 1 about how Americans had stolen away Keiko. That he'd been poached away to the other regions. But we all, you guys poached Narrate. Narrate was over in Sentinels. He comes back across for KC. He's ready to go.
No, that is a myth. Nobody wanted a narrate on Americas.
यार
and
मुझे
we
केस देखना
gave
है
him
यार
a
ये केस ही
chance.
दिखा दो
And then when he was good, Sentinels came knocking on his door. Rob is here. I literally say Sentinels and he appears. You have been gone the entire day.
हुआ था शायद कल वाले पे हुआ था आज मतलब जो मैच आज होता है ना वो नेक्स्ट डे मतलब थोड़ा रिकैप दिखाता है ना हुआ था
It's been a
वाले पे
great welcome home for Narrate here in Paris. I think, they're trying to do everything they can to get across, play in front of the crowd that will give them so much energy, so much passion. One map away now from deciding that final spot here in this group and eliminating NRG. Could this be the second international in a row where they crash out in the group stage?
Yeah, 7-1 on opening duels for Narrate, and that was the big difference here. It just felt like, as we said earlier, the first 2 maps of this series, if you have strategies prepared, it is very difficult to try and gunfight your way out of it. And
DE और AGAL का हुआ था कल
exactly why
फिर at the same time MIBR और Team Heretics फिर next में 715 का हुआ था
I think we spoke about how great
Eli
NRG were on
Gaming
Breeze, and we
and
also said
G2
fractures are very
Esports और
different. You
Gentle
have to approach it
Mates
very
और
differently,
non-stream
and I feel like
Esports
I'm always
आज
I was a
लेकिन
bit worried about NRG
मतलब कल
whenever
तक
they're
दो
not
मैचेस चल
being
रहा
able
था
to play
मतलब
their
at the same
signature roles.
time
When Brock is having to
आज
play
ही
the
एक मैच
Brimstone,
चल रहा है
things like that, it always just has me doubt a little bit that this team is running at 100%
मतलब
efficiency.
और teams
I
कम
think
होते
that's
जा
true.
रहे हैं
I
ना
think they couldn't go toe to toe with KC in this one.
Also, to me, there was a little bit of a
पहले टीम
disappointment.
ज्यादा
in this
होता
map.
तो
I
play के टाइम पे
expected more
दो
from Nada,
करते थे
especially when we were talking about the attack. He had an incredibly quiet half. We were saying how when Breeze kind of like waste having here in Harbor just because of what he can do. But yeah, at the end of the day,
exactly
did KC actually plan this? Like, did they pick the Fracture, not the Haven, to secure it, and then
Been playing the long game.
बैठ तो सकते हो
Maybe.
I'm on my knees.
Oh,
I'm on my knees. I'm on my knees, please. I'm okay.
I'm okay
I'm okay.
You look okay.
We'll have time to go ahead and figure out if was this the KC long play. Give them map 1, we'll leave the map pool open, get Fracture, leave Haven there for the decisive map. Well, that is where we're going. Map number 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Yay.
Yes. अबे सिर्फ वैलो ही दिखा रहा है इसमें
Play
कोई गलत बात
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
है दूसरा मैच
it becomes our superpower.
यहाँ पे वैलो ही चल रहा है पहला वीक
Now imagine an entire
वैलो
city
खत्म होगा
being
फिर
built to
उसके बाद कुछ
supercharge
और
it.
होगा अरे वो डाउनलोड कर लो
Kadir
ना
City, powered by Play.
हाँ वही देख रहा हूँ
वहाँ पे ही सब
वेबसाइट पे
स्पेस नहीं है यू हैव अ फकिंग एंड्रॉइड एंड्रॉइड पे सबसे ज्यादा स्पेस होता है क्या बात कर रहे हो
ओए कल से एपेक्स होगा
क्या
कल से एपेक्स होगा
हाँ भाई वैलो एथिक्स से खेल लूँ मैं
नहीं देखने वो बोल रहा हूँ मैं कैसा होगा कल से होगा
दूसरा गेम का डेट नहीं देखा
डोटा
एपेक्स है क्या
एपेक्स कल से होगा डोटा भी होगा कल से परसों होगा स्पेशल मोबाइल लेजेंड का होगा वुमेन्स इंटरनेशनल होगा 14 तारीख से फ्री फायर होगा 15 तारीख से माय फेवरेट गेम
My God. Diamond
Your favorite game?
Diamond diamond.
Play
How
is
was
in
stream
our
पे और
DNA.
diamond दूंगी मैं.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
PUBG तो 21 तारीख से होगा.
No,
Now
6.
imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir
So वो
City,
PUBG Mobile
powered by
6.
play.
PUBG bet. अच्छा PUBG bet लग रहा नहीं है.
It is back here for a mystery 1v1 skirmish. This time we have Carmine's DOS9 in the seat, and he's going to have to try to guess who he is playing against on the other side. He has no clue. It is just one player who is one of the other teams. Could even be his own team. You're saying,
what if I just list all players?
August में होगा ये.
I mean, if you have the memory to list off every single player that's here, big on you. I think that would be quite impressive, but already.
21 तारीख.
PC वाला जल्दी होगा. PC वाला देखा नहीं क्योंकि मैंने PC वाला का फॉर्म फिल नहीं किया.
One more. We'll start getting the hints out.
फॉर्म फिल करेगा तभी तो परमिशन मिलेगा करने
Has
का.
lifted a global trophy.
Okay, broke?
No.
Mother.
No. Your next thing
Valo.
was that in the global tournament that they won. this
वेलो
player
का
won MVP.
वो आ गया था ईमेल.
No.
जी का आया नहीं अब तक.
They're from the CN region.
From China? Darga. Oh, not that. Kantan.
आई गर्मी है.
They got one back. And Kong Kong needs 2 to take it. Woo. Oh. That was a GG.
Fish वाला कौन सा है रे? Boxing glove.
मिली वेपन है. मिली वेपन में देखो.
मैं देखा नहीं कभी. देखूंगा.
वो ब्लास्टेक्स का खानदान का नहीं क्या?
हो सकता है क्योंकि वही थोड़ा ऐसा टाइप का.
देखो मिली वेपन में उसका नाम नहीं
Welcome
पता
back
मेरे
to
को बस
EWC
ग्लोव्स.
2026 Valorant. Love that little piece of content that we had there with DOS9 going up against Kong Kong. It was like 8-0.
अरे ऑन जब मेरा राइट लाइन ऑन नहीं
DOS9 got his first pick, and then he got the answer correct as well. Digon alongside Kakuka and Big Time, and right now DOS9 and the rest of KC
Right line to
making it to
background.
the in-person portion of the playoffs here at EWC 2026, but standing in their way is a different
क्या बात कर रहे हैं? मैं तो सिर्फ Valorant ऑन करती हूँ.
NRG. And he and the rest of the squad need to continue the pressure
Eh,
on,
मेरे को नहीं
otherwise
होता है.
NA representation will go from 1 team to 2 teams.
Yeah, but look, for me, I think NRG struggled in that map. We know that Haven is a map Casey routinely will like to go to back in NBA. It's where they feel very, very comfortable. So I think you have to ask bigger questions over onto the NA squad there.
Yeah, absolutely. For the side of KC, as you're saying, is somewhere where they're comfortable, is somewhere where they know what they're doing, and is somewhere where actually the change in putting Aves back into an initiator, moving him away from the duelist, has worked wonders for them, especially if Narrate is able to keep the same performance. For the side of NRG, we did see, the last time that we saw them play in this map was in London against Foots. Overtime, they did not go their way. I think that the composition is something that they might stick with. Maybe with all the wailing that we're seeing in Mata, that might be a change to consider.
But if he does want to roll with it, we have to see him step up. He was slow in that fracture. He couldn't land those shots with the operator. He's not in the right positions, and he's not being able to make that space. I really do have to ask what they have in store here. Over on the side of KC, Narrate, we have to give him his flowers. In that second map, he was absolutely spectacular. Look for him to be able to try and continue that form, because if he does, things start to get really scary over there for the squad in white.
I think for me, it's Kiko's performance has been fantastic on these duelists, and in that map 1, he was dominant on the Jet. And needs to have a performance like that here on Haven to close things out.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, they need a hero right now. They need somebody who's going to electrify this team, who's not going to let them go down without a fight. That goes for both sides of the ball here, because we don't know how this Haven will begin to shake out. Both teams looks very confident on their own map pick. Now we're on the neutral ground. It's all to play for. Playoffs on the line. Win and you're in. Lose and you're on that flight back home.
I was highlighting how KC was not given untraded isolated duel, something that, of course, on the side of Energy was happening. Something to work on, and Kiko's actually going to be going on to the chamber. Mara on the Phoenix, and now Ethan back on the Neon. We saw it the other day. Not bad.
Ethan on the Neon is one that, you know, we're scratching our heads a little bit. He's not normally the type of guy you would expect to see on the Neon, but let's see what he's got in store cooking up here over on the side of KC. Double duelist that they seem to love so much. Narrate once again on that Phoenix. Fantastic map 2. Can he do it again here?
It was third at America's Kickoff, third at Santiago, third at Stage 1, and third in the EWC America's qualifiers. Will it be a map number 3, the magical number here for NRG to get to the playoffs? Or will the blue wall be unstopped into the playoffs in front of the crowd here in Paris? It is final. Map number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Even the last hurdle for both of these teams. They try to work their way forward into the playoffs. The barriers about to drop. First on the attack, RKC, and of course Narrate still on that Phoenix. Saw how impactful it was on the previous map. We've seen it this whole event through. Can that continue? What now matters the most. A best of 1. See who moves forward. And it's a quick exec onto an otherwise empty A site.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those big moments for
Entry must
NRG. Looking towards Ethan on that Neon again. Kind of a surprise to see him on a duelist role, but here we go.
Curveball in the corner. A little bit of damage going to be suffered there in response. As Ethan, the first to fall, trying to put his body on the line for his teammates to go ahead and succeed. The drop down from Scuba going to be able to find it now as he goes into the 1v1. And Kiko will have NRG continuing to be perfect in pistols.
Energy comeback time here.
Yeah, it just comes down to that gunfight at the choke.
Hmm.
And who's going to be able to get over the line. And it's, frankly, Ethan here, who does create that little bit of extra space. A really nice flash behind him. Ethan's like, just throw it behind me. I'll tank it. Nice job by Mata. Picking up 2. Scuba as well getting involved. And then Kiko good for it with the headhunter. The buy up for KC. Just going to be a sheriff and a bandit. Oh, no. Oh, sheriff. Never mind. Levin changed his mind. Aves, just the bandit. A little bit of noise being made. Over towards mid. Ethan, a little unsure about taking that fight right at the front of garage.
Ethan with the spray and pray.
Beauty.
Prayers are heard. Plenty of damage going to be dealt as well as that kill found. All right, just going to go healed up by the hot hands.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out. Thank you, observers. It's the trip there, set up by Kiko, being observed by Sugetsu.
Meanwhile, Kiko observing the whole rest of the team, and yeah, heals be damned. Kiko looking to tear them limb from limb.
Crazy, bro.
He heard something over here at long. Now with the clear of the recon, knows that there's going to be that prize in. So you hear the orb being taken. Trying to go for the headhunter shots.
Oh, wow.
I mean, not enough
मुझे लगा वो टीपी करने के लिए रुका था.
Either way, it's a flawless for NRG to start things off 2-0.
तो वो उसी में मर गया.
Pretty good start for them. I mean, traditionally, Haven a map, I always really liked the way
Energy need to clutch, yeah.
especially when the Waylay was in the mix, but now feeling like this map just isn't going to be it. Without, you know, with the changes to Waylay, they try it on Fracture. Here on Haven, having to go in a very different direction. Sturdy stuff from Ethan. Good decision making. Got a little bit of a spot out there before the smoke bloomed. Able to spray down one. Kiko, reliable as always.
Halfway to that tour de force. Now the change up shifts over to garage. Just wanting to continue to play angles where this judge is going to be able to find a good amount of value.
And this should be pretty readable from KC. Almost always that judge ends up right in this spot here in garage behind those doors. It's just how quickly is like Mata going to be able to pivot in there if there is contact or if they try to clear him. Instead, Mata now going in a bit of a different direction. Have to assume Aves has a pretty decent idea. Just how do they want to clear it? They're going to use the drone.
So falling, not sure if anything was spotted on the side there by Ethan. Well, sprint across now, knows that Narrate has scaled forward. Still that trip around the corner, Mata. Consideration.
will just be the
दोनों
hot
ने
hand
सेम
first.
टाइम पे मॉली किया वाओ
So that smoke to get layered in can still hold
दोनों
the
Phoenix
curveballs.
ने
Meanwhile, Sᴍᴇᴅɪᴜ has just been taken
Yeah,
down
yeah,
over at A lobby.
But
The late linger from Brock being
इधर
rewarded
भी
with
तो
that
Phoenix
guardian
से
at
ज़्यादा
range.
काम कर रहे हैं इधर
Now
बुरा
they're all going to go pushing in towards that
किया
Sova. Another shot out. Finds connection. Aves tagged to 70. Shock darts down towards Sewer. Narrate. Curveball over the top. Trying to reach this position. Meanwhile, Kiko will be found at Garage. And that's going to be a repivot now. Over towards B. That trip no longer in action. Mata near enough by to try to offset them here. Paranoia now going to be sent through as well. And Scuba collecting one. The run and gun from Mata. Able to find DOS9. And now it's just Aves and Narrate to try to clutch this one out. Narrate will be able to strike.
पीछे से मारा वो
Aves still very low.
लो मतलब 5
They're
HP
holding on to this one. Trying to buy the time. Late drop on the smoke. The TP up and over the top.
Oh.
Scuba now going to be taken down as we go to the 1v1. Narrate still relatively healthy as the curveball goes out. Second and final. The tap of the fuse. Brock knowing that he needs to start sticking this one sooner rather than later. Narrate going to be forced away, and that should be the round done and dusted. Brock
Okay,
knows it.
safe
Narrate
card.
knows it. KC able to play anti-bonus, but NRG still able to get an immense amount of damage dealt.
Yeah, this is really good work from both teams. NRG doing such a nice job with their rotations, throwing up a ton of resistance at where they try to get through at sewers. There's two walls used there, the Phoenix wall and the fast lane, both
किसका
thrown in. And then they're trying to contest that B plant,
का
but it
Yeah.
just was there fast enough
मैं एक बंदा
from
दिखाऊंगा
KC. They just made that
मैं
pivot.
तो तब
Narrate
तक भूल
sold
भी
it
जाऊंगी
as the Phoenix, and he's able to close out the round. And a little bit of relief on his face, but it's going to be tough
बोलने
now
में
for
तो
KC.
एक्सपर्ट हो
Still going to be able to get the rifles to go in this one. But on the back foot economically, if they can't find a win here in this round. Similar scenes, except now got Kiko, or excuse me, Mata, up at the front door.
KC was fine
Just holding a little bit of an off angle there. Spam catches a lot, 11.
Down to 56.
पीछे से फिनिश करके मार दे क्या मजा आ जाएगा
NRG not wanting to give KC anything easily, anything for free.
जला दिया
Molly to be sent, Blazewall as
और
well.
जला 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 थोड़ा जला
That's Aves down to 59. Still, the neutral damage being found in the fights here. It's looking damn good for NRG. DOS9 turned back over to the side, able to find the one outside the garage, but
गंदा
Kiko
टिपी मारा
quickly to scale. Chasing forward prevents him from escaping.
Spike सुबह
KC now
2v3
gets an Aves cluster here on the site. That would give him a Hunter's Fury, but in a 2v3. So Getsu would need to find an elimination, trying to make it a little bit more comfortable for them to try to make a play off the ult. He's going to be holding out into the open. Finds that first elimination. Brock dead. Fake under from Scuba to spam the check it forward into the smoke.
के ऊपर देख
Layered
रहा
in. Face forward, Kiko. Quick rendezvous over to the side. And Kiko finds them
Energy.
both. Damn near the collat. Gets them in quick succession, and NRG persevere to move up 3-1, denying the tied scoreline.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for KC. They played this really nicely at the end. They do such a good job in that 2v3, holding the line, get it down to the 1v2. A scrape that doesn't go their way. Some really nice util used here. Good relay bolt to get the kill on the narrate. Good paranoia there on the DOS9. But then it's Kiko heroics on the chamber. That is unreal.
And tosses the weapon over to a teammate, grabs the outlaw. Knows that he's going to have free reign here. Meanwhile, Narrate spammed down by Mata, just taking a couple taps out into the open. Walk down to sewers, Aves dead. The spike going to be spotted. Narrate down at 8 HP. Should be a clean cleanup, but no. It's a fadeaway shot on Mata. Backpedals his way out of there, but Sugetsu's still going to be caught at the same time.
Dude, Narrate is just incredible. He is a beast.
How are you meant to pilot this from here? Spike can be planted. It's a free C site. Scuba
MC
nearby.
तो पूरा खाली है
He's hearing this noise quite just yet as narrates the one slowly creeping forward. As he gets ready to swing this corner, he will be dead. Tuck back, Paranoia ready to fly. Swing out though, and Brock greets him with the Odin, Old Faithful back in hand. Levin feels the pain, and now it's down to Dawson to try to see what damage he can get. All of them spilling forward, but it's a quick check back from Hiko still. Constantly thinking about these angles of approach, constantly reading his opponents on these flanks. Stops them from suffering any more damage. Now it's 4-1.
Looking into this next round, it's going to be a lot of ults on both sides. Is there going to be a timeout called here by KC?
This
Talk
wasn't
about
the right
this.
moment.
Yeah, I think you have to. You have to ensure that this half starts turning. I mean, unbelievable work with the bandit there by Narrate. Ethan looking pretty okay. He's in the right places at the right times. You'd expect that out of the IGL. He's finding his kills where he can, 3 and 3. Doesn't have his overdrive just yet, but every other ult available gets one away from his. And then, there you go. Tour de force. Immediately invested. It has a judge behind it.
TP4 just the default on B. Plan to come in, but Hunter's Fury is going to be far too late.
Yeah.
Not able to be committed fast enough on Mima Amada. He's able to shut down the range ult as well as find Levin. Now pops his own, sprinting over into back sight. Spots the enemy Omen, cleans up DOS9. Effectively 3 kills for him. Meanwhile, Ethan making that contact, and he pushes Alves out into the open for Kiko to collect that kill. Molly out from Narrate, the window being watched. Sugetsu, however, just too many angles to try to clear, to try to protect. It's Kiko can just keep this Cypher contained. Sugetsu, nothing more to be done. The defuse will be stuck. He has to hold on to the weapon.
5-1.
He's going to try to. And Scuba will find him, and he is surrounded. And finds the one, but Mono will find a fourth as NRG find themselves up by 4.
What a pincer setup here for NRG. I mean, they're happy to give up this B space because they have so many layers behind it. They're pushing out from long A, from long C, immediately off the rip. I love the way Ethan just baiting a little bit there for Kiko. And on site, Mata goes absolutely crazy with that run it back. Finds so much value out of that ultimate. Multiple kills. Shuts down Narrate's ultimate. And now the timeout. Seemingly going to be here.
And still a couple ults to use, but you committed 2 into that.
Yep.
From the shadows as well as the run it back. They're trying to make a go of this, and now you're going to be on a weaker bye. There's a lot to discuss, a lot to try to figure out here because, I mean, if you're KC coming into this, starting on that attacker side, this is where you should be finding an immense amount of value with that Phoenix Neon.
For sure. And you're going up against the Phoenix Neon too. That's the concern here is that, you know, in theory, the attacker side power should be there for NRG as well when we flip. Just, KC has been thwarted, and it's really good stuff from NRG. I mean, they're taking control of long A pretty consistently, and when they do give it up, they're quick to rotate back to it to set up for the flood retakes. Let's see. Are they going to go for any kind of early Hunter's Fury? Maybe that's what that early drone was for. Try to clear some space.
Even then, still fairly risky. Is Ethan is killed 2? Just goes sliding in the long. Cleans up that kill. Levin will be able to peel one back. Knows that that enemy Neon's still going to be in position. Has to try to take him down, but Ethan holds his own for at least one more. Is eventually able to get that elimination. Gets a ton of damage on the Brock, but just cannot confirm the kill. So Narrate again. Wrapping up that Phantom, has the spike. NRG is giving up the space for now. Playing together, not wanting to give him any potential individual picks. Any isolation on these kills.
Make a little bit of noise, and that sends Narrate packing.
Half of this, and he's got to
go all the way to
fully
C.
re-clear, but
जा सकते हैं फिर सी
all
जा
the way to
सकते
C.
हैं
Starting to run out of time, especially when you have to clear so many angles. Trademark still available as well in Garage. That's exactly where he's going to be going. Clears that out, and now, I mean, if he pivots back into B, these players are going to be in transit. They made, I think, a bit of noise. Perhaps he was just in the outskirts. being able to hear that either way. This way in the corner of the spot. Brock has seen him. Tries to clear the recon. The ping comes in, and Brock, despite being at 10 health, still will be able to win it out with that Odin in hand. There's no one else like him.
That is very true. He is a maestro of the Odin. 11, almost. If he gets Ethan there, I think there's a real good hope, but once Ethan's able to hold the line, I mean, a big 3K for the duelist IGL of NRG. Who would have thought we'd ever be saying that? 2026. Still, Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft. Oh, Ethan has his ult. Oh, that just missed Levin.
Quick peek. Mata able to find Levin.
Woo.
Solid shot, though, from sᴏᴄɪᴜ. Gets rid of him. Denies that run it back from being able to be effective in this round. Meanwhile, the Neural Theft getting the reveal. Brock on the peak, trying to escape. Paranoia will connect. Frantically does manage to backpedal away. Now there's going to be further presence at Sewer. The Odin in hand, and the right can't keep it.
Ooh, they were trying to sell a bit of a fake over at A. But NRG has been really aggressive on this defender side at times. They picked their moment to push out B and profit. Now look at this. I'm pretty convinced that A is no longer going to be the destination. They're going to group up, and oh man, DOS9.
Just around the corner. I mean, he could absolutely ruin their day here. Gun barrel, I think you have just about spotted. Two of them, in fact. And Scuba will be the one paying the iron price. Back into a 3v3 we go. Now hearing the plant. sᴏᴄɪᴜ works his way up into window. Ethan on the approach. Gonna draw this attention, but sᴏᴜ for now trained in towards the defender's side. Goes for the peak, and Ethan will fall. Brock just not in any kind of angle. Try to counter swing this. Meanwhile, an attempt at the no scope through the wall. Kiko will still be able to fight with a headhunter. Back into a 2v2, but the Hunter's Fury is available. Have to get the tap to try to draw this one out, and there it is. Kiko is going to be... Oh, no, he's... Okay, now he's hit him. He's just going to stick it. He's going to try to stick it. Doesn't have quite enough time. Oh, but for a moment, KC, they almost squandered that completely. This is the initial push the Hunter's Fury had not gotten the tag.
This is a wild round. And it felt like, again, NRG was just going to be a step ahead, but DOS9 tucks in there. Right outside of grass. That was the difference maker. This right here completely set NRG off balance. They were grouping up. They were expecting to have some free reign. Try to maybe spread into long and into garage. That got shut right down. And they had to scramble a little bit. Brock, not sure if he connected. Yeah, he did.
He did.
Narrate is very unhappy.
What a big way.
Yeah. Is not ideal.
Meanwhile.
Oh, goodness.
Scuba just found sᴏᴜ trying to tuck away that C-long cubby.
Oh, goodness.
Molly plays well. Chucked to the garage.
Energy 6, KC
with a nice shot. As really Bolt gets sent over towards Plat, but to tuck away, Scuba staying flush against the wall. Spots him out. Levin does not quite look in the right direction. Scuba now TPing down to the sewer, trying to see what this approach is going to be. Makiko, he's the one, Johnny on the spot. Saw the hand, the curveball will connect, the overwhelm will come in, the right, it will run him down. But look at this round, Scuba in around the back. Here's the tap, the check, DOS9 now watching the window, will be able to find that kill, and suddenly, round win back on the menu for Carmine Corp. Ethan tries to play this one quietly, knows that they're going to go re-pushing back into this, and Ethan has the transfer, has the bolt dead. It has NRG up 7-2.
Wow. It looked like maybe it was going to be another round where KC was going to be able to salvage those early disadvantages. Narrate tagged up, but he can heal himself. sᴏᴜ down. You're losing players. You're able to clear out garage window. What a nice little play there by Scuba. It hedges his bets. He can go back to C, or he can stay in sewers if there's confirmation on this B hit. He throws a paranoia, but Kiko not able to take advantage of it, and that opens the door for Narrate. Then Ethan just clean with it.
KC from here, I mean, if you can get up to 5, it's still going to feel pretty damn rough. And then NRG, I think they won it all. Not satisfied after that previous map. They're only really being able to get a smattering of success outside of the pistols and anti-ecos. They are running away with this Haven. And the onus is absolutely on KC to do something about it. From the shadows and run it back available. Similarly, as his on the other side, currently positioned at garage. Recon cleared, blaze roll set up, cuts off that trademark for now. Relay bolt going to be dodged. Now the answering, run it back, going to be sent, and that's going to be him dead. Mana, no cover until Brock arrives. Revenge for a fallen teammate as DOS9 noted, and the spike is still on the floor. Brock is feeling it as he's just jumping the corner with the Omen.
जंप पे ही ओडन हाथ में लिया है क्योंकि
where Narrate was at, they really have to try to assess. Swing in, Ethan. He'll get the goods. Wow. The final 2 yet again. 8-2. NRG so firmly in control, and for KC, I mean, I think it already might be too late to try to call that second timeout, but it feels like they so very much need it.
Yeah, maybe they will, maybe they won't. I mean, even though Brock shows up to the party
ब्रॉक ने जो मारा ओडिन जंप करके है ओडिन सीधा मारा वो भी एकदम जगह पे
out into the open maneuver. I mean, the maestro in full swing there.
हम लोग अगर करने स्टार्ट किया ना पहले हम लोग मर जाएंगे.
So hard to do, and he makes it look easy.
All this to try to set up Kiko. Got spotted.
Oh,
yeah, back for a little bit more. A second glimpse, a second peek. And he hits the floor dead.
बेचारा Phoenix.
Crazy dude.
Or 10-2. I'm not sure if it's just the map.
Maybe
the experience of playing against the Phoenix on the previous, but it feels like NRG
A और C
figured
पे
out how
है
to
ना.
deny Narrate value at every twist and turn.
जहाँ से भी वो भी पे आ जाएंगे
That was
दौड़ते
a
दौड़ते.
huge pain in the butt for them on Fracture.
सी भी खाली है बोल सकते हो.
Narrate has got to be so frustrated.
गैरेज पे अटका के रखा है.
Try to scale up into B. It has been left sort of open. I
Split
mean,
है.
Ethan
C
is
पे भी
kind
है,
of
B पे
watching
भी
it.
है, A पे भी है.
About this
ए में तो
garage
फंस गया है वो.
presence.
ओडिन ओमन भाग नहीं सकता.
Nobody home.
आ सकता है अगर
Falling
पीछे से
out. Scuba just disrespects that.
चल रहे चल
Eats the damage from his teammate.
हट.
Casey, they won't. No one's going to go pushing that angle. Incorrect. Scuba is right there, ready and waiting. DOS9 able to find another with that stinger, but now 11.
Stinger.
Pressure building on his shoulders. Trying to get this jump. Trying to get this catch, and he will be able to do so. Scuba going to be taken down, but Mata is there to cover it, preventing him from scaling over to grab that weapon.
2v1.
Travis with an opportunity. With this Sheriff, it has to be 2 crisp and clean shots to make a go of it. The first player going to be spotted out. Overdrive going to be popped. Shotgun trying to soften him up. It's just going to be Ethan sprinting at him, running him down. Steamrolls him, much like NRG have been steamrolling KC on Haven thus far. They are looking to make this 10-2.
I mean, some of these mid-round
अच्छा
ideas
ये
from
बड़े लोग भी
KC are
करते हैं
quite
क्या
nice in
अराउंड
the
डेट होने के
scramble,
बाद
but
ये
it's
फ्लैश.
just not enough. You're just hemorrhaging too many players early, giving over so much to NRG. It's the pick. It's the setup here. Disrespecting your own util to go for the kill. DOS9 finds 2 nice wins, and then that's opened up the map. It's given a bunch of question marks for NRG to have to deal with, but superior weaponry, superior numbers, are able to get the job done.
Well, Narrate going to try to utilize an Odin against them as Hunter's Fury is going to be going through. The relay bolt committed in. Ethan's going to be good for 1, but 11 has the trade. Spot out onto the enemy, so with the walk forward, but Kiko just a little bit too trigger happy. Will not be able to find it. So NRG, the trap play, not really going the way that they would have liked, but they do critically get the smokes player out of the hands of KC. That's going to make for very difficult scaling.
For sure. And you can be a little bit more aggressive as NRG, especially with that spot. Easy. Easy for Brock.
Here's ping reveal, just no idea. They couldn't get pushed from behind like that.
कोई भी नहीं इतना util use कर
Jump
दिया.
to the corner of the op in hand. The curveball going to be sent out. Kiko does get blinded up, but the spike can be planted.
Yeah.
3v4. Mata and Scuba going to be taking their time. They know that Sugetsu's going to be somewhere a little bit more unorthodox, a little bit more unexpected. Mata, he is fully ready for Aves, and now they know the Odin's here as well. The paranoid connecting into rate just cannot slink away. Sugetsu now. He's got to make his presence known. He's got to find something, and he's got to do it right now. The defuse is just going to be stuck, and that's it. 10-2. This half is over. A couple clean shots from Sugetsu, but to no avail. NRG up by 8 at the half.
Yeah, really impressed with how they're able to handle this. And look who it is at the top of the leaderboard. It's none other than Ethan, the IGL, the new duelist for NRG.
His second time. He's played it on Ascent. He's playing it here now on Haven. Both this very tournament.
I love it, man. How fun is that?
See how the first outing
What
went.
if KC ने
Not great.
comeback कर दिया?
Like, it wasn't great.
Yeah.
But
क्या होगा?
he's looking really
Exactly,
comfy here.
what
I mean,
if?
again, he's done a lot of the self.
What if ये लोग इतना comeback कर दे कि 10-10 हो गया? What if?
Kind of been that player who's holding down mid for this squad on this defender.
हमारे कि हमें तो बस देख रहे खेलने वाले कोई पता है.
For when he wants to use his relay bolt.
बहुत प्रेशर में खेल रहा है.
It's a very smart player.
और सबसे ज़्यादा गंदा प्रेशर है कि ओपोनेंट तुम्हारे सामने है.
Because of his brains, he's able to make it look like Braun.
That's the worst thing.
Of course, the other layer to this is because you widely do have these mirror compositions, just as the difference in that Sentinel.
Right.
And how many times have we seen it? How many times have we talked about it? The Chamber being able to very much help contain the double duelist. It's got a ton of firepower in its own
ये वाला
right.
देखो ये वाला ये चेंबर वाला
They've widely been winning a lot of these rounds from the
almost
outset.
होने
Very
वाला
strong,
था.
kills are found, and KC just haven't really been able to put anything together. When you have a player the caliber of Kiko on a Chamber, and he can pretty freely and easily fight forward, take aggressive positions at the start of these rounds, come away with opening picks, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, for sure. Kiko is so good in so many different aspects. Unbelievably talented as that player. What a great pickup for NRG he has been. And then you always have that threat of Brock. Never know where that's going to be, where the Odin's going to be. He doesn't even need the Odin, to be honest. He's incredible with every gun. That's something that I think is underappreciated about Brock, because he's so good with the Odin that it overshadows how good he is at everything else. It's all even in that last round. Teed himself up for a kill. Used his util. Catch a player as they're trying to escape long A.
If memory does serve, it's 5 for 5 on pistols. NRG looking to make this 6 now. As KC, they do want to get proactive. Quick exploration out of garage. Meanwhile, drone to try to keep that interest on this side of the map.
Oh, I love this.
Aves on the peak, able to spot him out, and now KC getting the bad news, having to go for a quick pivot. Fast lane going to be set by Ethan. Aves tucking back, takes a couple shots. Now they know he's on that sewer side. Spike in the hands of Ethan. It's going to be Scuba able to find one, but Aves quickly trades it back as Kiko will fall. The headhunter now out of the equation. It's just a bloody back and forth between these teams. Brock, however, this late linger, he's going to be spotted. Levin, he's just going to leave him there. Fake the exit. Smart play, gets it back into a 2v2. I'm not sure where he's going. Ethan now trying to clutch this out all alone. Spots them both. Fakes the one side. The frenzy can't get drawn out fast enough. Aves will be able to find the 3K. KC get a pistol under their belts. They still need 7 more just to tie this up.
Yeah, again, the individual play from some of these players on KC today has been really, really good. Even on the maps where they're getting beat by NRG. This time it's Aves. Plays that so nicely. Tucks himself into sewers. Does a great job just being patient. Nice little outplay from Levin onto Brock. Ethan not ready with the frenzy in the right position, and that he had a chance to maybe get one and then dash back behind the dice, but didn't have his crosshair in the right spot. Wasn't able to convert. No buy up at all here for NRG. They know that KC's going to be pressing, so no reason not to save a little bit extra money. DOS9, hello.
उसने spot किया ही था उधर.
That was close.
Yeah, not much damage going to be suffered after all. And right now, sprinting in. So far, this has been unread, so he will be able to go ahead and take down 2. Ethan as well, trying frantically to find anything else. Nothing else. It's not a flawless, but KC still do keep 4 players alive. They carry over a ton of key weaponry into the bonus.
For sure. Toss 9, a big sigh of relief there. Can feel the pressure mounting. Their tournament lives on the line, and they are very far behind right now. Our Carmine Corp.
पता नहीं दूसरे रूम में होगा.
मार रहा है हमारे यहाँ तो ये.
Just nothing really for Ethan left to do at that point.
ढुली ही ढुली होगा.
Rifles in the hands of NRG now.
हमारे यहाँ तो साफ है.
Bonus very strong for KC.
हो सकता है.
They're gonna really, you almost feel like they need to convert this. Get back into this map. Put them 5 down if they can.
Just be hitting B again, though. Give it a second go. Narrate, the only player nearby enough.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Curveball through. It's going to be a shallow molly, just trying to prevent that potential scale over towards that A connector side.
Wow.
Ethan. Able to counter spraying from backside. Narrate going to be taken down. Shotgun's going to be locked in, but on that jump, he does. Will end up losing his life.
वो मार रहा था वो मर गया.
So ready now, firm control.
They were so ready for that double shock.
They avoid it all. I mean, KC.
दोनों एक ही साइड क्यों देख रहे हैं?
Not the money to try to make the play of it. Just don't really have the numbers on
जाके
your
पूछ
side.
के आओ जाओ.
4 HP, still able to find another.
The 4v2.
It's on the arrival. One-way smoke, cage to try to prevent, but still no one onto the spike. They know that they have to abandon this, go their separate ways. NRG suffering the 1 casualty will keep 4 alive as they deny the bonus conversion. They move up 11-4.
चले गए.
Starting to feel like the end is near.
नहीं.
Just a little bit of a pause here taken by NRG to talk about how they want their util to land on that execute. It felt like once it ripped,
Is this
Ethan
the
gets
last
into the
map?
back and
Yes,
he does
this
the
is the
heavy
last
lifting
map.
again. He has been stellar. I mean, again, it's more about using that speed to get into an optimal position, and he's able to win that spam fight. What a turn on 11. Sure, he ends up dying in the long run, but he'll take that round every day of the week. 16-9 now, has his overdrive already. KC will be able to get rifles. A little bit of money on one player behind all that.
It's got to be the round. It's got to go their way. Skets are the only one really with a bunch of cash still remaining. As we'll just clear out that trip. Fastly going to be set up, and Kiko, okay, not ready for the scale forward. Aves with a very nice start. Meanwhile, Ethan going to be overwhelmed here outside of B. Mata just a slot forward, keeps it quiet as the curveball does connect. Pushing forward, Brock now trying to scale on this angle. Levin missing him. But if he continues to scale, if he just checks back over towards long, he'll have him dead to rights, and he does. So far, so flawless for KC, exactly what they need. And jumpstart that engine and roar their way back into this.
I mean, honestly, you might just save at this point.
I think you are.
It's NRG. You don't really necessarily need to, but you might as well because...
The rate's 1 away, Alvis is 1 away.
Yep, that's just it. No reason to give over any more orbs.
Okay, 11-5.
Yeah, I think here just NRG, it is a different look than the previous round. Of course, they're not going for the fast B hit, but this time around, KC kind of goes back to something that works so well for them on Fracture, which is being aggressive on the defender side, and they're going to need to be. Just like we saw with NRG on their defender side of Haven, when you're running double duelists like this, it requires you to be a step ahead. This time they were. They're going to find a bunch of big kills because of that. Then we go. Another round. Should be okay in the money department, I would think, for KC. Yeah, huge.
Well piloted NRG. Not ready for these backstabs to come through. Something to be assessed. As they look to try to close this one out, but Alves now, the Hunter's Fury going to be online. That overdrive still in the back pocket. Can save that in case this round doesn't go their way. For now, just some early fishing, and Very slow approach overall for NRG. Just grabbing that orb outside of C long. For Scuba to get from the shadows online.
Yeah, and this time NRG makes the adjustment, realizing that KC had found a potential weakness. And that was just to be a little bit more aggressive off the rip, but instead, they fortify B early. And then they're going to fan out 2-1-2. NRG begins to explore the map somewhat themselves. You've got Kiko tucked into a corner.
TP inside the spot of the Paranoia going to be sent through as well as now the Hunter Fury. Hunter Fury does get committed, but Kiko trying to scale up into C, trying to break things open. Ends up falling to the wayside. And this pivot can be absolutely devastating as the rate is completely unnoted. Scuba now dead. And NRG scattered to the winds. Spike needing to be rerouted. Called back into the B site, Levin. Waiting at A connector. Can they clear him out? Yes.
Oh, nice.
Been able to find the kill, but do they go for the pivot? No. We'll pump the brakes and maybe look to just trying to get this plant on the A connector side of B. But defending from here, the 3v4 going to be damn difficult.
You cleared DOS 9. A lot easier.
Run it back, going to be committed. DOS 9 for now, going to be contained, and Ethan gets a shutdown. The raid's ult going to be denied away. His Avi's going to be spammed out. Ethan finding the other. Now the overdrive's going to be popped. Cleans up the raid. Looking for a little bit more. Mata will take Sugetsu and DOS 9. His presence, his position known. The re-wrap through garage out into mid. And even for DOS 9, a player of his caliber, this should be impossible. He knows it. Just try to back away, maybe get a final elimination there on to Brock, but they will go their separate ways. Ethan will be heard. DOS 9 wants to try to get that kill, but Ethan's cleared the corner. And NRG will move up 12-5. Match point is theirs. KC needs 7 in a row to try to take it to overtime.
NRG coming back.
Otherwise, their run here at EWC, their dream of playing in front of this Parisian crowd will absolutely collapse.
It's just got to be heartbreaking when you have your strength kicked out underneath you. You have your 3-man side isolated and dealt with.
Just 1 point.
You know, they saw DOS 9 on his own. They knew that the other 3 had to be over the other way. So NRG has to make a decision in that moment. Do we try to spread? Do we try to play someone one-on-one against DOS 9? Try to get that 1v1. DOS 9's really good in those scenarios. Or do we just group up as 3? Ethan as his overdrive says, guys, when they come at us, we're ready. And we can just hit the nitrous and go right at them.
I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but again, feels like this is a timeout that needed to be seen in that first half when NRG was just running away with it. There's not enough wiggle room. Your back is up against the wall. And granted, yes, it is possible. 7 rounds in a row. It's been done before. It'll be done many more times across future tournaments, I'm sure, even at this one. But for KC, the way that they've been looking compared to the previous map, the way that NRG's been looking compared to the previous map, it just feels like it's a bridge too far.
I mean, the funny thing is it wouldn't even be the most ridiculous comeback we've seen at this event so far if it happens. So we'll wait. We'll buckle in. We'll have to see. Ult cycles a little bit away. 11.
Dodges that stun and
wow.
Man to plant his feet, finds Mata.
Wow.
DOS 9 gets Kiko, and okay. Whatever was in that timeout seems to be working. Ethan eventually able to clear that one out, but curveball fully connects, and Narrate will strike him down. Scuba has to backpedal away from the Blaze Wall. KC, again, slated to try to find a flawless round win. Exactly what they need to try to snowball from here.
Back to a save?
Should be. Some of the more critical ultimates, not quite.
Garage के side
aside from Sugetsu with an Earl Daft.
Hi Kaushal, welcome to the
Seems like
stream.
Ethan is spurring them on though.
Well, gotta check this angle. They beat Aves. Maybe. Just maybe.
We're watching for it. Face in, fadeaway shot, doesn't suffer any damage. And they're off. Sprint forward, gonna be coming through. Paranoia, gonna be chucked in the drone. Blinded up for the moment. Molly does land. One player gonna be spotted out. The TP up and happen for Scuba.
बढ़िया TP कह रहे.
Might have to come into play, and they're going to look to double re-clear this. Smoke going to be cycled in, but now it's just Scuba all alone. So gets able to find it to jump out of the smoke. Scuba, a spray and pray, rewarded with 2. Up to a third now in this round.
Oh, fake.
Think of the TP.
Nice.
The tap of the fuse, and what a way to close this out if Scuba could get it done. Just so very unfavored. Spots him out the counter spray, looking good.
Oh, wow.
And it will get them over the line, but Scuba makes it costly. 3 players lost, but the round goes to KC.
All right, again, KC matches some of this early B main pressure. They want to take the fight at grass, and they're going to be successful in this one. I'd like to see a change of ideas again from NRG. Feels like to me they're trying to close this map out. In the kills up instead of what we were seeing on the first half of this map. So credit where credit is due. KC's been able to keep the chamber in check. But beyond that, it's actually been the neon that's been a huge problem in some of these rounds. So I think as NRG, I'd like to just see frankly, a little more defaulting, a little bit more just kind of respect being shown at the early parts of these rounds. KC, when they're finding value, it's when they're getting aggressive early and catching players out. And stop that, and I think you're probably okay. Or maybe just rush A. Who cares?
Run it down! Well, maybe just roll the dice at the end of this. We'll see, but ping reveal out. No damage to be suffered. Playing back on safe sight lines. Somewhere out in the mid. Haven't quite cleared it, and there you go.
Well, got a lot of map control now as NRG. It's just you don't have long C, so KC can lean a little bit more BA.
B or A.
The funny thing is they left ᴍᴇᴅ over here. A lot of times teams will just leave that player in the cubby by themselves. But with ᴍᴇᴅ there, this makes this actually really tricky to clear. You smoke the front of the choke here, you can maybe isolate this, but you know narrate potentially good for a lot, and ᴍᴇᴅ is going to be able to give him the early warning.
It's all a bit of a bait. 4 narrate, and there you go. Swings out, finds a kill. Kiko going to be taken down. ᴍᴇᴅ with Plat is able to find Mana as well to boot. To turn to the side and narrate, holding his own. Eventually will be flushed out back into a 2v3 as it's Brock and Scuba yet again. Try to make a miracle happen at the plant. After he commits to the paranoid and fly, Scuba not going to be caught by that. Finds the first, looks for the second, doesn't manage to connect it. Swing in, and Abez has the follow-up again. 2 players surviving, and RG continue to make these close, but they cannot close it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just maybe overthinking things a little bit for NRG. Even though Kiko's been kind of in the vicinity of that cubby, they're somewhat aware of it. It's just the execution here from narrate ᴍᴇᴅ is just way better. And they're ready for that extra layer, that pinch in through the double doors of the garage itself. Okay. Now what's the answer behind this? I mean, Mata's got his ult, Brock has the Hunter's Fury, but Narrate has his ult, ᴍᴇᴅ. Levin with an operator too, with the overdrive.
KC, you gotta keep this going. Do not let the Thrifty find the value. Do not let that be the way that you drop this series. Know that NRG are more than capable of it. Backpedal going to be coming in, and Kiko finds a headshot. Levin dead. Reveal on the one with the space already taken here on the side. Stop. Run it back, going to be committed. Bottom's now expiring. Shot darts out. Abez will fall. Narrate going to be snapped back, and Scuba finds him with a stinger. A 4v3, the Hunter's Fury going to be called in. Looking for that contact, but Kiko's collected the operator.
They won.
And KC, I begged of you.
They won, bhai.
No fucking way.
But it feels like that is falling on deaf ears. This is a rate now.
Has
to pull off a 1v4.
1v4 अगर नहीं किया इसने तो मुझे लगता नहीं 1v4.
NRG looking to make this a 13-7 and on the swing. Kiko has it. NRG will take it 2-1 as they will advance
finally
and eliminate KC from EWC 2026.
And for the second year in a row, NRG will find themselves in the playoffs of EWC. Really nicely handled. A great game by KC. Really impressed with this team at times. Their individual play, very high level. Their fracture, some of the best you're going to see, period, end of story. But NRG, just a step ahead on Breeze and Haven. But Karmine Corp fans, I think you should start to have a little bit of hope. They look really strong.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this should be an inspiration for the fans of this team, of this organization, as they get ready to go back over into Stage 2 of the EMEA. Unfortunate that they won't be making it onto the big stage in front of all of the fans here in Paris, but it is NRG. At the end of the day, you have to know who you're playing against. There's no real issue here. I don't think you should ever feel too bad about dropping a series to a squad of this caliber. They are the reigning world champions for a reason. They managed to punch their way through, to show their perseverance. Yes, some things to certainly work on when it comes down to that fracture, but they're trying new things as well, and it's looking clean. Ethan on that Neon, something that needs to be discussed more, so we'll let the analysts do that as we pass things back over.
Thank you very much, Achilles and Paper Thin. Great cast on the day as it went the distance here between KC and NRG, and it is the reigning world champs moving on to the playoffs. America's now 2 teams in with EMEA 4, but the final one just a bit short with KC falling here. Welcome back to the desk, Kukuka and Big Time joining us here to give some context on that last series.
Yeah, I mean, look, heading into this, I was excited about KC. I felt like Haven could be their map. You know, we've seen them do so well here in the past, but then we see the agents that come in. Ethan is there on the Neon, and I'm thinking, my goodness, what are NRG cooking up? But cook they did. My goodness, it was delicious.
Funniest thing is that if you're KC, you know exactly what it is when your IGL is playing on the duelist. And Ethan was an absolute menace from the defense. We saw in so many occasions how mid-round it was just him and a couple more players, and he was like, guys, all together with me. There's so many rounds that they turned around. Kiko with the clutches. Mana also, I think that it was just a great map for them. On the second half, we see a KC that is starting to come alive. We see Narrate going back to the performance that he had been giving us for the rest of the tournament, but it was just too late. NRG was already punching their ticket to playoffs.
Yeah, just a little bit too much there on that that Haven, and it just feels bad, I think, if you're a KC fan. If you're an NRG fan, that's the expectation now. When you win world championships, when you're constantly in the mix for America's titles, this is expected of you, despite the fact that you're kind of pinned as the villain here in France. You're stopping KC from making it on into the playoffs, but they get the job done, and it felt like there were multiple heroes on NRG that they can rest their hat on.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for NRG, I love to see the bounce back from London. London was so disappointing for this squad. They got grouped. I remember that last match against Foot. They almost have that comeback. 12-5 down, like they were 12-5 up here. They couldn't make it happen. They deny it away from KC. They get themselves out of the groups here, and I can't wait to see them on the big stage.
All right, well, standing by right now with Janira is Kiko. Let's send it on over there for the interview.
That's right, Kiko, EMEA player knocking out the last EMEA
चश्मा
team,
देखो ना
the
कितना
only
pretty
EMEA team,
है.
actually. How does that feel?
इसका लड़के का लड़के का नहीं. Crystals लगा हुआ है. So pretty भाई.
I want to talk about your group specifically because you had the likes of Vitality, PRX, and then also KC in there, and you two. A lot of people dubbing it the group of death. You did also lose that match against Vitality to drop into that lower bracket. How difficult was it to actually make your way out of here?
We had some pretty strong teams we played against, definitely. PaperX and Vitality gave us some really hard games. And also KC, like, they were really good as well. So, I mean, it's not really an easy game. So, it was just a struggle, and we made it out, not grouped again, so it was fun.
Surprised to see PRX knocked out?
Yeah, very surprised. Normally, I think they're a really strong team, and I think just this time, they got a little bit unlucky, so.
You guys also maybe got a little unlucky on that fracture. I want to talk about that one too. Do you want to talk about it?
I mean, they're a really good fracture team, and yeah, they just out-macroed us, I think. I think were really ready to flood onto us. And
Alex का मुझे लगता है उनको और practice चाहिए होगा क्योंकि EWC में भी वो out हो चुका है और VCT का जो वो last हम लोगों ने जो देखा था
Is there any team in particular from the ones that have qualified so far?
फाइनल पे वो उस टीम से हारा जो
Vitality for that rematch, little
पहला
revenge.
मैच मतलब पहला
Vitality,
टूर्नामेंट
coming back for Sire. He's not going to win against me again. That's for sure.
अभी कौन होता है
Right, I like the confidence. Well, thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it. That's it from us over here.
इतना
We're
अच्छा
gonna be
खेल
heading
लेते
back
हो कि
over
लोग
to
पता
the
भी नहीं
desk
चलता कि तुम
studio.
पहला
Take it
खेल रहे हो
Thank you very
Yeah,
much,
next to both
Ginny.
sides.
As you can hear the fighting words there from Kiko, calling out Sayonara, who's been playing really well, but knows
Has
that.
to.
Yeah, I mean that's the level of competition that NRG is expecting themselves to be up against. So we'll see if that happens. The draw show will happen tomorrow after those matches for Group C and Group D, but NRG get the job done here.
But I don't think they can play Vitality, right? Because they're just in the same group. So let's hope that they end up in the same side of the bracket.
We want it down the line.
Yeah, exactly. So, or maybe for a final could potential.
That would be good.
I think it's normal. Sayonara is what every player would have liked to be. Before you turn 18, everybody's already knocking on your door. They want you on their team. They're willing to sacrifice the first part of their year just to secure that the moment that you turn 18, you are part of their team. And man, is he delivering. And so was Kiko. Okay. Yes, NRG is a team from Americas, but Bonkar and Kiko are from EMEA.
All
I'm saying is that you think you're better than us, but you wouldn't be you without us.
You always find a way to make it about EMEA.
Because, you know why? Because it is.
No, I think you have to give credit to this NRG team, man. The way they bounced back from that rough map 2 was excellent. Nothing to shake a stick at. I think the composition was well thought out. I mean, we really have to talk more about Ethan on this Neon. Like, this is not normal. You don't put your IGL on duelist and him top rank and him find multi-kills consistently and him find entry kills.
Question is this going to have any effect on KC going back into the region? Is this something that they want to explore? Giving Aves back into that duelist, maybe literally using him the same as Ethan. You have the 2 duelists, you can put an array maybe on the chamber as he was playing just here, and then you well, he wasn't finished, but you know, you can copy literally what NRG is doing.
I mean, the question for me is how will this affect Dambi's legacy? We really sort of have those discussions if he keeps putting up these kind of numbers.
I mean, Ethan up there in age, 7th oldest player in the tournament, joining Baby Bay, getting his hand on the duelist. Still showing, hey,
two-time world champion.
Scott Hands, the only 2-time world champion. That's right. But showing off why NRG belong here and will make it to the playoffs yet again.
Makes me sad though that the map that KC won is the map that is going out of the map pool, because also they got the kudos from NRG saying you out-macroed us every single time that we went onto the side. You flooded us and it was impossible for us to bounce back. I like to see this face of KC. I think that they fought into tooth and nail until the last moment. We all knew that their group was not easy, and they were easily the least favored to make it out of it. And even with that, they managed to send Paper Rex home and take the world champions to a 3rd map. So I think it's not playoffs, but it's not a goal. His parts.
You're also forgetting the Vitality match here, where they also pushed them pretty deep into the game. So, again, KC, a lot to build upon here for their future.
I mean, for me, I think you can't help but wonder, what if they were in a different group? Could this have been different?
Absolutely.
Could they have been in the playoffs? I think very much so. I think this is a tournament where even if they go out like this, they can hold their heads high. They showed a lot of improvement from stage 1. They'll be feeling good moving forward for the rest of VCT, but they can't get it done here at the EWC.
Morgan, like, your mouth is moving and it's like making sounds, but all that I'm hearing is next year EMEA 6 spots. It's what you're saying, right? It's what you're saying. It's what I'm getting out of this tournament.
Yeah, with this series done, that also means our bracket here is complete with Paper Rex and Carmine Corp losing that first one and then eventually being knocked out, which means our spots going to Team Vitality and NRG from this group of death.
Ultimately, we defined the group of death, I think, accurately, because look at all of these games. They were, most of them pushed up to the end of the line. We had some surprises, and it's not that one team was as less favorite as the others.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. I think I very much enjoyed watching this group unfold, and it became impossible to predict. But that's why you got to hold now Vitality and NRG in very high esteem as we move forward. When you get out of the group of death, you now have a target on your back for the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's the cool part about these two squads that made it out. NRG, a team full of potential that achieved it just last year with Vitality, then slotting this team together, and you're getting to see them learn and grow at the same time live with sᴏᴄɪᴜ joining that roster. It's going to be really, really fun to see how this draw is going to shake up, and whoever picks one of these two teams will have a very, very tough out, which then ends our day of action. But the story did not finish as we bring up our Crunchyroll story of the day, where we recap the big thing here, and we closed out Group A, we closed out Group B. So I'm gonna ask one of you, what is the story of the day, Big Time?
I've got two, but I mean, one of them is Ethan on the Neon, where we discussed that other.
Man, I was gonna be mine. Okay, you can go.
No, but the other one I really want to touch on here is the dominance that BBL showed. They were literally his crosshair was on him. They're one well-timed left click away from 13-0ing EDG, former world champions, the bounce back, the resilience from the young Turkish roster. That's my story of the day.
I was gonna say Neon may have not been nerfed enough. I think that Valorant is always looking for the meta to change so drastically when they do these changes. And I will say, I sometimes am a bit disappointed when everybody like overreacts massively and just goes from, oh, this was so good, to you cannot play it anywhere. It is good to see that we see new mixes with the Phoenix, with the Neon, with the Chamber, and teams adapting onto that. So that is what I like to see going on to playoffs, because both of these two squads look very scary.
Yeah, agent diversity showing up, maybe not as starkly as we thought, but getting Ethan on it, going to be a lot of fun in terms of the Neon. Going to be a lot of fun to watch how things unfold in the future. That means Group A and Group B are done, but we're not done yet. We have 2 more groups tomorrow to qualify in, 2 more teams, and say goodbye to 2 more teams as we take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. It's going to be some fantastic Valorant action as we have G2 back in action, trying to qualify on in against the team that knocked them out in Nongshim Red Forces, our second match. But our first match, it's MIBR Los and AGAL. This one is a tough one to call.
That has to be the highlight for me. The first one, MIBR, with the firepower that they have, with the names, with the performances that they had. The surprise was Heretics against them. And on the other side, we have an All Gamers that is firing on all cylinders as well. So definitely you cannot, if you're choosing between one of these two, I'll tell you, do not miss the first one.
You got me rooting for China tomorrow with that story. I'm loving how All Gamers are playing. I think, if anything, they looked weaker in that map against Global, but they got it done in 2-0 fashion, which bodes very well. That's going to be high-powered. Then the rematch of G2 against Nongshim. Nongshim got the better of them last time. G2 looking to get that upset.
Yeah, it is the last chance in terms of regionality for a Chinese team to make it on through, for a Pacific team to make it on through, and an opportunity for Americas to make it 4 for 4. Currently, remember, 2 Americas team in, 4 EMEA teams in. Let's see how it all shakes up. That's what tomorrow's stakes will be. But that does it here from us at the desk at EWC on day number 5. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day of group stages.
उसके पैर को कुछ एक बंदा बोला था कि सर्जरी की वजह से एक बंदा आ नहीं पाया था। Oh yeah, babies.
Okay. Yup. Mày good. Sao cái lực của